Chapter 560, Senior, I Don't Taste Good, Really? Part 2. The moment she was inside the abyss, Xu Qing saw a pair of huge blue eyes and a massive, gaping mouth. Next, he used what scant power was left in the sundials to once again reverse time. Xu Qing faded as if he didn't exist inside the abyss. It was as if time had been shattered into countless pieces, then went back for 7 breaths of time before piecing back together. He appeared suddenly outside of the abyss. His soul was not collapsing, although he still felt immense pain. All of his injuries were back to the state they had been in 7 breaths of time previous. The woman would never leave the abyss. Delighted and forceful chewing sounds drifted out. That said, the crisis wasn't over, and the reason for that wasn't anything in the abyss, but rather above the surface of the lava. Xu Qing had no idea if the fight or her death might have attracted notice, and he didn't want to bet on the details. Despite the injuries to his soul, he gritted his teeth and flew toward the location of the warding spells. There, he used the violet moon within him to hide inside one of the protruding magical symbols on the red moon warding spells. His injuries were so bad he was about to lose control of them. As his vision grew dark, he bit down hard on his tongue in the hopes that it would keep him awake. Keeping the power of the violet moon circulating, he took out the concealment mask his master had given him. He put it on his face. He wouldn't ever use that mask unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you could only use it so many times before needing to discard it. Right now, he needed to use it. Meanwhile, the coffin shivered, and a gentle force emerged from it that covered Xu Qing and provided him with a blessing. Then, Xu Qing's heart raced as he sensed astonishing fluctuations coming from above. Bowing his head, he went absolutely still. Rumbling sounds filled the lava as a red-robed figure appeared with red wings. It was the wing flyer. His expression was grim as he hurried down and stopped above the coffin. His void-returning fluctuations made him seem even more full of madness. As the wing flyer god herald looked around, the content sounds of chewing continued to echo out from the coffin. Crimson Mother's servants really do taste wonderful. The wing flyer god herald looked into the abyss, his eyes glowing red, making it seem like he could see everything within. A moment later, he frowned. He could sense the aura of that god servant and could tell that she had been devoured. Although he wasn't sure of exactly how it had happened, after thinking about who was actually inside of that coffin, he felt it made sense. I have to report this to my superiors. Perhaps we should perform sealings here a bit more often. After glancing at the surrounding warding spells, he waved his right hand to produce some blood crystals. He crushed them and added them to the warding spells. The warding spell fluctuations instantly grew stronger. Having done that, he looked coldly at the crack in the coffin leading to the abyss. Then he turned and left. Although the death of a god servant might be a big deal on the outside, to him, it actually didn't matter, as long as he knew why it happened. Xu Qing didn't immediately come out of his hiding spot. He waited for about half a day to make sure the god herald was really gone. Only then did he relax a bit. However, the injuries to his soul made him feel weak and listless. He checked on his sundials and was glad to see that, though they had been damaged, the gnomons were still functioning like normal. Breathing a sigh of relief, he struggled to fly out of his hiding spot. Then he turned in the direction of the city-sized coffin. He clasped hands. Many thanks, Senior. Blue eyes appeared in the abyss, staring at Xu Qing. They gave Xu Qing a similar sensation as the eyes of a god. However, they weren't quite that strong. You have the power of Crimson Mother on you, a rumbling voice said. Xu Qing bowed his head and respectfully said, My father stole it and gave it to me. It doesn't belong to the Red Moon anymore. It's mine. The eyes in the coffin narrowed slightly. No more words were spoken. Xu Qing waved his hand to release the power of his taboo poison. It's the same with this. Next, the aura of the ghost Emperor Mountain appeared. And this too. Also, my body was something my master stole from me. Then Xu Qing took out the spike of misfortune. It's a whole set. After a moment passed, the rumbling voice asked, Your master, and who is he? Xu Qing shook his head. Looking very sincere, he said, Senior, My master forbade me from telling anyone his name before finishing the mission he assigned me. The eyes narrowed. Mission. My mission is to get information about Crimson Mother for my master. Senior, you might not be aware of it, but my master actually arranged for Crimson Mother to be asleep right now. I've come here to travel to the penitent steps and calculate when the red moon will come. By the way, Senior, who exactly are you? The coffin was silent for a long moment. Then, the ancient voice said, I don't believe any of what you just said, boy, but I guess it won't hurt to tell you a few things. I can tell that the power of Crimson Mother you have was stolen. And unlike those god heralds, you're actually human. As for who I am, well, let's just say this region used to belong to my father. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, and his heart started pounding. The steps you plan to travel to is where my father is buried. The voice from the coffin sounded deeply bitter. A long, long time has passed since those days. I don't even know how many years have passed. Forgetting all the people from the Red Moon Cathedral, you're only the second person to stand before me after all those years. Before you, there was someone else who came some years ago and promised to free me. But he never came back. Do you mind telling me how humans are doing out there nowadays? Xu Qing pondered the situation. He wasn't sure how much he could trust what he had just been told. However, given the injuries to his soul, he knew he was extremely weak at the moment. And there was another reason why he didn't dare to be impulsive. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged to focus on recovery. At the same time, he spread his taboo poison out around himself. Then he quietly started telling some of what he knew about the history of the world. Occasionally, his injuries would flare up, and he would have to stop talking to deal with them. But he would always keep going. Throughout the process, he felt very nervous and tried to stay completely vigilant. In that manner, time passed. About a day later, he finished speaking. The blue eyes in the coffin glittered with reminiscence. Humans are really in dire straits. Xu Qing stood there in silence. A sigh echoed out from the coffin, and then the blue eyes focused on Xu Qing. You're hurt pretty badly, boy. Xu Qing nodded. The violet crystal could quickly heal his body, but injuries to his soul took a lot longer to get better. That was more the case considering he had no idea who was really inside this coffin, and he didn't dare to let down his guard. Considering you provided me with some delicious food, the ancient voice in the coffin said, and that you told me about the history of humankind, I'm going to give you some help. Xu Qing shook his head. Many thanks for your goodwill, Senior, but I was simply living up to my responsibilities. A few dozen breaths of time passed quietly. Then a white mist swept out of the abyss in the coffin, and it was full of heaven-fate fluctuations. You don't need to be so jumpy, the voice said. I got this from that servant of Crimson Mother. You can have it. After sensing the mist, Xu Qing's expression remained exactly the same as before. Senior, I hope you won't take offense at my rudeness, but I just need to mention to you, sir, that I don't taste very good. With that, Xu Qing let his taboo poison spread out even more. After it had completely surrounded him, he looked at the eyes. Senior, maybe this misunderstanding is my fault. However, I want to make it clear that I really am an enemy of the Red Moon. And though my soul was injured, I can still use warding spells around here. Xu Qing respectfully clasped his hands, whereupon the red net appeared, glittering in the lava. Therefore, I'd like to ask your permission to leave. I never said you couldn't leave, the voice said calmly from within the coffin. You're free to go any time you want. Senior, Xu Qing said, slowly and deliberately, I know that I'm not outside of the coffin. I'm actually inside it. And if I take one more step forward, I'll be inside your mouth. I'm fully aware that you altered my perceptions. And let me repeat, I really don't taste good. Back near the shores of the Heavenfire Sea, the Mirrorlings and Skyfaces had one city, which happened to look somewhat like a bird's nest. It was called Holy City. It was oval and covered about 50 kilometers of land. Right now, a shockingly large heart hovered in the air above Holy City, and atop it, the Red Moon Cathedral Church Temple pulsed with bizarre red light. The dozens of magenta asteroids orbiting it let off immense pressure. Down below, the leaders of the Twofold Alliance were all gathered. Both the Patriarch and the Royal Preceptor were on their knees, kowtowing. It wasn't just them. All of the members of those two species in the city were on their knees. A moment later, a voice echoed out from the Red Moon Cathedral Temple. You will provide your offerings in 49 days. This time, you must provide heaven fire crystals plus 500,000 live food items. After the words were spoken, the heart floated off in a different direction. It would go to the middle of the Moonlight region's eastern section, where they would wait for all the eastern species to bring offerings on the appointed day. The requirement placed on each species was different. As for the patriarchs and royal preceptors of the Twofold Alliance, they waited until the Red Moon Cathedral was gone, then stood and exchanged glances. That's 50% more live food items than before. If we don't meet the quota, the leftovers will come from our species. After a moment of silence, the patriarch of the Skyfaces looked over with glittering eyes. For years now, we've pretended that we didn't know about that human refugee camp. There's probably a lot of living food there. They've been growing steadily for a long time now. I'd say it's their time to experience a harvest. Chapter 561. The sun comes out before moonfall. An emperor's son returns to the starry river. The bronze coffin in the depths of the Heavenfire Sea remained silent. The red moon warding spells glittered, while the red glow of the lava seemed to flow in concert with the warding spells' fluctuations. Xu Qing wasn't actually seated cross-legged outside the coffin. Although his senses were telling him he was seated some distance away, he was really on the edge of the crack leading into the abyss, with his back to the outside world. Right in front of him was an enormous pair of blue eyes, staring at him, as well as a gigantic mouth. Xu Qing was so close that if he got to his feet and took a step forward, he would be inside that mouth. Xu Qing looked up at the blue eyes and quietly said, "Senior, I really don't taste good." He continued to send poison swirling about him, while maintaining an utterly sincere attitude. "Interesting. When did you realize it?" The voice carried with it a noxious wind. That said, the noxious wind did not change Xu Qing's perception of his surroundings. He sighed. "Senior, when you altered my perceptions, making me think that I was moving away even though I was doing the opposite, well, I sensed that something was off." "So," the voice replied in a tone that was hard to read, "you sat down cross-legged right there, only 1 pace away from me." "1 pace closer, Senior," Xu Qing said calmly, "and you'd be poisoned." The voice inside the coffin didn't respond. Xu Qing didn't add anything. A long moment passed. Finally, the voice in the coffin said, "Since you stole the authority of Crimson Mother, boy, does that mean you can do more than just control the warding spells? Can you absorb them too?" Xu Qing looked down and rapidly analyzed the situation. He wasn't sure of the meaning behind the voice's questions. He got the sense he was being asked to prove his value, but it also felt like it might be some sort of trick, maybe to tempt him into reducing the restrictive power of the warding spells. It was hard to say for sure, and if he made a mistake, he could end up damned by myriad tribulations. Instead of trying to weigh all the pros and cons, he decided to just respectfully give voice to his concerns. Many times, being direct was the best tactic. However, when you used that tactic, you had to have sound reasoning to back it. After a brief bit of silence from inside the coffin, laughter rang out. "You're a lot more interesting than you seemed at first, boy. You're definitely a lot more cautious than that other person who came to see me. Ah, whatever. Once you're out, show me what you're capable of." Xu Qing got to his feet. After a moment of consideration, he clasped hands and bowed. Then, without any hesitation, he took a step to the left. That step landed him, not 1 pace to the left, but 1 pace backward. The eyes of the mysterious entity in the coffin glittered faintly. Just like that, Xu Qing strode out of the crack leading to the abyss. The moment he was outside, his eyes went blank for a brief moment, then went back to normal. Fear still lingered within him, but he suppressed it. He knew full well that he had just been walking the line between life and death. If he hadn't handled everything perfectly, it would have meant the end of the line. The entity in the coffin spoke only in half-truths. Though it had agreed to let him leave, Xu Qing knew that it was a test to see if he could really pierce the fog of illusion that had surrounded him. Even though he had successfully stepped away, that didn't mean that the danger was completely past. Xu Qing reached out and slowly clenched his hand into a fist. As he did, the power of the red moon warding spells swept toward him, gathered in his hand, and created a blinding ball of dazzling red light. Shortly after, Xu Qing relaxed his grip. The violet moon nascent soul within him then inhaled deeply, and the red light in Xu Qing's hand became a host of threads that entered the violet moon. The violet moon immediately began to glow even more brightly. Xu Qing could indeed absorb the power of the warding spells. That said, he couldn't absorb that much. "That's as much as I can do, Senior," he said quietly. The voice in the coffin laughed. "That's all you can do, or is it all you dare to do?" "It's all I can do," Xu Qing said, sounding very serious. The eyes looked deeply at Xu Qing, and then the entity exhaled. It contained heaven-fate-filled energy from the woman in red who had been devoured earlier. As it swirled toward Xu Qing, it turned into a white piece of fruit. "I need you to do something for me, boy, and this heaven fate is a down payment on that." Xu Qing thought for a long moment, then took the heaven fate. "What are your instructions, Senior?" "I won't get into the details now. I'll tell you later." With these very telling words having been spoken, the blue eyes slowly closed. Everything went back to normal. Forcing himself to ignore his misgivings, Xu Qing backed up, then sped away. When he was some distance away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inside of him, in D-132, another sigh of relief could be heard. It came from the god's finger. "I just got scared half to death," the god's finger grumbled. "CC, can't you just be happy with your lot in life? Do you always have to wake me up with such terrifying entities?" Xu Qing thought back to everything that had just played out and could feel fear lingering within him. The whole reason he had been able to detect the change to his perception was that the finger had been stimulated awake and had screamed for him not to take a step forward. The finger had also been the one to tell him how to make his escape from the crack leading to the abyss. "Your soul is too weak," the finger said angrily. "If you don't do something to strengthen it, then considering your sense of judgment in these suicidal situations, sooner or later you're going to end up dead." Xu Qing nodded and responded. "Many thanks for your help, Senior. Sir, is there any chance you have some ideas for how to improve my soul?" "If I did, then I wouldn't be a clone," the god's finger snapped angrily. The reality was that it was feeling humiliated from being so scared. "Hungry, I'm so hungry." "I know," Xu Qing said comfortingly. "I'll find you something to eat." He wasn't bothered at all by the finger's fury. After all, the god's finger was a prisoner that Xu Qing himself had locked up, yet the finger had still helped out. It only made sense for the finger to be somewhat emotional after all that. "I want to eat live food," the finger raged. "All right," Xu Qing replied. "And a lot of it." "Of course. I want to eat." Okay, I'll get it for you." Seeing how cooperative Xu Qing was being, the finger suddenly came to the realization that Xu Qing must be pulling some sort of scam. Going forward, it would make a lot more sense to just ignore the little punk. With that, Xu Qing left the area with the coffin. As he sped through the lava, he mentally reviewed everything that had just happened. He said, "I'm the second person outside of the Red Moon Cathedral to have come before him. I wonder who the first person was." For some reason, Xu Qing's first inclination was to wonder if it was his eldest brother in a past life. There was no evidence to point him to that conclusion. It was just a hunch. The final words spoken by that being. There was obviously some deep meaning in those words, although Xu Qing wasn't exactly sure how to unpack it. Sometime later, he took out the heaven fate he had been gifted and inspected it carefully. However, even after confirming it was safe, he still didn't feel at ease and decided to consult the god's finger. The finger ignored him. Expression the same as ever, Xu Qing coolly said, "Senior, do you mind helping me check to see if something is suspicious about this heaven fate? I'm worried the entity in that coffin might be thinking about you." The finger sent out some divine sense. Clearly, it was very concerned about anything relating to itself. Shortly after, the finger confirmed that the heaven fate was clean. Feeling a bit more at ease, Xu Qing absorbed it. A tremor passed through him. The heaven fate was so strong that Xu Qing's nascent souls all absorbed some, taking them even closer to the great circle of the One Tribulation level. Previously, only his golden crow assimilates myriad spirits' nascent soul had been at that level. Later, the violet moon nascent soul got very close, while the others were only in the early One Tribulation level. But now, all were making significant progress. After taking stock of what was happening, Xu Qing took a deep breath and got moving again, all while making sure his violet crystal was doing the best possible to heal his soul. In that manner, time passed. In the east of the Moonlight region, some distance away from the Twofold Alliance, a huge heart flew along with the Red Moon Cathedral Church temple atop it. The cultivators on the orbiting asteroids remained still and unmoving. However, it was possible to see a figure emerge from the temple itself, who then came to stand in front of the statue of Crimson Mother. It was a woman wearing a red robe. She looked up into the sky with a face that seemed full of regret. It was almost as if she hadn't seen the sky for a very, very long time. Finally, she looked down at the statue, and her expression became zealous and pious. Yet, deep in her eyes was a venomous malice. If Xu Qing could see that woman, he would be deeply shaken. It was the very same godservant he had shoved into the abyss to be devoured by the terrifying entity therein. She had clearly died, yet here she was right in the open. Something is wrong with your senses, Crimson Mother. You failed to detect my escape. Granted, I'm only a clone, but normally speaking, you would have noticed. That boy was very interesting. Very, very interesting. Thanks to him, I was able to devour a godservant and recover some of my strength. When the woman in red smiled, her eyes glittered with some blue light. That blue light was exactly the same as that seen in the eyes of the figure in the bronze coffin. As it turned out, she was actually that same entity from within the coffin. That entity had altered the perception of Xu Qing and had done the same thing to the God Herald who came to inspect the area. The God Herald had perceived that the godservant took longer than usual because the feeding process went slowly, and the godservant had apparently been enjoying the process of toying with the entity in the coffin. The God Herald offered a reprimand, then brought the godservant back with him. However unusual that was, the change to his perceptions made him think his actions were perfectly reasonable. Chapter 562. The Wind Can't Blow Out the Fireflies. 10 days later, Xu Qing burst out of the lava in the Heavenfire Sea. The glow of the fire reflected down from the dome of heaven onto him, causing him to shine dazzlingly. His eyes were particularly resplendent. His cultivation base was now far beyond its previous point. Among his 13 nascent souls, the Golden Crow and Violet Moon versions had progressed the farthest. Although they weren't quite at the great circle of One Tribulation, they were very close. That collection of heaven fate was priceless. His eyes shone as he considered that if he had a few more bits of heaven fate like that, he would probably be able to get all of his nascent souls into the great circle of One Tribulation. The heaven fate of a spirit trove cultivator lives up to its reputation. Maybe she was only in the Tao begetting and Dawnstar raising phase, but that heaven fate is far stronger than anything from the nascent soul level. Xu Qing's eyes glittered brightly. The damage to his soul had recovered in the 10 days that had passed. Furthermore, he could tell that, not only had his soul recovered, but it had actually become a bit stronger. In that case, I'll return the eyeball and then start traveling again. He looked down at the Heavenfire Sea and thought about what other secrets must be hidden in those depths. For example, were there other sealed areas down there? Or what about that area in the depths where fire emerged from the rift in the dome of heaven? Now's not the time to explore those things. The better part of a year has already passed. I need to hurry up to meet with eldest brother. He looked down at his wrist and the mark that encircled it. That was Linger. After leaving the human city hidden beneath the abandoned mine, he had come to an agreement with Linger. Because he had been planning to go to some dangerous areas in the Heavenfire Sea, he wanted her to remain sleeping in that seal. That had seemed the safest. But now that the danger had passed and the time had come to return to the abandoned mine briefly, Xu Qing smiled and tapped on the symbol. Linger, wake up. We're going back to that mine. The symbol flickered, then Linger poked her head out, blinking blearily. When she heard Xu Qing's words, her eyes glittered. "We're going back. Awesome. Big bro Xu Qing, do you think we can stay there again for a little bit?" When Xu Qing saw the anticipation on Linger's face, he thought about it briefly and then nodded. "How about for half a month?" Laughing happily, Linger climbed up to Xu Qing's shoulder and coiled next to his ear. Her happy laughter caused him to relax a bit. He wasn't as nervous as he had been at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea, but he still kept his guard up. He knew that he had to be very careful about revealing the position of that human city. Therefore, as he flew along, he kept a close eye on his surroundings. After he was sure he wasn't being followed, he left the Heavenfire Sea and flew toward the mine. At one point, he stopped and looked down. Below, he saw a red flower growing out of a crack in the ground. It was one lonely flower blowing back and forth in the wind. This was the first vegetation Xu Qing had seen in this area. It wasn't easy for most plants to survive, given the climate, but there were some special plants that would actually bloom after the Heavenfire sky crossing. This little flower was one of them. It was no ordinary plant, but rather a very precious medicinal plant. In Grandmaster Bai's medicinal codex, this flower was called a fire spirit tulip. Surprised, Xu Qing harvested the flower and put it into a transparent bottle. I remember Panyan asking about this flower. Smiling, he continued on his way. Staying in concealment the entire time, it took 3 days before he spotted the mine in the distance. Thinking about Duanmu Zhang and his apprentice Shi Panyan caused Xu Qing to sigh in his heart. It's too bad I can't dispel that curse, but give me enough time and I can do some experimenting. When he was about 3,000 meters away from the mine, he stopped in place. Pupils constricting, he looked around the area. Things seemed different. Before, the mine entrance had a lot of loose rocks piled around it. That rock had been melted together during the Heavenfire sky crossing, leaving only a small opening to be squeezed through. But now, the mine entrance looked completely collapsed. A tremor passed through Xu Qing. Linger swayed back and forth as she took everything in, but then she stopped swaying. Voice trembling, she said, "Big bro Xu Qing." Eyes shining with vigilance, Xu Qing shot forward. It took him 3 breaths of time to reach the entrance. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D620. As he neared, he smelled blood wafting out of the mine. Linger sensed the same thing, and she shivered. Breathing heavily, Xu Qing tapped into his cultivation base, then raced into the mine. The smell of blood grew stronger. Heart racing, Xu Qing flew along for a few dozen breaths of time. He stopped when he ran into a pile of 7 or 8 corpses. He took a few steps closer and examined them. He recognized them. They were guards from the city who had low-level cultivation bases. Xu Qing closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, they were as cold as ice. He pressed on. More and more corpses became visible until at last he reached a large cave temple. It was the first level of the tomb, and it was in complete disarray. Evidence of fighting was everywhere. The floor in the middle of the cave had caved in. Down below was a silent city. The blue canopy that made the sky had been ripped up mercilessly. Tattered bits of it fell down into the city. It was the same with the white clouds. Hundreds of corpses lay scattered about the city. They included men, women, and children. They had died horribly. Some had been chopped in half. Others had been largely crushed into bloody paste. Still others had been dismembered violently. Before, this place had been alive with laughter, but now it was as quiet as death. The warmth and companionship of memory had become like ice. The tomb had truly become a tomb. Buildings had collapsed, and the odor of blood and decay filled the place. Linger flew out and raced toward the city. The spike of misfortune trembled as Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior sent it flying in the same direction. After they were in the city, both of them lurched to a stop. Linger began weeping, and the Patriarch simply looked around, the eyes of his projected body completely bloodshot. Xu Qing quietly walked forward. He looked around at the familiar city and everything in it, and his heart hurt, and a terrifying howl was building in his mind. Xu Qing had seen death, a lot of death, but he couldn't get used to things like this. He wasn't capable of it. He thought back to the 3 months he had lived here and everything that happened. Those memories were now a source of immense pain. Big bro Xu Qing, they. Linger wept in pure grief. Among the corpses were some of the women she had befriended. She just couldn't accept that the people who had laughed with her as they taught her to cook and sew were now mutilated corpses. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior returned to Xu Qing's side and looked at him. His expression was one of fury and also pleading. He had also spotted corpses who had once come to listen to his stories. Xu Qing's face was expressionless, but something boundlessly cold was rising up within him. Without a word, he took some time to carefully inspect his surroundings and determine when these people had died. More than 100,000 people lived here, but there aren't even 1,000 corpses. That seems to indicate most everyone else survived. Whoever captured them won't have an easy time moving so many mortals. They can't be far. Given the state of decomposition, these people died no more than 5 days ago. Considering Duanmu Zhang's cultivation base and the safety precautions he'd put in place, the only group in this area who could have broken inside and taken everybody away is the Twofold Alliance. The Red Moon Cathedral is in the area. Duanmu Zhang said that the cathedral comes regularly to demand offerings from the local species. Xu Qing turned and waved his hand, causing Linger and Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior to fly back to him. Then he shot back toward the exit. Linger, her heart almost overwhelmed with grief and anxiety, said, "Big bro Xu Qing, we're going to find them," Xu Qing said softly, his eyes turning colder and colder. He soon sped out of the mine and was able to start looking for clues. In the 5 days that had passed, the heat levels were dropping slowly, and thus much of the evidence was gone. There seemed only one likely destination, and that was Holy City. Unfortunately, there wasn't just one path to Holy City. What was more, it wasn't possible to guarantee that they were taking the humans there. If Xu Qing made an error in judgment, he would lose precious time. And every bit of time mattered in trying to carry out this rescue operation. As Xu Qing pondered the situation, Linger wiped her eyes. Looking suddenly determined, she said, "Big bro Xu Qing, let me look for some clues. This is an ancient spirit tomb, and they lived here for years. If they have even a scrap of ancient spirit aura on them, I can probably find them." Linger flew up into midair, where she suddenly erupted with a 7-colored glow. As it swirled around her, she began to change shape. She turned human, but didn't stop there. Within moments, she was even taller and more impressive than an ordinary human. Because of the light, it wasn't possible to see her clearly, but Xu Qing could see a dragon and a snake encircling her. "South," Linger said in an echoey voice. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing grabbed her and started moving south. Some 5,000 kilometers in that same direction was a long caravan flying along at low altitude. The caravan included 10 huge iron cages, each of which was like a small mountain being dragged along by huge beasts of burden. The cages were packed with people. Countless humans were visible, some of whom, on the bottom of the cages, had been crushed to death. However, there were plenty who were alive. That said, those who still lived had numb expressions. They were already living lives worse than death, and were less human than animal. The caravan was being led by cultivators from the Twofold Alliance. In order to make sure that as many mortals survived as possible, they couldn't move too quickly. Teleportations were a possibility, but there was no way the two species would pay for a luxury like that simply to save some time. The cultivator in charge sat atop one of the carts looking cold and indifferent. "We'll be in Holy City soon. It will take about 7 days. This job has been a lot of work. That said, who could have guessed there would be so many humans? That's a good thing. With an offering like this, plus the other species we got from other places, we should be fine." The Skyfaces pulled out a few human corpses and began viciously eating them. The sound of tearing flesh and snapping bones echoed out brutally into the evening. Chapter 563, The Goose Cannot Fly Out of the Moonlight, Part 1. The glow of the Heavenfire Sea lit the sky, making it nearly as red as blood. It definitely felt inauspicious. However, the sky was so far away from the sea that the light which reached it was faint. The darkness swallowed up everything else, making everything gloomy. The ground beneath the cages was so dark that the blood which dripped onto it didn't register. The caravan left a trail of blood behind it. Surrounding the cages were members of the Twofold Alliance, who had greedy expressions on their faces as they licked their lips and eyed the cages. As far as they were concerned, the humans locked in the cages were delicious morsels of food. At the same time, they were sacrificial offerings, live food that could be offered to the cathedral for safety going forward. Arrangements such as this had existed in ancient times, and they still did now. It wasn't just humans who found themselves in such a plight. Throughout this part of the Moonlight region, lesser species were all suffering the same fate. They either became food to other species, or they became sacrificial offerings. The weak are the prey of the strong. That maxim was more true here than anywhere else on the outside. However, there are some instances in which the strong end up running into someone even stronger than they are, and in that case, they turn into the weak. It was simply impossible for all species to be considered paramount among all species. That rule even applied to the Red Moon Cathedral. Perhaps that was just the rhythm that the music of fate played to. Right now, the wind whimpered as it carried heat through the lands, causing imperceptible ripples to roll through the sky. And the ash on the ground after the Heavenfire skycrossing turned into fine dust that blew everywhere. Within that ashy dust was a killing intent that seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It became an ambassador of death, hefting a blood-soaked scythe as it neared with explosive speed. The source of that killing intent was Xu Qing. He didn't speak at all. His eyes pulsed with something profoundly somber and desolate, and not even the surrounding heat could soften the frigid coldness of his expression. With Linger as his guide, he went south at top speed, tapping fully into his life lamps, as well as all of the blessings built into his cultivation base. He was obviously moving much faster than the caravan. What was more, he soon saw the blood on the ground, providing a clear trail to follow. This is the way, he thought, speeding up. Now he didn't need Linger's help. Following the blood, he sped along, kicking up a stiff wind as he got closer and closer to his target. 2,500 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 250 kilometers. During 4 days' time, he traveled nearly 5,000 kilometers. On the evening of the 4th day, the wind caused by his passage was a rumbling tempest that reached the ears of the caravan guards. There were over 100 members of the Twofold Alliance in charge of the caravan, and when they heard the sound, they looked off into the distance toward what seemed like thunder on the horizon. What's going on? The caravan's beasts of burden stirred restlessly. The cultivators atop them stood, then looked off into the distance, frowning. Suddenly, Xu Qing appeared. He had finally caught up. When he saw the caravan and the 10 huge cages, his heart filled with pain. He saw the people stuffed into the cages like livestock. They were clearly numb and suffering. The aura of rot and death spread out from the cages, causing Xu Qing's eyes to turn bloodshot and sending icy killing intent raging uncontrollably through him. He became a prismatic streak of light filled with endless lightning bolts as he closed in on the caravan at top speed. A deafening boom rang out when Xu Qing slammed right into the caravan. The ground shook violently, and dust shot out in all directions. The caravan stopped moving. The beasts of burden could sense the icy killing intent, and they shivered visibly. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the Twofold Alliance rushed out to defend the caravan. RCO. Who's there? What gall? I can't believe you would actually attack the Twofold Alliance. What species is this guy? As the cultivators from the Twofold Alliance angrily cursed Xu Qing, the killing intent in his eyes grew more intense. Without hesitation, he shot toward the Skyface cultivator right in front of him. The terrifying fluctuations coming off Xu Qing caused the Skyface to blanch. Before it could even think of dodging, Xu Qing was there, using the intense power of his fleshly body in full force. A thump rang out as the huge Skyface cultivator's chest caved in, then exploded as Xu Qing shot through his entire torso. After that, the Skyface's entire body collapsed. Xu Qing didn't pause for a second. Waving his hand, he sent daybreak light out in 10 streams that swept out and covered the cages. Next, He explosively unleashed his taboo poison. The air pulsated as boundless mutagen provoked miserable shrieks and screams among the enemy. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was there, madly smashing into the enemy in the form of a red bolt of lightning. Linger bared her teeth, and her eyes gleamed with vicious light as she also launched attacks here and there. The shadow could sense Xu Qing's rage and Linger's grief. That caused the shadow to get angry as well, and it stretched out protectively around Linger, where it would help her launch attacks. Of course, none of them could match Xu Qing's brutality. As he accelerated even more dramatically, a dagger appeared in his right hand. He closed in on a mirrorling cultivator and punched it with his left hand. A crash could be heard as the mirrorling's body shattered. Then Xu Qing sent poison roiling out of his fist, and another agonized scream could be heard. Xu Qing spun, then body slammed a Skyface cultivator who was behind him. Then his dagger seemed to come alive, slashing and stabbing, sending blood everywhere. Finally, it viciously swept through the Skyface's throat. A head flew through the air. The golden crow rose up, then exhaled, causing heavenfire to fall onto the shocked and fleeing cultivators of the Twofold Alliance. All they could do was scream as they were incinerated. Xu Qing's face was expressionless, but his eyes were bloodshot and he was soaked with blood from head to toe. He pressed the attack, closing in on a mirrorling cultivator. This cultivator was in the nascent soul level, and he had a furious expression on his face. He was actually shaken by Xu Qing's killing intent and tried to fall back. He was too slow. Xu Qing attacked with astonishing speed. When they clashed, the nascent soul mirrorling quickly used an incantation gesture to summon a sharp blade. He also sent ghost fire swirling out to make demonic ghost flowers that surrounded Xu Qing and tried to devour his life force. Xu Qing couldn't have cared less about that. His fleshly body was so powerful, and his violet crystal could heal him so well, that unless he was attacked by some force that he truly couldn't deal with, then he would always default to his normal fighting style, which was to sustain damage to inflict fatalities. As he closed in, rumbling sounds echoed out. Xu Qing allowed the enemy's magical techniques to hit him. Eyes shining brutally, he simply chomped up the ghost flowers. Poison raged out, destroying everything it touched. The dagger stabbed and slashed. The nascent soul cultivator wanted to struggle free, but such efforts were to no avail. Screams escaped his lips, along with sprays of blood. It only took a few breaths of time to devastate his enemy's body and ultimately slash open his throat. Then Xu Qing launched himself backward, right into the two other enemy cultivators who had been charging from that direction. He quickly performed a left-handed incantation gesture and shoved his hand out in front of him. A massive group of Heaven Fiend clones appeared behind him, which then rushed forward, snapping their jaws ravenously. The nearby members of the Twofold Alliance were already terrified and scrambling backward to flee. None of them got more than a few paces before their bodies crumbled, and they fell to the ground screaming. The other cultivators present trembled as they madly fled. To them, Xu Qing seemed like a harvester of souls that couldn't be stopped. Wherever he looked, the shadow of death descended. It was especially frightening considering his garment was now blood red. Combined with the glow of the golden crow's fire, he looked astounding. Although there were over 100 cultivators in the caravan, the majority were in gold core and foundation establishment. There were only 6 in nascent soul. After all, this was their territory. Transporting a shipment of mortal humans wouldn't require a bunch of top experts to stand guard. Besides, Duanmu Zhang had already been taken away by the royal preceptor and his people. Therefore, the cultivators assigned to this territory didn't have any reason to believe that someone would come and try to save the captives. There were no other top experts among humans who would do so. Not one of the more than 100,000 residents of the human city had mentioned Xu Qing. The kindness and love of one human for another would become especially prominent during times of adversity. As for Xu Qing, he had been very careful during his entire time in this region, and thus, no one in the Twofold Alliance had any idea about his true identity or level of strength. The end result was that when Xu Qing attacked the caravan, they fell like dry weeds in front of him. That was especially true considering how terrifying his poisons were. The Foundation establishment cultivators were the first to succumb and screamed shrilly as they rotted away. Not even the mirrorlings, special bodies, were immune to this poison. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's slaughter continued. Next, he closed in on a Skyface cultivator in the nascent soul level. They clashed for about 4 or 5 breaths of time. Then blood sprayed out of the Skyface's mouth before his head tumbled off his shoulders. His nascent souls then exploded before being devoured by Xu Qing. He didn't have time right now to fully assimilate them. Ignoring any injuries he had sustained, Xu Qing turned to survey the area. Thanks to his taboo poison, the entire area was a region of death. And Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior and the Shadow had inflicted even more casualties. Seeing Linger launching attacks made Xu Qing think back to years ago in the Merfolk Isles. He knew now more than ever that though Linger seemed soft and weak, she was actually very experienced at fighting. Linger had taken human form and was wearing a suit of armor. Illusory dragons and snakes curled around her, and she had a long spear in her hand. Despite looking so petite, she erupted with stupefying battle prowess. The slaughter didn't last for very long. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the last of the enemy cultivators was put to death, and silence reigned. Even the beasts of burden pulling the cages had been decapitated by the enraged Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior. After everything was over, tears flowed down Linger's cheeks. The Patriarch looked furious, and everyone was looking at the cages, which were still wrapped protectively in daybreak light. The people in the cages still looked numb. After the days of torment they had endured, their minds were on the verge of collapse. They didn't even react when seeing Xu Qing and the others. Linger approached the nearest cage, looked inside, and then tremulously said, "Big Sis Li Auntie Chen." Xu Qing walked over, with a wave of his hand. He dispersed the daybreak light, then opened the cage. People tumbled out like cargo. However, Xu Qing was careful to facilitate their exit from the cage so that no one was hurt. Seeing the conditions in the cages caused Xu Qing's mood to sink further. At the bottom of the cages, dead bodies had been crushed so badly their facial features weren't even identifiable. Panyan, where's Panyan? Chapter 563, The Goose Cannot Fly Out of the Moonlight, Part 2. Xu Qing went to the next cage and opened it. He looked at the familiar faces, and then the mangled corpses at the bottom of the cage, and the grief in his heart grew more intense. He had seen the misery and bitterness that existed in the world, yet not even he could remain unaffected by this hellish scene. 2 months ago, Xu Qing had seen how guileless and kind-hearted these wonderful people were. On a dark, cold night, they offered to share some of their own warmth with a shivering fellow human. But now, Xu Qing closed his eyes. The killing intent in his heart had not been reduced at all because of the slaughter from moments ago. Instead, it had grown stronger, building up more and more until the perverse energy within him was so strong he struggled to breathe steadily. The reason for that was, he had just spotted half of a face in the bloody sludge at the bottom of the cage. It was Shi Pangui's wife, who had been so skilled at making delicious pastries. Her body had mostly been crushed into a pulp. Xu Qing walked away quietly to open the next cage. As the people tumbled out, he spotted something at the bottom of the cage off in the corner. It was the edge of a book. When he saw it, he started trembling uncontrollably. He waved his hand, dispersing all of the blood and gore to reveal a girl. Her clothing was mashed with blood and gore. Only about half of her tiny body was intact. Her arms were clasped tightly around a medicinal codex. She had clearly been holding it with all of her strength. It was as if it represented her strongest desire and her deepest hope. She lay on the bottom of the cage, and because there wasn't any blood on her face, she almost looked like she was sleeping. Xu Qing felt profound pain building his chest. He struggled to take in a breath, but couldn't stop shaking. In his mind, he thought back to the scene from 2 months ago. A scrawny figure appeared, timidly, holding a sweet potato, heart full of questions about plants and vegetation. Next, she came with a little plant that she asked about. He could see her eyes, shining with the thirst for knowledge. It left such a deep impression on him that he gave her his own medicinal codex and accepted her as his first apprentice in the Tao of medicine. "Teacher, will I ever see you again?" That was the last thing Xianxia ever said to him. It was almost as if the girl laying there in front of him had looked up and asked him that question. "As long as we don't die, we'll meet again," he murmured. It was a wonderful saying, except it also meant that if you died, you wouldn't meet again. He stood there for a very long time. Eventually, he was roused by the sound of Linger's weeping and Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior's fury. Clearing his thoughts, he returned to reality. "Linger," he said hoarsely, turning to look at her. She ran over and wrapped trembling arms around him. She had little experience witnessing death on this scale, and it was difficult for her to handle. Slowly but surely, the captives began to regain their senses. The sounds of rage and sorrow began to grow. Eventually, a figure staggered over and dropped to his knees in front of Xu Qing. "Senior," it was Xianxia. He was weak, his eyes bloodshot and his cheeks stained with tears. His expression was twisted on the verge of madness as he looked at Xu Qing. He knew that his wife and sister were dead, and his eyes also seemed dead, although he had forced himself to endure to this point. He knew that he had to tell Xu Qing where the Chancellor had been taken. "Senior, please, you have to save the Chancellor. He was taken to Holy City by the royal preceptor of the two-species alliance. I heard them say they'd refine his blood into a material to repair their mirror treasure." Xu Qing looked at Xianxia and then turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia followed his gaze and then started trembling even more violently. He clenched his hands tightly into fists until the grief in his heart grew so intense that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he laughed bitterly. Xu Qing quietly walked back to Xianxia's corpse. Kneeling down, he gently closed her eyes. "Pangui, your sister is sleeping. Please don't disturb her. All of you wait here for me. I'm going to go get your Chancellor and bring him back." He stood. "Linger, can you keep everyone safe while I'm gone?" "Yes," she said, wiping the tears from her face. Xu Qing said nothing else. He had the shadow stay to help, and even summoned the stone lion and the head from D-132 to do the same. Finally, he covered the entire perimeter with taboo poison, effectively sealing the area. Having done all that, Xu Qing took a deep breath, then reached out and clasped Xianxia's shoulder. "Wait until I return, Pangui." With that, he looked in the direction of Holy City. It was as if he was looking at a land of the dead. His heart did not pound. He was just filled with an increasingly strong will of death that eventually spread out around him. Without a word, he took a few steps forward, then flew up into the air where he summoned his spirit cruiser. An enormous old woman in a black cloak appeared in midair. Xu Qing stood on her head, while her face pulsed with death and killing intent. Then they blurred off into the distance. Xu Qing looked down. As he sped along at top speed, he sent taboo poison spilling out of himself. He didn't scatter it, but rather had it converge on him, more and more of it. Gradually, a black miasma built up around him. The miasma contained taboo poison and caused strange colors to flash. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the miasma grew bigger and stronger. As he continued to converge poison, his taboo poison nascent soul augmented the effort, so that the poison he was producing grew increasingly formidable. Xu Qing rarely unleashed all of the potential of his poison. But right now, the pressure and killing intent within him ensured that he wasn't holding anything back. 3 days passed by in a flash. About 500 kilometers away from Holy City, a sandstorm appeared that seemed to stretch a good 50 kilometers. It connected the sky and the land, and was filled with both endless lightning bolts and boundless mutagen. Within the boundless dark desert, the image of a huge old woman appeared, and atop her head stood Xu Qing, his face completely expressionless. During the past 3 days, he had attempted to summon the god's finger from D-132. However, the finger didn't respond to any of his calls. That said, Xu Qing knew it wasn't asleep. Since the finger wasn't responding, Xu Qing didn't continue his efforts. He didn't even frown. He knew that he was heading into extreme danger. Given the level of his cultivation base, he couldn't easily deal with Spirit Trove opponents. There was little need to mention that the twofold alliance had 6 Spirit Trove experts. Of that group, 2 had finished their first secret trove. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, though, it didn't matter how dangerous this situation was going to be. It was something he simply had to do. As long as he could deal with those 6 spirit trove enemies, then the remaining nascent soul cultivators shouldn't be too difficult to wipe out. The price to pay would be high. My apprentice is dead. As her master, I have to avenge her death. I ate so many of her sister-in-law's pastries. I have to do something. Also, I borrowed something from Duanmu Zhang. Without him around, how can I return what I borrowed? His eyes only got colder and colder, and the 50-kilometer sandstorm full of poison that surrounded him spun slowly as he neared Holy City. 500 kilometers away in Holy City, members of the Twofold Alliance were having a big celebration. Everyone had heard about the capture of the humans. What was more, quite a few lesser species had already been dragged back to Holy City. They were definitely going to meet the quota for the sacrificial offering this time. That meant that when the next day of sacrifice came, both species would be safe. The 2 species were very delighted, and the sounds of laughter and celebration filled the city. The city had taken some damage during Heavenfire skycrossing, but thankfully, their spell formations had mostly held tight. As a result, the city was already back to normal. One thing that added to the bustle was a scene playing out in an open square located between the Twofold Alliance's royal palaces. There was an assimilation event happening there, and it was almost over. The person doing the assimilating was the Mirrorling's royal preceptor. The person being assimilated was Duanmu Zhang. A lot of cultivators in the Twofold Alliance knew who Duanmu Zhang was. Over the years, investigations indicated that many of their fellow species members who went missing had connections to him. Therefore, many members of the Twofold Alliance had been watching this assimilation process. Duanmu Zhang had been nailed onto a huge mirror that now floated above the square. White energy seeped out of his body and entered into the mirror. The mirror was the very same one that had been cracked not too long ago. The spirit automaton inside had been destroyed, and now they were making a new one. Blood oozed down Duanmu Zhang. The process of having one's life force assimilated was painful, and he constantly twitched and writhed. If you looked closely, you would see that the bones throughout his body had been shattered, and his tendons had been ripped apart. His nascent souls were locked down, and were currently being gnawed upon by hosts of gruish maggots. His collapsed secret trove pulsed with an aura of death, causing evil souls to converge to feast on it. He had obviously endured horrendous torture. Yet despite all of that pain, he didn't howl or scream. Even at the end of the line, the courageous spirit of the humans still showed. He just grinned, all while refusing to betray any sign of weakness. Glaring at the figure hovering cross-legged in front of him, he spoke in a raspy voice. "I can't believe it's taking you this long to assimilate me. You Mirrorlings really are useless pieces of trash." The person seated cross-legged in front of him was an old man made of stone. He was the royal preceptor of the Mirrorlings. Eyes cold, he glared at Duanmu Zhang and said, "Just wait until you become our mirror spirit. Then I'll have you personally devour your fellow humans. You'll love the flavor." Chapter 564, Fierce Star Melts the Sun and Shatters the Sky, Part 1. Because of the Heavenfire Sea and the hot environment it created, there weren't many species that occupied the eastern part of the Moonlight region. The Mirrorlings and Skyfaces were essentially the dominant species. However, because the Heavenfire crystals from the Heavenfire Sea were one of the many items required by the Red Moon Cathedral for sacrificial offerings, it wasn't uncommon for species from other areas to come to harvest the crystals. In order to defend against such invaders, the 2 species had banded together and formed their alliance. Together, they occupied Holy City. That city had stood for 1,000 years already and was a safe haven for countless members of the 2 species during the Heavenfire skycrossing. Although some of the buildings had been destroyed recently, they had already been rebuilt. To the 2 species, this city had profound significance. They believed that the city was a testament to the long history of their alliance and proof that it would last far into the future. In contrast, that city was a place of despair to all the lesser species in the Heavenfire Sea area. Whether it was humans or other species, they were like prey, living in lands full of death and evil. In fact, there were actually more non-humans who had died here and had been given as offerings to the Red Moon Cathedral. Brutality was built into the very bones of the two species. Living in despair in the Moonlight region, they loved seeing the looks of even greater despair in the eyes of their victims. That was the only way for them to feel superior, and thus, they turned it into a joy of life. Although the city was filled with the sound of laughter and rejoicing, mixed into that was weeping and wailing. The sounds of whips, screams, and sadistic brutality also echoed in every corner. The city ran red with blood. Each and every household had corpses piled outside the main entrance. Their food didn't just consist of humans. Whenever the big harvest came, the first goal was to meet the quota provided by the Red Moon Cathedral. Anything beyond the quota was given out as food and playthings. Members of the Twofold Alliance could purchase the captive members of the lesser species. The latter would live lives worse than death and would suffer horrific torment. But most would end up giving their lives in pain so that the members of the two species could survive. On this day, a great rumbling sound was building on the horizon. Within the brutal city, the reveling members of the Twofold Alliance suddenly began to quiet down. Stunned, they looked off into the distance. On the horizon was a 50-kilometer sandstorm, like a huge shadow getting closer and closer to them. It filled the sky as it pulsed with shocking energy. The size of the sandstorm wasn't the only impressive thing about it. Countless lightning bolts danced within it, sending out deafening crashing sounds and shaking the earth so much that dust floated up into the air. The dark sky rippled and distorted as a powerful mutagen spread out. Everything turned even darker, making the atmosphere horrifying. It was possible to spot a figure within the sandstorm. A person in a black robe screamed through the air, as if the ambassador of death had heard the curses of the living beings here and had descended into the mortal world in response. The scene attracted the attention of many of the members of the Twofold Alliance. Gradually, the city went quiet. The royal preceptor of the Mirrorlings, who was still in the middle of assimilating Duan Mu Zhang, suddenly looked up. Turning in the direction of the horizon, he sent out terrified fluctuations of divine sense. Rumbling sounds filled the dome of heaven as he appeared in projected form over the city, in a form just as massive as the black-cloaked old woman in the sandstorm. "Halt," he said, his voice resounding like heavenly thunder. At the same time, 3 streams of divine sense shot out from Holy City. All of them were in the same level of strength as the preceptor. As they manifested above the city, they stared coldly at the sandstorm. There were 4 of them, and all emitted the fluctuations of spirit trove. Though none had developed heavenly Taos, the strength of the Tao begetting and Dawnstar raising phase was still formidable. Duan Mu Zhang, who was racked with pain and hovering on the brink of death, looked up. When he saw that huge figure in the sandstorm, he could just barely make out someone on top of its head. And that figure wasn't human. It had gray skin, a large head, and spikes for hair. It was a nightshade. As the majestic sandstorm got closer to Holy City, the members of the Twofold Alliance were increasingly shaken. However, the storm stopped about 5 kilometers away from the city. That distance wasn't enough to reduce the deafening sound of the storm. Nor was it enough to prevent the spread of taboo poison. As billowing miasma spread like a hazy fog, it covered Holy City, causing the defensive spell formations to sizzle as they melted. Deafening booms rang out. "He's just trying to pull a fast one," the Mirrorling royal preceptor growled. He waved his right hand. The fog of miasma that had been building in the city was sent swirling off to the side. However, it didn't dissipate. In fact, after it was sent to the side, it just slowly drifted back to its original place. Seeing that caused the Mirrorling royal preceptor's heart to sink. Frowning, he looked out of the city. 5 kilometers away was the sandstorm formed from taboo poison miasma. The spirit cruiser, shaped like an old woman, stepped out of it. Standing on the head was Xu Qing. His face was expressionless as he looked at Holy City for a moment. Then he sent some divine will into D-132. "You're really not going to eat?" he asked the god's finger. "Nope, I'm not," the finger replied with conviction. "I'm definitely not eating. These are freaking sacrificial offerings to Crimson Mother. I wouldn't dare eat them. They're cursed. Eat them and it'll turn you rotten. Are you gonna eat? Xu Qing ignored the finger. Along the way here, he had consumed one of the Shade Heaven Demon Moon pills that he and the captain had acquired from the holotides. That pill, coupled with some other medicines Xu Qing had on hand, had transformed him into a nightshade. Keeping his eyes on Holy City, he raised his hand toward the canopy of heaven and pointed out with his index finger. The sky trembled as a violet moon suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. When the violet moon came, everything transformed. The entire city became covered in the color violet. It was the same with heaven and earth. The whole city, as far as the eye could see, was violet. Godly might spread out, filled with the authority of Crimson Mother, in a way that surpassed even the god heralds. It was as if a godchild had arrived, and it caused the entire city to distort so dramatically it became blurry. Mutagen flourished in the city, rising up in the buildings and exploding into the members of the Twofold Alliance. Gasps, shrieks, and cries of astonishment erupted from countless mouths. Individuals from both species were visibly astonished. At the same time, it was a familiar feeling, causing many of the Twofold Alliance cultivators to drop and kowtow. Equally stunned were the 4 spirit trove experts, including the royal preceptors. They were trembling violently and couldn't prevent their facial expression from revealing their shock. All living beings in the Moonlight region had the curse of the red moon in them. It was passed down by blood from generation to generation and made it impossible for any native species to leave the region. What was more, it also made it possible for them to feel the majestic pressure of a god when they dealt with the Red Moon Cathedral. Granted, the curse was usually dormant. It would only activate if they tried to flee the Moonlight region. Yet right now, the Spirit Trove experts as well as all the other members of their 2 species could feel that curse waking up within them. The curse wasn't fully awake, but they could sense it, as faint as the vibration of the strings on a musical instrument before it was played, and it was like a death knell in their minds. 5 kilometers away, Xu Qing stood atop the spirit cruiser and looked down at everything below. Then he said one single thing. All spirit trove cultivators from the Twofold Alliance will step forward immediately to receive me. As the words left his mouth, violet light flared, and the godly might grew more intense. Heaven and earth rippled and distorted, and everything trembled. Some mortals from the 2 species couldn't handle the pressure and screamed in agony. Some of them began to mutate as the curse in their blood went out of control. They shrieked miserably as they withered up. Everyone in the Twofold Alliance trembled in terror. Meanwhile, the royal preceptor and the other 3 spirit trove experts instinctively flew out toward Xu Qing. IECO. In the 2 royal palaces in the city, there were 2 sets of fluctuations that surpassed the other 4 spirit trove experts. They came from the 2 chancellors, who were also called patriarchs. They were shocked, but also a bit suspicious. There were obviously some differences between this violet moon and the red moon they were used to. That said, the aura and godly might was exactly the same. Regardless, they didn't dare to do anything offensive. They joined the other 4 spirit trove cultivators, except they didn't dare to get too close to Xu Qing. They stopped about 3,000 meters away. Greetings, God Herald, the 2 patriarchs said in unison, clasping hands and bowing. Xu Qing's expression didn't change. This was actually playing perfectly into the plan he had come up with along the way. All 6 of them were in one place. It hadn't been hard to make that happen. All he had to do was call on the authority of the cathedral. The first step was complete. As all of them bowed, the violet moon in the sky rumbled as it floated into position above the 6 spirit trove experts. Then it started weighing down on them. This was step 2. Xu Qing knew that spirit trove cultivators couldn't possibly be idiots. It would be especially important not to underestimate the patriarchs. It wouldn't take them long to see through his disguise, and it was hard to say what would happen after that. Therefore, he couldn't afford to draw things out. He needed to take advantage of their shock to resolve the situation in the shortest time possible. Step 2 required the power of the violet moon to suppress them and leave them a bit dazed. As the pressure of the violet moon weighed down, the 6 spirit trove experts reacted with visible surprise. Within them, the power of the curse stirred even more dramatically. However, their cultivation bases allowed them to have some control and prevent the curse from exploding out of control. As they began to grumble angrily, Xu Qing unhesitatingly pulled the gnomons out from all 5 of his sundials. This was step 3. The days created in step 2 wasn't enough. Step 3 had to be added for step 4 to work properly. Chapter 564, Fierce Star Melts the Sun and Shatters the Sky, Part 2. The moment the gnomons were removed, the 5 sundials erupted with the power of time lag. As a result, time stopped around all 6 of the Spirit Trove experts. Next, the heavenly Dao blue-green dragon appeared, and even as the Spirit Trove experts struggled against the days inflicted by the violet moon, it lunged toward them with gaping maw. In one gulp, it swallowed both the violet moon and the 6 cultivators. This was step 4, and it was going to come with a heavy price. Xu Qing's 5 sundials collapsed into pieces. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his body withered. However, his cultivation base didn't change at all, and that was because the true life lamps made from his blood were actually the 5 gnomons. The sundials came from the violet crystal, and after what Xu Qing had experienced in the Heavenfire Sea, he knew that they would recover given enough time. Using the power of the sundials was step 4 in his plan. The violet moon vanished, as did the 6 Spirit Trove experts. The blue-green dragon let loose a howl of pain and then began to expand, all while rumbling sounds echoed within it. It wouldn't be able to hold out for very long. Although the blue-green dragon was very unique and had a heavenly Dao blessing, it was still too weak. Even with the help of the violet moon, it couldn't keep the 6 Spirit Trove experts trapped for long. What was more, Xu Qing didn't have enough godly authority to fully activate the curse within them. He could only push the curse from its sleeping state toward a state of being awake. Truth be told, even doing just that was completely spectacular. After all, he was doing this all with his own powers and abilities. In contrast, God Heralds could only do it by making themselves vessels to channel the strength of a god. The outcome looked the same, but they were fundamentally different. "Hold out for an incense stick of time," Xu Qing said to the blue-green dragon. Then he turned to the city, his eyes raging with uncontrollable killing intent. He strode toward the city, his voice rumbling out in all directions. "Last month, the Mirrorlings brazenly harmed a Nightshade God Herald. It is a crime worthy of the death penalty, and as a result, this species will be exterminated." Xu Qing lifted his right hand, then shoved it downward. Instantly, a red bolt of lightning shot out from the miasma behind Xu Qing. It headed straight toward the city with such incredible speed that it left behind a string of thunderous booms. That red lightning bolt was none other than Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior, whose eyes were bloodshot as killing intent raged in his heart. Having followed Xu Qing all this time, he often fought on Xu Qing's behalf. Usually, he was a passive participant. But this time, he was the one who took initiative. He was here to avenge the deaths of his audience. When he thought back to the looks in the eyes of his fans and their voices, it caused rage to burn within the depths of the Patriarch's being. "Die!" the Patriarch howled, sending the unstoppable spike of misfortune viciously slamming into Holy City's defenses. Those defenses had just endured Heavenfire skycrossing and were already damaged to the point of falling apart. Though a few months of work had gone into repairing them, they were not back to their peak condition. They quickly dimmed, making it obvious they couldn't stand up to the piercing power of the spike of misfortune. Then, a boom echoed out as the fish bone spike, surrounded by red lightning, pierced through the city's defenses, leaving behind a tiny hole. That hole created a chain reaction, causing cracks to spread out from that spot in all directions. Holy City's defenses were extraordinary. Despite being weakened and breached, they already glittered with light as they began to self-repair. However, on his way here, Xu Qing had already thought out all of his plans. Therefore, as soon as the Patriarch pierced through the shield, and before it could do anything to repair itself, a deafening rumbling swept through the dome of heaven. A massive mountain suddenly appeared in midair. From a distance, it resembled a figure seated in meditation. That figure looked like Xu Qing, except that it shouldered 2 major worlds, though they were dim and faint. Either way, the figure emanated shocking pressure. It was none other than Xu Qing's Ghost Emperor Mountain. As soon as the mountain was out in the open, it dropped down viciously onto the city's defensive shield. The ground shook as the city's defenses quivered. Their repair functions had no choice but to slow down and stop. As the entire glimmering shield began to sink in on itself. That said, it managed to hold strong, though cracks spread out continuously from where the Ghost Emperor Mountain had landed, and the spot where the spike of misfortune had stabbed through. Right then, a sound erupted above Xu Qing that could shake the highest heavens. A pitch-black golden crow flew out, rapidly growing larger as it did. In the blink of an eye, it was 3,000 meters in size, with 200 tail feathers. It looked like a black phoenix, its wings spread out through the sky as it shot toward Holy City. A moment later, it was directly over the city, looking down with cold eyes. It let loose a piercing cry, then opened its mouth, aimed toward the cracked and crumbling defensive shield, and exhaled, heaven fire. It was formed from the lava the golden crow had consumed in the heaven fire sea, and it was unsurpassably hot. As it flew, it breathed fire, causing massive flames to spread out everywhere. From a distance, it looked like the whole city was covered in heaven fire. It was almost as if heaven fire skycrossing had once again begun. All of this takes some time to describe, but the reality is that from the moment Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior flew out until the golden crow started breathing fire, only about 4 or 5 breaths of time had passed. Holy City's defensive shield couldn't last any longer. Popping sounds echoed out, then it collapsed. The Ghost Emperor Mountain slammed down, shaking the city. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior flew forward, killing anyone in his path. The flames from above couldn't be stopped, and they began burning the city. All light dimmed in heaven and earth. The members of the Twofold Alliance in Holy City had just personally witnessed their leaders swallowed up by a blue-green dragon. That alone was shocking. But even more astonishing was how the curse within them was stirring. And more than that, Xu Qing's status as a god herald left them shaken to the core. Only a few breaths of time had passed, yet the defensive shield had collapsed, heaven fire was spreading everywhere. All of them felt like they were facing a brutal catastrophe. That said, though the Twofold Alliance's spirit trove experts had been captured, they still had many nascent soul cultivators as well as plenty in gold core as well. After the initial shocking development, those cultivators reacted and shot out toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing's expression was cold as he hovered in midair. Reaching out with his right hand, he pushed it down in the direction of the city. The dust storm full of poison became a shadowy haze that swept over the city. Each particle within the haze was backed by unstoppable momentum and contained extremely high concentrations of poison. It also had mutagen. The cultivators who had been attacking Xu Qing were hit first, and the bits of sand provoked roars of rage from them. Because of the taboo poison, their skins started melting. However, the sound of the poison dust storm was so intense that their agonized howls were hardly noticeable. The storm raged with heaven-rending, earth-crushing power. The city walls collapsed first, and then buildings in the city started falling apart. Members of the Twofold Alliance began dropping like flies. In the shortest of moments, the entire city was covered over by the 50-kilometer storm. From a distance, it looked like a case of a god exacting punishment. Up in the sky, Xu Qing hovered, the god who was openly unveiling his godly might. Wherever he looked, the poison miasma covering the city brought about more death. One scream might not be very noticeable, but when many of them combined, it was a different story. Cries of grief and agony echoed out in all directions. This was an unmitigated disaster for the Twofold Alliance. And yet, there were still some of them who managed to break free of the poison storm. Even as their bodies rotted, they charged angrily toward Xu Qing. Their facial expressions were vicious, and their hearts pulsed with rage. In their eyes, he was a heinous, irredeemable fiend. Xu Qing felt the same about them. A moment later, they clashed. The coldness in Xu Qing's eyes surged as a dagger appeared in his right hand. He stepped forward, and before his opponent could unleash any magical technique, he attacked. He raised his hand. The blade fell. Blood sprayed as a head tumbled to the ground. 5 umbrellas appeared over Xu Qing's head, which merged together to make a violet throne. That was the true manifestation of Xu Qing's bloodline life lamp. When the throne appeared, winds screamed, and the power of blood sent out fluctuations that became mighty pressure. Everything around Xu Qing distorted. Due to the boost to speed and strength, the enemy cultivators were like pieces of paper. They couldn't stand up to any of his attacks. Corpses fell out of the sky left and right. Screams filled the city as Xu Qing became a blur of afterimages. He appeared in front of a skyface cultivator, then his dagger flashed as it slit the enemy's throat. However, this enemy cultivator was no simpleton. He didn't die. Reaching out with both hands, he grabbed Xu Qing. Meanwhile, the other surrounding cultivators unleashed attacks. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Xu Qing took the throne of umbrellas down to surround him. Booms rang out. The throne blurred, turning into 5 spikes that stabbed out in 5 directions. Screams resulted as the spikes flew out, circled around, and then formed the throne again. Xu Qing burst into motion, his dagger slashing through the throat of a skyface. Just then, 3 figures appeared, racing toward Xu Qing, all of them pulsing with fluctuations of the great circle of nascent soul. Xu Qing was knocked out of the sky. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his internal organs vibrated painfully. Thankfully, he had a very tough physical body. Although he couldn't match this level of strength, he could endure it without collapsing. As the 3 enemies gave chase, Xu Qing blurred, turning semi-transparent as he melted into the haze that filled the city. In that state, his aura would remain completely hidden. At some point, a blood-red mask had appeared on his face. The mask offered a peak level of concealment and allowed Xu Qing to be like a specter, a dagger-wielding assassin that slipped through the haze, undetectable. Whenever he saw any cultivators from the Twofold Alliance, he slit their throats. If that wasn't convenient, he would stab their heart or whatever other vital spot presented itself. He encountered some powerful experts. Those he could kill, he killed. Those he couldn't kill, he fled from. And of course, those nascent soul cultivators he killed provided some very nourishing nascent souls. After extracting and crushing them, he would absorb their heaven fate. At the same time, he sent his heaven fiend clones out into the miasma, both to distract the top experts and also to kill whoever they could. Rotting corpses fell to the ground constantly. Miserable shrieks filled the haze. The top experts from the Twofold Alliance had no choice but to desperately charge through the haze. One group shot toward the heavenly Dao blue-green dragon in the hopes of freeing their patriarchs. Even fewer flew up into midair and unleashed techniques that they hoped would clear the haze of the storm. Unfortunately, no such techniques could do that in a short time. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was an elusive shadow of death that cut down everyone he encountered. This was the plan he had come up with on the way. This was the battlefield he had prepared for himself. When he encountered cultivators weaker than himself, he slaughtered them ruthlessly. When he encountered enemies stronger than himself, he would avoid them and let the poison continue to take its toll. If no cultivators got close to him, he would target the mortals. There was no way any of these enemies would be able to escape. The poison haze was too deadly, and any infected by it were marked for death. In summary, Xu Qing had passed the death sentence on everyone and anything here. This was the battlefield he had created, and he roved about it like an invisible god of death. He was so ruthless and difficult to deal with that the cultivators from the Twofold Alliance were shaken to the core. This was what it looked like when Xu Qing exacted revenge. Chapter 565, Add in You, and It Should Be More Than Enough, Part 1. The 50-kilometer taboo poison sandstorm covered all of Holy City. From a distance, the city, which had long borne witness to the history of the Twofold Alliance, now looked as blurry as if the end of days had come. The invasion of mutagen caused countless residences to dry up and crumble. Innumerable living beings withered up, or even worse, mutated. Many members of those 2 species reached and passed critical points in terms of mutagen levels. As a result, either their blood collapsed, or they mutated into howling beasts. People dropped dead everywhere. In comparison, the taboo poison was even more dramatic. Whether it was mutant beasts or members of the Twofold Alliance, and whether they were dead or alive, they showed how powerful the poison was. It was the same with the buildings. The mirrorlings' mirrors turned black and lost their reflective qualities. The sky faces, hulking frames melted into bloody sludges, and their life force faded. Howls of grief and bitter shrieks merged together to make something that sounded like a funeral dirge. The sound drifted past Xu Qing as he slipped like a spectral assassin through the city. Whenever he attacked, it added a new musical note to the dirge. Every instance of slaughter added a new rhythm to the lyrics. His dagger was not stained with blood, and that was because every slash of his dagger sent blood spraying onto his arms and clothes. By now, his robe was drenched with so much blood it stuck to his skin. Xu Qing had long since grown used to that feeling. He crouched in the haze as he took one life after another. He ignored those wailing in agony. He wasn't the type to give in charity, and thus, he wouldn't give them the mercy of ending their pain. He couldn't stop thinking about that city that had been like a host of fireflies in the darkness and gloom. The images flitted through his mind, going faster and faster. And when he thought of the gore at the bottom of those cages, it made him grip his dagger even more tightly. The scenes reached images of Panyan, and Xu Qing sped past a skyface. Blood sprayed all over his arm. "Still not enough," he murmured, suddenly backing up. A moment later, 6 figures landed on the spot he had occupied moments before. All were 4 or 5 tribulation nascent soul experts. Everyone had vicious expressions of hatred that mixed brutality and rage. They were supposed to be tracking down Xu Qing to kill him, but the taboo poison in the city was so strong they hadn't been able to pick up on his trail. It was only by the occasional fluctuations that they were able to gradually find him. All the while, they were struggling to resist the invasion of the taboo poison. Thankfully, the situation hadn't lasted very long so far. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stave off the decay. Xu Qing hadn't bothered to fight them. He had a very clear goal, and that was the open square between the 2 royal palaces. That was where Duanmu Zhang was. Xu Qing's nightshade disguise, plus the words he had spoken at the outset, were all attempts to hide his true species and goal. That was his only chance at catching the enemy completely unprepared. He needed to save Duanmu Zhang and make his escape, not create a situation in which Duanmu Zhang was used as a hostage. After all, it would be completely ridiculous to try to use a human to threaten a nightshade. Of course, time was still the most crucial element. If the Twofold Alliance were given the chance to study him and realize his true identity, then things could go bad. It wasn't a completely perfect plan, but it was perfect enough. Xu Qing sped through the haze, getting closer and closer to the public square. By means of the poison haze, he could sense Duanmu Zhang there, gasping for breath. A haze as dense as this wasn't something Xu Qing could control easily. As a result, Duanmu Zhang also had to deal with the invasion of the poison. Thankfully, he had some big advantages. He had been poisoned by Xu Qing in the past, and Xu Qing had later extruded that poison. Because of that, Duanmu Zhang had a level of resistance that the cultivators of the 2 species couldn't possibly have. Though that resistance couldn't stave off all the effects of the poison, it would at least help him to last a bit longer. It wasn't really possible to come up with a foolproof plan in the middle of chaotic circumstances. Though Xu Qing was in disguise, the fact was that he had shown up right in the middle of Duanmu Zhang being assimilated. The cultivators of the Twofold Alliance would likely have considered that the 2 events were related, and could very well be hiding around Duanmu Zhang, guarding a tree stump waiting for rabbits. That said, given that they had no idea what was really going on, and also had to deal with the taboo poison invasion, at least they wouldn't be able to have a huge group of cultivators waiting in ambush. Xu Qing's eyes flickered with cold light as he noted a few figures moving through the haze ahead of him. Eyes narrowing to cover any glitter in his eyes, he sped forward. Moving in a blur, he soon appeared behind a mirroring cultivator moving through the haze. Without a sound, Xu Qing lifted his hand to cover the mirrorling's forehead. The mirrorling sensed him, but before it could fight back, Xu Qing shoved hard. A crack rang out and the mirror shattered. The mirrorling was about to scream, but Xu Qing clamped his hand down over its mouth. The scream turned into a mild whimper. Xu Qing sent taboo poison roiling out of him and into the mirrorling. Only after the thing went still in death did he relax his grip, drop the corpse, and then spring back into motion. There was one less figure in the haze. Over the course of the following 10 breaths of time, yet another figure dropped. By now, the surviving cultivators realized what was going on. The next time he attacked, a dozen enemy cultivators sprang out of hiding. Xu Qing's expression didn't change. Inside, he was calculating how much time had passed. This time, he didn't avoid the fight. He shifted from his Gruglum state and instead tapped into the golden threads within him. He suddenly grew larger. The nightshade disguise vanished, and he revealed human features. But now, instead of being his normal height, he was 9 meters tall. He looked like a devilish fiend, sending out godly fluctuations into the poison haze. This was the most powerful fleshly body state Xu Qing could utilize, and it caused a vortex to appear around him. He burst into motion, slamming into 3 skyfaces that were right in front of him. A boom resounded as the 3 skyface cultivators, being completely incapable of mounting a defense, were sent tumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. One of them physically exploded. Each of Xu Qing's abilities was more stupefying than the last. He didn't slow down a bit. Spreading his arms wide, he jumped, passing the 2 skyfaces and grabbing them along the way. Then he hurled them over his shoulders and slammed them into the ground. A string of booms rang out as the 2 skyfaces exploded into hazes of blood. However, there were still more skyfaces and mirrorlings closing in. In the lead was a Tribulation nascent soul cultivator. As they neared, daybreak light with its multitude of transformations erupted from Xu Qing and swirled around. It shot toward the cultivators from the twofold alliance, and they were forced to back away. However, the Tribulation nascent soul expert decided to hold nothing back. Bursting with killing intent and ignoring the flare-ups of poison within him, he shot toward Xu Qing. Die. Blood sprayed out of Xu Qing's mouth, and his nascent souls vibrated painfully as he staggered backward. Before he could get his footing, the enemy launched another attack, this time performing an incantation gesture that summoned an evil ghost that lunged toward Xu Qing. As soon as that evil ghost made contact with Xu Qing's godly pressure, it shrieked and tumbled away. Yet the Tribulation cultivator wasn't going to stop until one of them was dead. Clearly, he knew he couldn't do anything about the poison and wanted to kill Xu Qing before his own body rotted away. Seeing that the evil ghost didn't work, he bit his tongue and spat out some blood, causing the ghost to go completely berserk. He also produced a bottle gourd, which he used to release even more evil ghosts. Finally, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a golden bell to fly out into the open. The sound of the bell stabbed into Xu Qing's soul, all while the evil ghosts snapped at him. Trembling, he tumbled back again and then retreated. The enemy pursued him. Xu Qing wasn't a match in speed, and without his Gruglum state, it didn't take long for the enemy to catch up. The rumbling booms from the combat were noticed by more enemy cultivators, who started moving in that direction. About a dozen breaths of time later, Xu Qing was blasted 30 meters backward by the Tribulation cultivator. The Tribulation cultivator was about to press the attack when he realized his body wasn't complete. His legs were almost completely rotted away, leaving only his torso hovering in midair, and his nascent souls were decaying as the taboo poison filled him. The cultivator growled defiantly. He had gone all out. Yet the human enemy's body seemed capable of absorbing even immense amounts of damage. He hadn't been able to deliver a death blow. What was more, because of the 7-colored light that he could unleash, the human was incredibly hard to capture. Even as despair filled him, a red bolt of lightning shot out of nowhere and stabbed into his forehead. The cultivator flopped to the ground, dead in body and soul. Xu Qing struggled to his feet. He was covered with bite marks from the evil ghosts. Now that the Tribulation cultivator was dead, those evil ghosts were dispersing. However, some of them, having come out of that bottle gourd, didn't just dissipate. Though they collapsed because of the mere aura of Xu Qing's body, that took time, and as long as they could move, they still tried to ravenously devour him. Xu Qing ignored them. As of now, he knew that he wasn't a match for a four-tribulation cultivator. That said, he wasn't worried. He controlled this battlefield, and though his battle prowess wasn't sufficient to take out every enemy, his defenses were incredibly strong. Besides, even enemies who he couldn't take out with an attack would still die eventually because of the poison. The dead cultivators piling up around Xu Qing ensured that those survivors didn't dare to keep fighting him. Instead, they flew up into the air in the hopes of escaping the poison. Xu Qing paid them no heed. Gasping for breath, he continued his approach to the public square. He had trapped 6 spirit trove enemies, shattered the city's defensive shields, poisoned at least 100,000 members of the Twofold Alliance, killed hundreds of gold core enemies, and killed dozens of nascent soul experts. That was about the limit of what he could do. He couldn't push himself any harder as he finally reached the public square and saw Duanmu Zhang there, struggling to breathe. Chapter 565, Add in You, and It Should Be More Than Enough, Part 2. Duanmu Zhang had clearly been deeply affected by the poison, and his body was starting to decay. When he spotted Xu Qing, he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet didn't seem capable of mustering the energy. Xu Qing smiled, reached out, and put his hand on Duanmu Zhang. The poison inside him immediately left him and returned to Xu Qing. Xu Qing placed some daybreak light onto Duanmu Zhang, creating a barrier between him and the taboo poison, as well as the warding spells that had been set up to restrain him. Duanmu Zhang shivered as the poison left him, and the effects of the warding spells faded. He immediately began to heal, however. His wounds were so serious that it was a struggle for him to do more than sit up. He smiled bitterly at Xu Qing. You shouldn't have come. He had seen Xu Qing's violet moon rising, but right now, he didn't ask any questions about that. Xu Qing sat down next to Duanmu Zhang and tried to catch his breath. Based on the fluctuations he could sense, he had an idea of what was going on. The powerful experts from both species were gathering nearby. It wouldn't be long before they made a move. He could sense the plaintive call of his blue-green dragon, which made it clear that it wouldn't be long before the spirit trove experts broke free. Even the violet moon and my heavenly Tao working together can't last longer than an incense stick's worth of time. Not that impressive. Xu Qing sighed as he looked up into the sky. Crimson Mother was sleeping, which meant that he was much freer than before to use the power of the violet moon. The main thing he needed to be on guard about was the Red Moon Cathedral. That said, with the heavenly Tao and his taboo poison to cover the traces of the violet moon, as long as he didn't use it dramatically right out in the open, he should be fine. Xu Qing looked at Duanmu Zhang. Want a drink? Duanmu Zhang nodded. Xu Qing took out 2 jugs of alcohol, one of which he gave to Duanmu Zhang. The other he put to his lips, then threw his head back and took a long drink. Duanmu Zhang took the alcohol and noted the rumbling in the sky, as well as the roars of rage that sent winds whipping about. The ground trembled, and the entire city rocked back and forth. The haze stirred as if it might spread beyond the bounds of the city. The blue-green dragon finally let loose a howl of grief as its body collapsed, and the 6 spirit trove experts burst out into the open. As soon as they appeared, the curse in their blood stirred as if it might awaken. They suppressed it violently, and then they noticed the bodies littering the city and all the other catastrophes, and their rage built. All of them unleashed various magics, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. They suppressed the heaven fire and began to disperse the poison haze. Meanwhile, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior raced back to Xu Qing. Hope appeared in the eyes of the surviving Twofold Alliance cultivators. Seeing everything that was happening, Duanmu Zhang's eyes hardened with determination. After taking a long drink, he prepared to stand. Xu Qing put out a hand to stop him. There's no rush, Xu Qing said, smiling. Duanmu Zhang looked at the smile on Xu Qing's face and noted the bite marks all over him from the evil ghosts. Fear lingering in his heart, Duanmu Zhang said, What about all that? This isn't even my real body, Xu Qing replied. It's fine, they can bite away. When the words left his mouth, certain vibrations coming from D-132 went away. Xu Qing ignored that and looked around. Senior, I saved most of the people from the city, but there were some who I wasn't able to save. Dunmuzang sighed softly. The haze around them stirred as the 6 spirit trove experts appeared overhead. Because of their presence, a wind kicked up, spreading everywhere and reducing the effects of the poison haze and all the sand. The golden crow had already done all it could do, so it returned. The heaven fire in the city went out. Finally, the city became visible again within the scattering haze. It was more than 70% destroyed. Most of the buildings had collapsed. Some succumbed to fire, others were destroyed by mutant beasts, and some yet were dissolved by poison. As for corpses, there actually weren't very many. Dead people couldn't exactly flee poison, and thus, they melted into gory pools of sludge that eventually evaporated into noxious fumes. Weeping, howls of grief, and shouts of rage drifted about. The surviving members of the twofold alliance trembled as they took it all in. They couldn't have been more enraged. The spirit trove experts above had bloodshot eyes as they focused on Xu Qing drinking alcohol as he sat in the square. Just who exactly are you? You're God Herald, Xu Qing said coolly, looking up at them. The 6 spirit trove experts pondered his response. It wasn't possible to fake the awakening of the curse, which meant that they had already begun to suspect who Xu Qing was. A God Herald from another region. That was what all of them were thinking, and it made them feel both humiliated and murderous. Their aura caused the dome of heaven to ripple and resulted in a huge vortex spinning above them. Within it were 6 faces. None of them would ever dare to kill a Moonlight God Herald. However, if this was a God Herald from another region, that made things a bit different. They could theoretically capture him and turn him over to the Red Moon Cathedral. For all they knew, they might be rewarded with an extremely rare medicinal pill called a Panquilling Lozenge, which could temporarily alleviate the pain of the Moonlight region curse. That pain only got worse as one's cultivation base increased, so such pills were precious. They exchanged glances. Then, at the direction of the mirror-orling patriarch, the royal preceptor descended toward Xu Qing. He didn't move too quickly. He could tell that this sudden interloper had many abilities, all of them incomparably Gruish. Therefore, he needed to maintain caution. Seeing that, Xu Qing got to his feet, all while reaching out to the god's finger with divine will. I've already reduced their number with my poison. Because of my violet moon and heavenly Tao, the meat is still fresh. If you don't eat now, you're going to be hungry later. I'm planning to stay in Moonlight for quite a while. I'm sleeping, the finger said proudly, suppressing the gnawing hunger within it. You don't get hungry when you're asleep. What, you're going to threaten to end my life? Believe me, that won't work. Crimson Mother is asleep and won't wake up anytime soon. You've used that excuse a few too many times. I can tell that you're afraid of dying, you little punk. So what now? If I die, you die, and I'll die before eating. Hearing that, Xu Qing calmly looked up at the mirror-orling royal preceptor. Then he took out the Spirit Abyss talisman from Emperor Ancient Spirit. The moment that talisman appeared, the god's finger shivered. What are you doing? I'm getting ready to take them to Emperor Ancient Spirit as an offering. Xu Qing took a step up into the air, his eyes flashing with resolve. The stunned finger was starting to feel very uneasy. Didn't Emperor Ancient Spirit tell you that you had to bring a crippled god? These spirit trove cultivators definitely aren't good enough. 1. Add in you, and it should be enough, Xu Qing said coldly. As he fixed his eyes on the royal preceptor, the god's finger started shrieking. Why, you're completely devoid of conscience. I've saved you so many times. The finger was furious. However, it also realized it had miscalculated. Then it thought back to the terrifying gaze of Emperor Ancient Spirit and the sound of the Emperor swallowing. The finger shivered. Why bother the exalted Emperor Ancient Spirit with something as trivial as this? I'll handle it. The god's finger burst out of D-132, looking sullen and resentful as it started augmenting Xu Qing's body. Godly fluctuations that surpassed anything from before erupted from Xu Qing. The dark sky rippled as a vortex appeared, rumbling loudly and emanating terrifying pressure. The faces of the 6 spirit trove experts flickered in shock. The mirroring royal preceptor stopped moving and looked up. "What's this?" "Impossible." As they devolved into a panic, the fluctuations coming off Xu Qing caused the sky to lose any color and physically shook the entire city. Loud cracking sounds rang out from inside Xu Qing, each of them like thunder. The golden threads inside of him emanated golden light that spread out to completely cover him. As a result, Xu Qing's physical body once again began to grow dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 90 meters. He loomed over the lands like a giant mountain peak. As the overhead vortex spun, rifts opened up, as well as one lightning bolt after another. Then the lightning bolts focused on Xu Qing. The aura of a god was on full display. The power of mutagen raged everywhere, distorting the air and making it difficult to see clearly. The city trembled. Buildings collapsed. More cries of anguish echoed out. Meanwhile, the 6 spirit trove experts up above felt immeasurably intense sensations of deadly crisis. It screamed at them from their flesh, blood, and even their souls. Every fiber of their being seemed to be joining forces to scream at them. A god. Earlier, Xu Qing's use of the taboo poison had left them suspicious, but now they were downright terrified. Xu Qing's current aura surpassed anything remotely mortal. As of now, he had become he. A cry of rage erupted from Xu Qing's mouth and spread out along with the cosmic fluctuations filling the sky. The 6 spirit trove experts, whether they had real secret troves or were just in the Tao-begetting phase, were stunned by the howl of rage and lost any ability to fight back. They were like mortals who had heard the roar of a tiger and were overwhelmed with sensations of panic. It was a terror that formed because of the vast difference between them. It was the crushing pressure that mortals felt in the presence of a higher life level, a god. Even though the god's finger was weak, it was still a god. As for Xu Qing, he was now completely golden in color. Golden light flared and godly might weighed down as he took a step toward the 6 spirit trove cultivators. Hai's single step landed and was right in front of the mirroring royal preceptor. The royal preceptor had a high rank in his species and had parasitized a body made of pure rock. But now he was like a mortal. The mirror on his face shone with pure terror, and he was powerless to do anything. Xu Qing's hand reached out and latched around his neck. The finger began to absorb. Blood-curdling screams erupted from the royal preceptor's mouth as his body withered. Only a moment later, he collapsed into ash, while streams of white energy streamed into the god's finger. Disgusting, it's rotten, absolutely revolting. The god's finger made some retching sounds. Furious, it decided not to eat anything further. But then it realized how incredibly hungry it was. Given that state of starvation, it didn't think that flavor was that important. Fine, no need to be picky. I'll eat first, then worry about everything else later. 1. Xu Qing made the promise to Emperor Ancient Spirit in Chapter 537.1. Chapter 566, Godly Authority of Misfortune, Part 1. The vortex spun in the dark sky, but eventually stopped growing after it covered all of Holy City. Catastrophe was once again about to strike the place. The members of the twofold alliance had already dealt with a curse resurgence, taboo poison, and scorching heaven fire. Things were already miserable. Their captured patriarchs had been freed, which brought some hope. But then a god arrived, and that hope was shredded to pieces. Despair filled the city. Also filled with despair were the surviving 5 spirit trove experts. 3 of them, those in Tao begetting, were shaken to the point of being dazed. The godly might of the god's finger had bereft them of any hope of defending themselves. They were so terrified their minds were blank. The patriarchs both had secret troves that had produced heavenly Taos. Although the violet moon had awoken the curse within them, they could still cling to lucidity. In fact, it was that very lucidity that caused them to be filled with so much astonishment and terror that it slowly became pure despair. In the final analysis, each of them had only a single secret trove. Perhaps if they had 5, placing them in the great circle of spirit trove, then they might have a chance of surviving. But they didn't have that many secret troves. Therefore, they could do nothing but watch as the 90-meter tall figure devoured the mirroring royal preceptor. Then that figure took a step in their direction. It was like a fierce tiger taking a step toward a trembling deer. The Skyface Spirit Trove cultivator stood there blankly as the finger approached. Then the finger directed Xu Qing's hand to land atop the Skyface's head. He's Xu Qing. He's Xu Qing. I'm eating Xu Qing. A shocking gravitational force erupted, latching onto the Tao-begetting cultivator, causing him to rapidly wither up until he was dust. White energy poured into the god's finger. It was disgusting and caused the finger to start violently retching. In that moment, the patriarchs of the Twofold Alliance suddenly erupted with shocking fluctuations. After some struggle, they had finally managed to reveal their secret troves. There was no time to use magical techniques. They were just hoping that a blast of pure power would break them free from the god's finger. What was more, their personal heavenly Taos were in their secret troves, and they were targeting the god's finger. "Detonate!" the patriarchs screamed, and then they fled like mad in the opposite direction. Their secret troves rolled toward the finger, pulsing with terrifying fluctuations. Cracks spread out onto their surfaces, and then they exploded. Around that time, the other two Tao-begetting cultivators recovered their senses. Trembling, they unleashed their own incomplete secret troves and sent them flying toward the god's finger. An intense boom rang out as the two illusory secret troves detonated. The terrifying shock wave that resulted swept over the 90-meter-tall body. At that point, it was without any hesitation whatsoever that the four spirit trove experts fled. They were so deeply shaken that they couldn't care less about the survival of their species. They just wanted to get to safety. In the blink of an eye, they became beams of prismatic light that shot off over the horizon. Yet right then, a very Gruish scene played out. It started with the Skyface's royal preceptor, who was in the Tao-begetting phase. He had flown about 3,000 meters away when, as his secret trove exploded behind him, he pulled out a special treasure. It was a very rare item that was the most powerful object he possessed. Not only could it provide a huge blessing of speed, but also he was capable of long-range teleportations. In fact, it was a range that surpassed any sort of ordinary teleportation talisman. Without any hesitation, he activated the treasure. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D624, letter 1D456, letter 1D628. And yet, that treasure, which had always worked perfectly for him, failed to activate. Apparently, the general chaos, plus the detonation of the secret troves, caused its magical power to malfunction. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. Not even very Gruish things would surprise this royal preceptor. But after his treasure failed to activate, it started cracking. An instant later, it exploded. It was only an explosion of a treasure. However, the royal preceptor had already hung the talisman around his neck, and thus bore the full brunt of the detonation. The shockwave swept over him. A scream rang out as he slammed onto the ground, seriously injured. He had already been weakened by the secret trove explosion, and now his treasure detonated, leaving him even more deeply wounded. Confused, he tried to struggle to his feet. Most Gruish of all was that a mirroring general up above suddenly turned in place, then raced toward the spot where the secret troves had detonated. Given that the mirroring had the same cultivation base as the Skyface royal preceptor, it was no wonder he reached that spot in the blink of an eye, then disappeared. Meanwhile, something horrendously Gruish was happening to the Skyface patriarch. As he was fleeing like mad, a stream of heavenfire suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Heavenfire skycrossing had just been going on barely a month before, so it wasn't unheard of for stray bits of heavenfire to appear here and there. But they usually wouldn't be very destructive and would only affect a small area. That was especially true considering how massive the Moonlight region was. As a result, the statistical probability of lingering bits of heavenfire landing on inhabited areas was extremely remote. But right now, a massive, 300-meter-wide swath of heavenfire had appeared right over the Skyface patriarch's head. The astonishingly powerful heavenfire fell. The Skyface patriarch had an extraordinary physical body, and despite detonating his secret trove, still had a lot of strength left. Heart filled with fear, he burst into motion, heading around the falling heavenfire. Thanks to his quick reaction, he avoided most of the heaven fire, though he did receive a few random burns in the process. Once safe, he looked down at the fire, wondering what exactly was going on. However, there were more gruish things to come. Strange heavenly lightning had somehow gathered in the canopy of heaven, and then it fell. Well over 10. 0 lightning bolts were all heading in his direction. Fundamentally speaking, the chances of this happening were so small as to be non-existent, yet it was very clearly happening. The Skyface Patriarch's pupils constricted, and he madly tried to fight back. However, a series of booms echoed out, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He staggered, hit over and over again before managing to flee the affected area. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly stopped in place. Scowling, he looked down at his body to see that it was withering up. He had suppressed the curse inside of him, but apparently the shock waves from the secret trove detonations had caused it to awaken. The curse of Crimson Mother would kill you beyond the shadow of a doubt. A moment later, his withering body collapsed into dust. The last thing he saw before he died was that nothing like this was happening to any of his compatriots. Down below, the struggling Skyface royal preceptor saw what happened, and it filled him with intense terror. "Misfortune," he said. At the same time, the fluctuations of teleportation power appeared in a different direction in the sky. It was the mirroring patriarch, who had moved quickly enough to avoid the misfortune. As a result, nothing unusual happened when he activated his teleportation talisman and vanished. After all of that, the god's finger let loose another wave of godly might. The finger's 90-meter-tall god body then stepped out of the area affected by the secret trove detonations. The body didn't look any different from before. It still glowed with golden light and didn't seem to be injured at all. It was almost as if the detonation of the secret troves were like nothing more than sparks to it. The reality was, its body was starting to shrivel. In order to protect its body, it had wasted a lot of god power. Considering it had been hungry before, that resulted in it being downright starving now. Letter 1D456, letter 1D633. Letter 1D4B8, letter 2134, letter 1D45A. Hungry, hungry, so hungry. The god's finger was essentially salivating like mad. With a burst of speed, it arrived in front of the despairing Skyface royal preceptor and devoured him. The finger felt more starved than ever, though, and it was so empty its pangs of hunger resounded like thunder. The finger turned and looked at Holy City. Its expression became one of struggle. In the end, it didn't matter how disgusting the food was. When you were starving, you didn't worry about such things. It blurred into motion, appearing right over the city. The surviving members of the twofold alliance therein could only look on in despair as the finger inhaled deeply. Instantly, the huge vortex overhead sank down and enveloped the city. Innumerable howls of grief and screams of pain spread out. Countless members of the two species were sucked up and devoured. The process was slow. After half the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the huge city was basically emptied out. Disgusting, revolting, so gross. The finger spat angrily. Back down in the public square, Duanmu Zhang looked at what was happening and seemed completely taken aback. Have humans on the outside really become this strong? Although Duanmu Zhang was certain there were things he didn't understand about the situation, he couldn't help but wonder about what it indicated about humankind in general. Thankfully, the finger had some level of intelligence and steered clear of Duanmu Zhang. Then, at a certain point, it seemed to sense something, and suddenly opened its mouth wide and looked up into the sky, as if waiting for something. Before long, teleportation fluctuations spread out, and someone popped out right in front of the finger's god body. He was in really bad shape. He had lost half of his body. The parasitized host was falling apart, his true form mirror was almost completely shattered, and his expression was one of despair. He had indeed escaped successfully via teleportation, but then he appeared beneath the surface of the Heavenfire Sea. However, he had paid a heavy price for the teleportation, and then, as he tried to leave the Heavenfire Sea, he was attacked by a mutant beast. He had been so outmatched that, despite knowing he was dealing with the threat of misfortune, he had been forced to teleport back to stay alive. That second teleportation was what brought him here. Heart full of grief and indignation, he could do nothing as the god body of the finger opened its mouth, inhaled, and reduced the patriarch to ashes. The finger's god body then bent over and retched loudly, all while looking vaguely resentful. Then it descended on the city below. As its feet landed on the ground, the body shrank down. It went from 90 meters to 30, and before long it was normal-sized again. The golden color faded away, and the golden light disappeared from the eyes. Xu Qing was back in his normal body, his eyes shining as he walked across the square. In his sea of consciousness, the god's finger pulsed with the aura of a curse, and it was bitterly grumbling. Food in the Moonright region is all marked. It doesn't matter if you kill them or eat them. Your karma ends up suffering from Crimson Mother's curse. I said I wasn't going to eat. No eating. No, now we're finished. Once Crimson Mother wakes up will be the first meal. I need to sleep. I have to sleep. And no matter how you yell at me next time, I'm not going to wake up. Xu Qing made an attempt to placate the finger, but the finger just ignored him, went into D-132, and went to sleep. Chapter 566, Godly Authority of Misfortune, Part 2. Seeing that there was nothing more he could do on that front, Xu Qing ignored the finger and walked up to Duanmu Zhang. Duanmu Zhang instinctively edged away from him a bit before smiling wryly. Is that you?" Xu Qing nodded, then surveyed the area. Holy City was now empty. If there were any survivors, they would succumb to the taboo poison soon enough. Duanmu Zhang was stunned. In the past, he had dreamed of wiping out the twofold alliance, but it wasn't something he could accomplish on his own. But now he had witnessed it actually happening. Duanmu Zhang took a deep breath, and his eyes once again began to shine. He was the leader of a small nation of humans and had experienced many things in life. As such, he knew that one of the most pressing matters was to start figuring out what to do going forward. He looked at Xu Qing. "Xu Qing, we need this city. Can you help me to clear the place out? After that, I'll bring my people here." Xu Qing nodded. "Sure." After telling Duanmu Zhang where everyone else was, Xu Qing thought for a moment and then asked, "What about the Red Moon Cathedral?" Duanmu Zhang stood, his eyes flashing. He had now shoved aside all distractions and was starting to analyze the situation. He shook his head. "The Red Moon Cathedral is so important that the life or death of these two tiny species won't matter much. All they want are their offerings. Therefore, we need to prepare an offering for them. Only the elites of this species lived in Holy City. There are plenty more on the outside, probably numbering more than 500,000. Leave it to me. They have no idea what happened here. I'll go take care of things, and then we'll have our offering ready." As Duanmu Zhang checked the status of his cultivation base, Xu Qing took some medicinal pills out of his bag of holding and handed them over. After accepting the pills, Duanmu Zhang grinned and looked around. "There's no time to lose. I'll take over for now, Xu Qing." Throwing some medicinal pills into his mouth, Duanmu Zhang flew off into the sky. After he was gone, Xu Qing stood in the square quietly for a while. There was no need for him to oversee Duanmu Zhang. Considering the vile surroundings, the fact that Duanmu Zhang had set up a place of refuge and also reached a high level of cultivation went to show he was capable of many things. After a time, Xu Qing started walking through the city. As he proceeded, he collected all remaining scraps of taboo poison, as well as any lingering bits of mutagen. He occasionally encountered some member of the twofold alliance who had not been devoured, but were slowly succumbing to poison. Xu Qing didn't need to give any orders. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior immediately appeared and struck them dead. 2 days later, the city's tribulation was over. It had been cleansed of evil and was now empty. Xu Qing, who sat on the roof of one of the royal palaces, felt unusually calm. His cultivation base had risen significantly. The finger had devoured nearly everything in the city, and thus, Xu Qing didn't benefit much from that. But in the slaughter before that point, he had unwittingly pushed all of his nascent souls to the point where they could summon the second heaven fate tribulation. "It won't be long now," he murmured. It was a clear night with no moon. Heaven and earth were both dark. As Xu Qing sat there quietly, he thought back to the gory paste at the bottoms of those cages. And he thought about Panyan. After a while, he took out a violet-colored flute, put it to his lips, and played the song Plumdark had taught him. The whimpering of the flute drifted to and fro in the city. Time passed. 10 days later, the humans arrived. As Xu Qing caught sight of the procession of more than 100,000 humans, he saw a flash of white appear in their midst. That flash became a young woman who rushed toward him. "Big bro Xu Qing," Linger said. Hurrying up, she wrapped her arms around him. Xu Qing gently stroked her hair, and a smile broke out onto his previously expressionless face. Behind Linger were the shadow, the stone lion, and the head. Before the head could say anything, Xu Qing threw it and the lion back into D-132. The shadow obediently returned to its spot beneath his feet. "Come on," he said softly. "Let's go receive them." He led the way toward the incoming procession. Nothing unusual happened in the following days. The humans brought new life to the city. Their sorrow remained in their memories, but hope for the future became a seed that would grow in their hearts. Buildings were going back up, and the city wall was being repaired. Gradually, laughter could be heard in the city. The sounds of joy filled the streets. Duanmu Zhang returned a month later. Somehow, he had acquired over 1,000 iron cages, into which had been crammed numerous members of the Twofold Alliance. Because Skyfaces were so large, it wasn't possible to fit as many of them into the cages. However, overall, it seemed that there were well over the required 500,000 offerings. Their despairing, numb gazes looked exactly like the gazes of the human victims they had treated like nothing more than food. Xu Qing felt no pity for these people from the Twofold Alliance. The cages were plopped down outside the city, and there they waited for their doom to be sealed. Duanmu Zhang's return brought new life to the city and the repair work. Soon, the spell formations were back in working order. When the defensive shield was activated, the 100,000 humans jumped for joy. Linger did the same. They had lived desperate lives in the bottom of an abandoned mine, just waiting to become food. Given that, this new set of circumstances felt much safer. As Xu Qing watched from the city wall, he felt happy. Then he looked at the distant horizon. It was time to leave. "It's too bad I still don't have a way to remove that curse." He turned to the side, where Duanmu Zhang had materialized next to him. Handing Xu Qing a jug of alcohol, he sat down, looked at the people below, and sighed. "Thank you, Xu Qing," he said softly. Xu Qing nodded and took a drink. "I just did what I had to do." Duanmu Zhang looked deeply at Xu Qing, but in the end, decided not to ask any questions about how everything played out. It was all the past now. He knew that everyone had secrets, and that sometimes it was best not to pry. Taking a drink, he said, "By the way, I asked around about the Dorites. Most sightings have been in the central district here in the east. That's where offerings are delivered to the Red Moon Cathedral. After all, this time of year is a busy season for the Dorites. They do a lot of business in times like this." Xu Qing nodded. He had previously asked Duanmu Zhang about long-range teleportation portals. He needed to get to Mount Heavenly Ox, which was in the south of the Moonright region. That was a very, very long way away. During his entire time near the Heavenfire Sea, Xu Qing hadn't spotted a single teleportation portal the likes of which were common in Sea-Sealing County. There wasn't even a teleportation portal in Holy City. It was possible to buy teleportation talismans, but most of them were the entropic variety that teleported you to a random place. Duanmu Zhang had explained to him that, in the Moonright region, only the biggest species had teleportation portals. Normally speaking, anyone else who wanted to teleport somewhere would need to enlist the help of the Dorites. The Dorites were an unusual species who were born with an innate and permanent connection to a specific and unique door. As a species, they did not have any one area that they called home. What was more, when members of their species became adults, they would leave to travel about the region. The species' innate ability was that they could make a record in their door of any location they had visited. Later on, they could teleport people back to that spot. The range depended on the level of cultivation base involved. That was how the Dorites earned a living. And whenever the Red Moon Cathedral went somewhere to demand offerings, the Dorites would have plenty of customers to do business with among the species who didn't control teleportation portals. If you want, Duanmu Zhang continued, you can come with me to the east. I need to leave soon anyway to deliver our offering to the cathedral. Xu Qing thought about it. If he didn't use teleportation portals, it would take far too long to travel to Mount Heavenly Ox. The appointed time to meet up with the captain had already passed. Given that they had no way to communicate, Xu Qing made his decision quickly. Based on experience, he knew that the Red Moon Cathedral apparently had no way to detect his violet moon. So he nodded. Thus, 3 days later at dawn, Xu Qing and Linger left along with Duanmu Zhang and all the cages. When they left, the 100,000 humans in the city all stepped out at the same time. Looking at Xu Qing, they got to their knees and kowtowed. Their eyes were full of blessings, and they all prayed that Xu Qing would be safe on his journeys. Xu Qing looked back. Moved, he clasped hands and bowed. The sky was dark, and a stiff wind blew, reducing visibility. But there was nothing that could mask the hope in the city. Xu Qing turned and left with the caravan. Later, as the wind blew, Duanmu Zhang spoke in a hoarse voice. Xu Qing, there's a legend in the Moonlight region. Supposedly, because of the curse, the souls of people who die in this region cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, they return to the Red Moon Cathedral. When Crimson Mother comes to enjoy her offerings, those souls become seeds that are reincarnated in the region. It's an endless cycle, and is why this place is also called the Red Moon Spirit Garden. People from here live and die over and over again, always living lives of bitterness, unable to escape Moonlight. The point is, Panyan might be dead, but her soul should still be there at the Red Moon Cathedral. Chapter 567, An Agreement Reached Beneath the Heavenfire Sea, Part 1. A great wind blew over the desolate lands of the Moonlight region. It was like a solemn dirge recounting the distant past. Dust rose up into the wind, spreading out into all heaven and earth, becoming a part of the duskiness that filled everything. Just barely visible within the hazy darkness was a caravan. It was made of giant metal cages, within which were innumerable mirrorlings and skyfaces. On a cart up front were 2 people who were a generation apart in age. The old man wore a mask, as did the young person. The masks featured very dramatic facial expressions full of piety and devotion. They almost looked worshipful. Anyone who goes to the Red Moon Cathedral to provide offerings is required to wear masks like this, Duanmu Zhang explained. It's one of the ceremonial requirements. Thankfully, I did this before when I was younger. Here in the Moonlight region, the destruction of the Twofold Alliance isn't going to cause any waves. To the majestic Red Moon Cathedral, 2 minor species getting wiped out isn't worth paying attention to. That's especially true toward the end of one of the Red Moon Cathedral's visits. Countless species have been stockpiling offerings for many years. People really start to go crazy. We need to be ready for anything, but don't worry, I can handle all the details. Xu Qing nodded, while simultaneously reaching up to touch the mask he wore. He was actually already familiar with some of these things, thanks to the intelligence reports from the captain. They were now 9 days away from Holy City. It would take another half a month to reach the spot where the Red Moon Cathedral was waiting for offerings. Over the past few days, Xu Qing had been putting a lot of thought into the matter that Duanmu Zhang mentioned when they first set out. Duanmu Zhang looked at Xu Qing. You're still thinking about the dead souls in the cathedral. Xu Qing looked up at the dusky dome of heaven and quietly replied, From ancient times until now, has there ever been anyone who managed to free themselves from the curse of the Moonlight region, as well as its cycle of reincarnation? Duanmu Zhang shook his head. Never. Xu Qing thought back to the captain's previous lives. But, Duanmu Zhang suddenly continued, there are some people who have tried very hard to do so, and they're still trying. Duanmu Zhang looked meaningfully at Xu Qing, as if feeling him out. The Red Moon is by no means eternal. Xu Qing looked back at Duanmu Zhang and nodded. The words sounded like some sort of code phrase, except he didn't know the follow-up response. Duanmu Zhang looked at him for a moment, then couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to respond?" "The red moon is by no means eternal," Xu Qing said in a low voice. Duanmu Zhang said nothing at first. A moment passed, and he sighed, took off his mask, and massaged the bridge of his nose. "Xu Qing, have you heard of the Moon Rebel congregation?" Xu Qing's gaze sharpened. He had never heard of any such organization, not even in the captain's intelligence reports. He shook his head. The moment Duanmu Zhang said, "Moon Rebel congregation," his gaze remained focused on Xu Qing's eyes, as if he were looking for something. After noting Xu Qing's reaction, he didn't say anything further. Xu Qing didn't ask any questions. He could tell that this Moon Rebel congregation was obviously very secretive, and probing for more information could lead to a misunderstanding. The caravan moved on. Over the course of the next 7 days, they left the plains, went through some mountains, and got very close to the center of the eastern part of the region. At one point when they were resting on a mountaintop, Duanmu Zhang took a drink of alcohol and then seemed to finally make a decision. "Xu Qing, I trust that you're not working with the Red Moon Cathedral." Xu Qing looked at him. "The Moon Rebel congregation is a secret society that's existed for a very long time in the Moonlight region. In fact, it goes back just as long as the Red Moon Cathedral. No one knows how exactly it got started, and it's been wiped out many times. However, whenever Crimson Mother completes a harvest and the survivors start to rebuild, the organization will grow back." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. If this Moon Rebel congregation had been around for as long as the Red Moon Cathedral, it went to show it was extraordinary in some way. It seemed particularly astonishing that it would grow stronger after the destruction that regularly occurred in the Red Moon's spirit garden. Although Crimson Mother was currently sleeping, that state of affairs wouldn't continue forever. Duanmu Zhang continued, "The Moon Rebel congregation attracts people in the Moonlight region who wish to fight back. They dream of one day removing the ancient curse and turning everything around. Although it's a very vague dream, at least it provides some hope. And a lot of hard work has gone into that dream. Though individual members of the Moon Rebel congregation can't really work together in the open, there's plenty of research going on about how to dispel the curse." Xu Qing's heart surged at those words. He had done some of his own research into the curse while in the city beneath the mine, but didn't have much to show for it. He needed to do a lot more deep study. There was some emotion in Duanmu Zhang's voice that Xu Qing could sense. Every member of the Moon Rebel congregation keeps their identity secret. No one knows who they are, except for they themselves. The first major rule for members is that they not reveal who they are. As you can imagine, the Red Moon Cathedral is constantly trying to find members of the Moon Rebel congregation. Likewise, there are members of the Moon Rebel congregation who have infiltrated the Red Moon Cathedral. Duanmu Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Xu Qing. "The Red Moon is by no means eternal. Hope exists from time immemorial and into forever. Xu Qing, you might not be a member of the Moon Rebel congregation, but I have a feeling that one day you'll have dealings with them. If you want to get to the Moon Rebel congregation, you can start by traveling to the Bitter Life Mountains." Duanmu Zhang said nothing after that. He closed his eyes, and they continued on their way. Xu Qing could tell Duanmu Zhang didn't want to talk about the matter any further, so he didn't ask any questions. It seemed highly likely that Duanmu Zhang was a member of the Moon Rebel congregation. Considering what he had already revealed, it was obvious that he trusted Xu Qing a lot. Xu Qing contemplated everything Duanmu Zhang had told him. Just like that, days passed. 8 days later, they reached their destination. Off in the distance was a huge valley. The mountains on either side were taller than any mountain Xu Qing had ever seen. In the dusky light, the grotesquely shaped jagged rocks that covered their surface seemed like demonic monsters. The valley between them looked almost like the entrance to the Yellow Springs. Not only was it shocking in appearance, but also the wind that blew out of it carried with it sounds like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Floating right in the middle of the valley was a huge, blood-red heart, the beating of which caused thumping sounds to spread out in all directions, and made the atmosphere around the valley even more gruish. The church temple and the statue atop the heart both emanated astonishing pressure. Quite a few asteroids still orbited around the heart, and the figures seated cross-legged atop them were as unmoving as they'd been last time Xu Qing saw them. There were doors scattered about, made from different materials, some large, others small, some round, others square. All of them pulsed with teleportation fluctuations. Crowds emerged from the doors almost non-stop. As a result, the valley was a bustling place. There were all sorts of strange species present, some with physical bodies, others who were in illusory form. All of them wore the same type of masks that Duanmu Zhang had provided. These were species from throughout the eastern part of Moonright region who were here to bring offerings to the Red Moon Cathedral. "See those doors, Xu Qing," Duanmu Zhang said quietly. "Those are the Dorites. Go talk to them and you should be able to arrange teleportation to the south. They usually accept payments in spirit stones or heavenfire crystals. As for the church temple up in the air, don't look at it directly." As a local, Duanmu Zhang was familiar with how everything worked. After giving a few more pieces of advice, he solemnly said, "And finally, have a safe journey." With that, he led the caravan away. After watching Duanmu Zhang disappear into the crowd, Xu Qing took a deep breath and did the same. There were all sorts of species present, and people were hurrying around everywhere. The church temple above didn't seem to be paying attention to what happened below. As long as they got their offerings, they let things play out naturally. When enough people gathered in one place, it would result in a bustling atmosphere. And that was how things were now. It was even possible to see people engaged in business transactions here and there. It was very loud. As Xu Qing walked along, he chose not to go to one of the very large doors. Instead, he picked a smaller door. It was made from wood and was only about 3 meters tall. Seeing that no one was coming out of it, Xu Qing prepared to walk over. Before he could, the chatter of the crowd caused him to stop in place. "Did you hear? Something huge went down recently in the west." "You're talking about what happened to the Lone Sun species about 5 months ago. Apparently they issued a region-wide arrest warrant." "Oh yeah, I heard about that. I guess they lost some sort of precious treasure." "Precious treasure? Seriously, that's what you're going to call it. It was an artificial sun." "The Lone Suns are the biggest species in the West. Didn't they create an actual sun a few years back, which they hung above their lands? Because of that, it's not dark over there. Except, 5 months ago, somebody stole that sun." "Someone stole their sun right out from under their noses. What crazy species did that?" "I'm not sure. Apparently the Lone Suns aren't sure either. That said, their arrest warrant did mention a name, Unking Jianyan. The thief was really bold, as he left that name carved into the ground after he left. No matter how you look at it, that name is really strange. Everybody is talking about this Unking Jianyan." When Xu Qing heard all the talk, a strange expression appeared on his face beneath his mask. "Unking Jianyan," he murmured. It seemed highly likely that the captain was behind this. Xu Qing remembered that, when they parted, the captain had proudly said that his alias, Master Unfinished, would be famous everywhere. If you combine the first syllable of Unfinished with characters from Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan's names, then added in Qing from Xu Qing, it made it very obvious what Unking Jianyan was referring to. The captain had obviously put a lot of thought into combining the 4 characters into a name. Even though Xu Qing hadn't participated in the heist, the captain had still included his name. Xu Qing sighed and walked toward the wooden door. Chapter 567, An Agreement Reached Beneath the Heavenfire Sea, Part 2. High above the valley atop the beating heart, a woman in red walked out of the church temple. This person was actually the entity from the coffin at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea, and was actually a man, not a woman. His expression was reserved as he looked down at the lands below. A faint, mysterious smile appeared on his face. 1. This boy has a very strong, baleful aura. Behind him in the church temple, the god herald sat as unmoving as a statue. No one in the valley could sense what was happening above. In fact, even if people below had looked up, they wouldn't have seen a woman in red. Everyone's senses had been secretly altered. In D132, inside of Xu Qing, the god's finger, who had been so deeply affected by the curse, was in the middle of retching. Suddenly it shivered. Then it pretended nothing had happened and continued retching. Xu Qing didn't detect anything abnormal. After talking with the Dorite and finding that it couldn't teleport him to the south, he moved on and patiently tried to find another Dorite. He talked to a few dozen until he found an unusually short door. It was barely more than a meter tall and was in very bad condition. As Xu Qing neared, the door frame suddenly twisted like a wriggling snake. A face appeared on the door itself, which looked at Xu Qing. "Hello, fellow Taoist," Xu Qing said calmly. "Can you perform teleportations to the south?" The face in the door looked Xu Qing up and down, then smiled. 100,000 spirit stones. Xu Qing looked at the face. The stated price was excessively high. Xu Qing had given most of his spirit stones to Duanmu Zhang and didn't have many left. "Don't even think of complaining that the price is too high," the face said coolly. "We're in the busy season right now. Species from all over are bringing offerings here. If it wasn't for the fact that I was already planning to head south myself, I wouldn't take you there even if you did give me 100,000. After mulling the matter over, Xu Qing nodded. "Can I pay in Heavenfire crystals?" The face's eyes lit up. Clearly, it really liked Heavenfire crystals. "No problem. Either 1,000 white crystals or a single red one." Xu Qing nodded. However, after they started discussing the deal in more detail, he found that the Dorite couldn't take him south immediately. It had a few groups of customers that hadn't teleported in yet, and thus needed to wait until later that night. Xu Qing frowned. He wanted to leave immediately if he could. Therefore, he made inquiries of other Dorites, only to find that none of them could send him south any sooner than 3 days. In the end, Xu Qing chose to seal the deal with the small wooden door. It was about 6 hours until evening. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, Xu Qing found a quiet corner where he could sit down cross-legged to meditate. Time passed. A few hours later, he happened to see Duanmu Zhang walking through the crowd. Duanmu Zhang noticed him and approached. "You didn't find a Dorite that could help you?" he asked. "I did. I'll leave in a little bit." Xu Qing noted that there was no sign of the caravan. Noticing his gaze, Duanmu Zhang sat down next to him. "I already handed the caravan over to the cathedral. Everything is settled, so you don't need to worry. You can leave with a clear head." Although Duanmu Zhang's facial expression looked no different than normal, the truth was that he was feeling very anxious. The reason wasn't because of how he'd wiped out the twofold alliance. The Red Moon Cathedral really didn't care about that kind of thing. Rather, he was anxious because of the demands the cathedral had made. They told him to go back and prepare another 500,000 offerings. That wasn't going to be easy, but Duanmu Zhang didn't intend to tell Xu Qing about the situation. As far as he was concerned, Xu Qing had already done enough. Duanmu Zhang needed to handle his own issues. Xu Qing looked at Duanmu Zhang. Duanmu Zhang smiled. Given everything he had experienced, and of course his age, he was a shrewd person, and not the type Xu Qing could easily read. That was especially true when he was intentionally hiding things. "What, don't believe me?" Duanmu Zhang said with a chuckle. "Oh, you're too suspicious. I just figured I would wait until you'd teleported away before I headed back." Xu Qing really hadn't picked up on any clues that something else was going on. He nodded. When evening fell, he stood and said farewell to Duanmu Zhang. "If you have free time, remember to come back and visit us," Duanmu Zhang said, looking a bit sad. "Definitely," Xu Qing whispered. "Most definitely," Linger said from within his sleeve. Duanmu Zhang gave a nod in response. Xu Qing turned and headed toward the short wooden door. Once he arrived, he took out the Heavenfire crystals. The face inhaled, sucking the crystals in. Then the door glittered with the light of teleportation as a vortex appeared. Xu Qing took a deep breath and prepared to step in. Just before he did, someone spoke from behind him in a low voice, almost a growl. "Shut the door." Xu Qing's face fell. He wanted to simply jump into the vortex, but before he could, the door closed and the teleportation fluctuations ceased. Scowling, he looked over his shoulder to see who was approaching from behind. His pupils constricted. It was a woman wearing red, emanating spirit trove fluctuations. No one in the area seemed to register her presence, as if they didn't notice her. Not even Duanmu Zhang reacted. It was as if their perceptions had been altered, but Xu Qing had not. Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. "Well met, senior." He recognized this person as the god-servant he had thrown into that coffin at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea. When a dead person suddenly showed up like this, it made it easy to theorize about who they really were. That was especially true considering that no one in the area seemed to notice what was happening. That lent even more certainty as to their identity. It was easy to explain why the people in the church temple above, even the God Herald, hadn't noticed anything unusual happening. The entity from that coffin could alter one's perceptions. With that ability, it was no wonder the God Herald was fooled. And then that entity had used some unknown method to create a clone. Everything made sense. This was not the woman he had fought. It was the entity from the coffin. With those thoughts on his mind, Xu Qing made sure to keep a very respectful expression on his face. The entity smiled enigmatically. Then, as Xu Qing felt pressure mounting, he approached and stopped right in front of him. Seeing Xu Qing's attitude caused the entity to smile. It was no surprise at all that Xu Qing had recognized this form he was wearing. "You're always so polite, boy. It makes it hard to have any malicious thoughts." "Senior," Xu Qing replied solemnly, "you're clearly majestic and noble. I'm only behaving in kind. That's how my master taught me to act." "You're bringing up your master again?" the entity asked, smiling profoundly. Xu Qing's expression flickered, and he bowed again. "Since you don't like me bringing it up, senior, I won't bring it up again." The entity looked Xu Qing up and down before shaking his head and smiling. "I know you have an extraordinary background. Your master is probably some almighty individual. However, we're in the Moonlight region right now." He looked up into the sky. Xu Qing didn't say anything. A moment later, the entity spoke again. "Boy, do you remember the agreement we made at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea?" "I remember," Xu Qing said, nodding seriously. "In that case, I want you to come with me to the frozen north of the Moonlight region. My older sister is being suppressed there, and I have a little brother who's interred beneath a glacier." The entity's voice seemed to contain reminiscence and melancholy. Xu Qing hesitated. For one thing, he had no way to tell if what this person was saying was true. And regardless, if he went north, he knew without a doubt that things would get even more dangerous than they already were. Given his level of strength, getting involved in things like this could be very risky. And if the reward was just heaven fate, then it didn't seem worth it. Xu Qing didn't hide his hesitancy. Instead, he let it show on his face. He was confident that whatever almighty entity he was dealing with, they would surely understand what that expression meant. It was one of the ways the weak could make demands of the strong. Although he wasn't sure what would result, he needed to try. "Did your master teach you that too?" the entity asked coolly, his voice calm but imposing, and his facial expressions similar. In his memories, he remembered that speaking in this way, and using this facial expression, would usually leave people trembling and ready to agree to anything he demanded. Xu Qing looked embarrassed, which actually served to relax the atmosphere. Seeing that, the entity's eyes glittered with a strange light. After some thought, he said, "This is a business transaction, and I want you to do exactly as I ask. You can benefit in 3 ways. 1, you can get some heaven fate. 2, the humans by Heavenfire Sea will receive an official decree from the cathedral exempting them from the need to provide further offerings. What's more, the decree will keep them safe all the way until the next call for offerings. 3, after you've followed all of my instructions, you'll receive a mysterious gift. Now, what's your decision?" Xu Qing turned to look at Duanmu Zhang. Duanmu Zhang was actually walking off into the distance. As far as he knew, Xu Qing was already gone. He looked bleak and lonely. Clearly, the anxiety he had been hiding from Xu Qing was growing. "I agree," Xu Qing said quietly, looking back at the entity in red. Saying no would have been dangerous. Besides, the possible risks and rewards seemed balanced. The entity smiled. He liked polite, intelligent people and therefore was very pleased with Xu Qing. When people cooperated, it made it possible for him to avoid killing. "I've always kept my word, boy, so don't worry. Now come with me." With that, the entity floated up into the air, going in the direction of the heart. Xu Qing took a deep breath and followed. The entity stopped in front of the church temple. When Xu Qing landed in the same spot, he looked at the statue of Crimson Mother. The statue struck fear into his heart. "Your master has some skills. After all, he managed to find a high god for Crimson Mother to devour, thus putting her in a deep sleep." The entity looked at him with a mysterious and knowing smile. Xu Qing blinked a few times and chose not to respond. He looked at the church temple and could see through the open door that all the people inside were as unmoving as statues. "They tasted good," the entity said, licking his lips. "Rest up. The act needs to be fully played out. In 3 days, when the sacrificial offerings are over, we'll leave." Hearing that, Xu Qing sat down and looked at the bleak Duanmu zang off in the distance. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D624, letter 1D45C, letter 1D62E. The entity waved a hand, and a streak of red light shot out of the cathedral. It turned into a command medallion that headed toward Duanmu Zhang. Down below, the increasingly anxious Duanmu Zhang looked surprised as he reached up and caught the command medallion. He could sense the aura of protection in it, and when he realized it negated the orders to bring more offerings, he spun to look in the direction of the church temple. He saw nothing. Eventually, he looked back and continued on his way. Was it him, just who exactly is he? Xu Qing looked at Duanmu Zhang leaving the area and wished him well. "Please stay safe." 1. The author goes back and forth between male and female pronouns for this being, and continues to call her woman, even after it's evident she's actually a man. As was made clear in the title of Chapter 561, the entity in the coffin was male. To avoid confusion, I'm going to standardize the pronoun to male and call him an entity for a short time until we learn more about who he is. The author only uses the female pronoun a few times, and like I said, switches back and forth for a time. If this was a case of the author intentionally hiding the gender of the character, I would shape the translation to mimic that. However, we knew literally from the beginning that the character is male, so in order to avoid confusion, I'm going to make the translation clear and understandable. Chapter 568, Secrets of Revered Ancient, Part 1. 3 days later, as the days of offerings came to an end, the Red Moon Cathedral burst with crimson light as it screamed off over the horizon. The dozens of asteroids continued to orbit around it as it left. Whatever people from various species remained in the valley all prostrated on the ground with masks on their faces. After the cathedral was gone, they all breathed sighs of relief in their hearts. Now that the offerings had been given, it would be years before they needed to consider doing it again. Though everyone was relieved, most people also felt internal pressure building up within them. According to calculations, the red moon would be coming very soon. There was no fixed schedule governing the coming and going of the red moon in the Moonlight region. However, there was a special way to get a good idea of the timetable, and that was by keeping track of when the cathedral came for the harvest of offerings. When the intervals switched to once every 3 to 5 years, that indicated the red moon would appear soon. At that time, when life for most people was about to end, evil would proliferate and everything would devolve into chaos and war. This time it would be no different. "The Moonlight region is about to become a scene straight out of hell," said the entity in red as he stood atop the heart and looked out at the lands below. Xu Qing stood next to him. First he looked over his shoulder at the valley getting smaller behind him, then he turned back and focused on what he stood atop. Over the course of the past 3 days, he had examined the heart in quite a bit of detail. It was fantastically bizarre. It had life force and was even beating, sending out thunderous booms that could shake one to the core. Noticing what Xu Qing was looking at, the entity said, "All of the Red Moon Cathedral's mobile church temples are built on organs." "Do you happen to know whose organs they are, Senior?" Xu Qing asked. The entity shook his head. I looked into that myself and could only confirm that they don't belong to any of my brothers or sisters. What's more, the organs all have evidence of having been sacrificed. I've been sealed for so long that my understanding of the outside world is outdated. Only by eating some of the people in the church temple was I able to get a bit of information. Sadly, they aren't important enough to have information about who the organs come from. Xu Qing nodded. Earlier, he had changed into one of the ceremonial red robes worn by certain members of the Red Moon Cathedral. As of now, Xu Qing wasn't just a member of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. He had also been appointed as a godslave. Xu Qing thought for a moment, then finally decided to answer the big question he'd been wondering about. Senior, in some ancient records I read about how your father waged war against the Red Moon, and there are a lot of stories about the penitent steps. 1. He wanted to know Crimson Mother's true origin. The entity in red stood there for a moment before responding. Crimson Mother died once before, killed by my father. That obviously led to a big grudge. By the time she returned, she had already reached godly ascension, and I heard my father mention that she was returning from revered ancient's Earthworld. As if to emphasize the entity's words, thunder rumbled on the horizon. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's heart was racing. This was his first time hearing about any of Crimson Mother's story. As a result, he couldn't hold back from asking, Crimson Mother wasn't always a god, and what's revered ancient's Earthworld? The entity didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the dome of heaven, reminiscence in his eyes. Then he turned to Xu Qing. Some gods are born as gods. Some become gods by means of cultivation, which we call post-heaven gods. Still others come from beyond the heavens, and there are some who come from the depths of the lands. Thunder once again crashed. It seemed to Xu Qing that something unusual was going on. And then, fog sprang up around them, after which it started raining heavily. In the distance, it looked like it was snowing. The sudden transformations to heaven and earth made Xu Qing think about heavenly Taos and magical laws. Do you dare to listen to more? The entity asked, looking at Xu Qing deeply. Xu Qing looked into the sky and could sense his shattered blue-green dragon, which was slowly healing. Thinking back to everything that happened at the 10 Entrails tree, he nodded. The entity chuckled. Even still, you dare to listen further? Ah, whatever. Let's just see how much you can take. The history of what exists beneath revered ancient has mostly been wiped out by successive generations of ancient emperors. Because of that, few people are aware that, in the most ancient times, that place was called Brilliant Heaven, according to some stories. The very first species to inhabit the revered ancient mainland came from there, and it continued to be called that until ancient Emperor Dark Serenity started calling it an Earthworld. 3. The sound filling the sky grew more intense. Everything in the area rippled and distorted, and terrifying pressure weighed down from above as an immense will became apparent. That immense will caused Xu Qing's face to drain of blood. His heart raced as he realized that heaven and earth were apparently telling him that these were taboo matters relating to revered ancient. The heavenly Taos of the revered ancient mainland wouldn't allow him to spread word of these things. Interesting, the entity said, measuring up Xu Qing curiously. The heavenly Taos didn't release any of their powers of silence or amnesia. These heavenly Taos really like you, boy. Xu Qing struggled to keep his facial expression neutral, but the rising will left him feeling jumpy. Looking amused, the entity continued, In that case, I'll let you in on another secret. The so-called gods, well, they have a goal, and that is to... Xu Qing's pupils constricted as he realized he couldn't hear the entity speaking anymore. Everything else sounded normal, but he couldn't hear any voice. The entity seemed to notice that, and thus ceased speaking. An hour later, Xu Qing recovered, and his heart pounded with lingering fear. Days passed as the Red Moon Cathedral's mobile church flew north. Xu Qing asked for clarification about what they had been discussing earlier. However, whenever it came time for the key information to be spoken, he couldn't hear anything. Thanks to experimentation, though, he was able to get some basic information. That included details about the cultivation level above smoldering God. So Godfear, Xu Qing murmured. As of now, he had heard the name Godfire but didn't know much about what it was. 2. A month later, the land ahead turned white from cold, and a stiff wind picked up. Xu Qing soon saw the black glaciers of the frozen north. Virtually all of the lands in the north were covered in glaciers. There was no soil, just thick ice that covered everything. The mountains were also made of ice, making the entire place seem lacking in life. Hovering over the glaciers, the entity in red looked around with a gleam of reminiscence in his eyes. Then he said, "We're here, boy, follow me." The entity dropped off the huge heart and started walking. Xu Qing followed. The red moon, Cathedral's mobile church, changed directions and shot off into the distance. Xu Qing turned to look at it go. Inside of that thing is a gift for an old friend of mine in the Red Moon Cathedral. The entity proceeded across the glaciers, keeping his senses spread out around them as if he was looking for something. Xu Qing didn't say anything. He just kept pace. They walked through the cold wind for several days. At one point, Xu Qing spotted a sect off in the distance. It was fairly large, with quite a few disciples coming and going. Those are the Gloomite people. They serve the Red Moon Cathedral and performed such amazing services in the past that they were given the right to send disciples to the cathedral to serve as special guards. That arrangement has been in place for generations. The entity looked a bit derisive when speaking of the Gloomites. However, he didn't elaborate. He just led Xu Qing in the direction of the sect. No one detected their arrival. Their perceptions were affected, and they had no idea Xu Qing or the entity in red were even there. As Xu Qing walked among the Gloomites, he had a hard time understanding why the entity in red referred to them as if they were a unique species. From what he could see, the disciples seemed to be people from all species. The entity didn't seem inclined to go into more detail, though, so he didn't ask any questions. After walking deep into the sect, they reached a huge crevice in one of the glaciers. The entity stopped at the edge and closed his eyes for a long moment. "This is the place," he said. Expression one of sorrow, he stepped into the crevice. Xu Qing looked down into the crevice briefly, then followed. A cold wind blew out from inside. It was so cold it seemed capable of freezing both the body and the soul. The further down he went into the crevice, the colder it got. After going down for such a long time, Xu Qing had lost track of how long they had been inside. His eyebrows were white from frost. Not long after that, they reached the bottom. They were in a huge, icy cave temple. It was almost like a minor world, with a sky filled with ice and lands that stretched on with seemingly no end. Off in the distance, Xu Qing saw a lake. The water in the lake was obviously very strange, as it hadn't frozen. Mist swirled above its surface. Within that mist, Xu Qing could see numerous Gloomite disciples. The disciples were lugging crystal caskets over to the shore, where they placed them neatly in rows. At a glance, there seemed to be hundreds of coffins around the lake. After delivering a coffin, the disciple carrying it would hurry away. Looking over the coffins, Xu Qing saw that there were bodies inside of them. Based on their clothing, they were all disciples of this sect. It was a very strange sight, and Xu Qing was about to look more closely at everything when the lake suddenly churned, and beams of seven-colored light rose up from it like tentacles reaching toward the coffins. Each tentacle ultimately wrapped around a single coffin, which it then dragged back toward the lake. Before much time had passed, all the coffins sank into the lake and disappeared. After that, the surface of the lake became calm again. "When you look at the Gloomites superficially," the entity said placidly, "they look like a sect filled with all sorts of species. But the reality is that turning into other species is the only way for them to serve as special guards in the cathedral. Those who don't become another species will end up as food. In order to become another species, they have to go through a special ceremony. You just witnessed it. The disciples in the coffins will be taken to a special location, and if they live through it and come out again, it's considered a success. That's because the individuals that come out are not the same as those who go in." Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. Parasitization. The Gloomite Patriarch used to be a subordinate of my father. Back when Crimson Mother showed up, he chose to betray my father, who subsequently killed him. The major worlds he was building collapsed and were mostly destroyed. The life force within them ceased to exist. One damaged chunk fell here. To thank them for their service, Crimson Mother preserved the discarnate souls of those who died here, and that's how the Gloomite species came to be. Xu Qing looked at the lake again. If it took an imperial sovereign to kill that Gloomite Patriarch and shatter his major worlds, then it went to indicate that the Patriarch was a smoldering god. After another long look at the lake, the entity turned and headed deeper into the cave temple. "Let's go. The place we're going to isn't here." Xu Qing could sense that there was more to the story, but now wasn't the time to ask questions. He simply followed as they got deeper and deeper into the cave. Because the 7-colored tentacles moved so quickly, and also because of the large number of coffins, Xu Qing hadn't noticed that there was a familiar face in one of the coffins. The detail about this entity's father being the leader of the region was mentioned in Chapter 560.2. 2. Godfire was mentioned before in Chapter 524.2 and 525.1. 3. Incidentally, the exact same term Brilliant Heaven appears in Urgen's other novel, A World Worth Protecting. The term is fairly unique, so it pops out. As for whether the terms are related, connected, the same, or whatever, well, that's obviously not clear based on the context here. Chapter 568, Secrets of Revered Ancient Part 2. At the bottom of the lake, one of the corpses in the coffins opened his eyes and looked around. Seeing the surrounding lake water, he suddenly looked extremely pleased with himself. Then he glanced at the 7-colored tentacles that were dragging down the coffins, and he looked even more pleased. Foolish Gloomites. Getting into this place was as easy as putting a hand in my pocket and pulling something out. Next, I need to get into this species' minor world. Then I can enact my real plan. I wonder how little Ah Ching is doing nowadays. I doubt he's having as much fun as I am. He's probably already at Mount Heavenly Ox, shivering and trembling as he waits for me to show up. That corpse was none other than the captain. Oh, little Ah Ching. Eldest brother didn't intend to be late, but that's just how things worked out. For the sake of this big job. You need to stay put for a little bit. Besides, you're the one who decided not to stick close to me. Feeling very lofty, the captain closed his eyes and continued to pretend to be dead. The entity in red sped up as he led Xu Qing away from the lake and across the glaciers. Eventually, he waved his hand to sweep up Xu Qing and move even faster. Because of the shocking speed, it only took about 15 or 16 hours to reach the very depths of the glaciers. It was extremely cold here, and the power of the red moon warding spells was intense. The warding spell fluctuations caused Xu Qing's eyes to narrow as he realized where they were heading. Just as he expected, the entity in red soon stopped at the edge of a glacier and looked down, his eyes full of grief. His grief was so intense that it affected the surroundings, so that it was just barely possible to detect the faint sound of weeping. Xu Qing's expression remained the same as ever. Recalling what he had said back in the east, he followed his line of sight into the ice below. It was dark in this area, and that was even true of the interior of the glacier. But as Xu Qing looked down into that darkness, he realized he was looking at some colossally monstrous entity. Want to see more closely? Without waiting for an answer from Xu Qing, he waved his right hand gently through the air. All of a sudden, countless pinpricks of light appeared inside the glacier, almost like fireflies. Individually, their light was weak, but collectively, they illuminated the entire area. With that light, Xu Qing could see clearly what was under the surface of the glacier. His heart leaped into his throat. A corpse lay inside the glacier. It was fully 30,000 meters from end to end, and wore a brown suit of armor. Despite being dead, the corpse emanated a baleful aura that filled Xu Qing's mind with a sound like an angry roar. Xu Qing shivered and took a few steps back. After calming his heart, he again looked more closely. The corpse was that of a handsome young man with a determined facial expression. He had eyebrows like swords and a heroic disposition. However, pierced into his forehead was a black nail. Blood dripped from the wound down his face, making him look very fierce. But his body was even more shocking. It was largely desiccated, and those few places that weren't withered emanated a blood energy that contained an aura of death as it spread throughout the glacier. That alone caused countless speculations to arise in Xu Qing. He looked over at the grieving entity and read. This was my third little brother. When we were small, he loved following me around. As the heir apparent, I helped my father deal with the politics of the court and was always busy. Wherever I went, my little brother followed along. Sometimes when I got frustrated, I would send him off to the side, and he would cry out to me, "Big brother, big brother." Being an impulsive person, he never got along with my ninth little brother. They were always fighting, and I always tended to side with ninth sib. 1. Xu Qing said nothing. He could sense the deep sorrow in the entity. That nail in his forehead is the weapon of my father, the king. My fourth younger brother took it and stabbed him with it. You know, my fourth younger brother was actually trying to kill me. Instead, my third younger brother died in my place. The heir apparent smiled. Boy, I still haven't explained who my fourth younger brother is. He did all of this as a blood tribute for when Crimson Mother arrived. And as a result, he's very famous nowadays. He's the godchild of the Moonlight region. When Xu Qing heard that, he was stunned. He had heard about a godchild related to the Red Moon Cathedral in the Moonlight region and had assumed that such a person would be extraordinary. But he could never have guessed that individual's origin. The current Red Moon godchild used to be the fourth son of the region's imperial sovereign. Over the years that have passed, he's the one that's kept us fed. The heir apparent laughed. He was worried that his brothers and sisters would die too quickly. Therefore, he harvests common citizens to keep us fed. In the past, he would occasionally slice skin off us and feed it to the others. Later on, he stopped appearing in person. See, didn't he treat us other brothers and sisters so well? The heir apparent was grinding his teeth, and his eyes shone with killing intent. Do you know where my third younger brother's energy and blood is now? You'll find out soon. Xu Qing wasn't sure what to say, so he just sighed softly. As they walked along and Xu Qing heard all of this information, he began to gain a much better understanding of the Moonlight region. However, the more he understood it, the more he felt the pressure that weighed down on all living beings here. Boy, can you help me open a hole in the Red Moon warding spells? Just a tiny one will do. The heir apparent looked calmly at Xu Qing. Xu Qing nodded. Sitting down cross-legged, he activated his violet moon nascent soul. Instantly, the surrounding red moon fluctuations grew stronger. The power of the warding spells surged, and tiny red threads appeared everywhere. The red threads spread out, creating a huge net that covered everything. Then one of those many threads changed colors, turning violet. As soon as that happened, the red moon warding spells slowly shivered to life. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't too hard to manipulate the warding spells in a simplistic way. But to open a hole in them was something far more difficult. Right now, all he could do was absorb the red moon power in the area, causing the warding spells to weaken. Then, by tapping into the authority of his violet moon, he could slowly create an opening. That was the limit of what he could do now. 3 days passed. During that time, Xu Qing continuously absorbed from his surroundings. On the evening of the third day, he had reached his limit. Eyes opening, he extended his right hand and pushed down toward the ground. The red moon warding spells, seethed as a vortex, formed. The moment the vortex appeared, the heir apparent blurred. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, turning into a stream of blue energy, within which was a discarnate soul. The soul actually looked like a young man, and his facial features resembled the man in the glacier below. However, he seemed more dignified as he flew into the vortex. The red moon warding spells surged as they formed a barrier. Xu Qing went all out to resist them. He felt like he was a little pony pulling a massive war chair, and it made his soul feel like it was about to be ripped to shreds. His violet moon nascent soul shivered, and its facial expression was one of pain. And this was the reaction for a discarnate soul. Given that, if this wasn't a discarnate soul, and it was something trying to break from inside to outside, then Xu Qing couldn't have succeeded no matter how hard he tried. What was more, Xu Qing could only do so much, even right now. The fact that the heir apparent picked this place meant that he had a lot of confidence here. The soul shadow flickered with blue light as it ignited itself, pushing its power to the maximum as it pushed into the vortex Xu Qing had created. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and Xu Qing coughed up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. His violet moon nascent soul looked dangerously listless. However, the discarnate soul of the young man finally managed to break open the barrier, make a hole, and enter it. Once past the warding spells, the discarnate soul started fatting. It clearly couldn't last for very long. Without any hesitation, it shot toward the nail in the forehead of the third younger brother. Just before it faded from existence, it reached the nail and merged into it. Xu Qing wiped blood from his mouth. Walking back a few paces, he sat down cross-legged. He had already done everything he could. As for whether the overall plan would succeed, all he could do now was wait and see. There was no way he was strong enough to drag the discarnate soul back out. Back at the bottom of that lake, the 7-colored tentacles had dragged the hundreds of coffins all the way to the bottom of the lake. There was a vortex there, pulsing with greed and longing, and the coffins were being pulled right toward that vortex. Once through the vortex, they were in a strange world. Laying inside one of those coffins was the captain. His eyes snapped open, and they gleamed with anticipation. "I've finally arrived. Ha ha ha. Okay, little birdies, Grandpa is here." Normally speaking, I wouldn't capitalize heir apparent. However, this is going to serve as this character's name in addition to his title. Chapter 569. Imperial Sovereign's God Weapon Suppresses the Northern Plains, Part 1. Beneath the surface of the glacier, the heir apparent of an imperial sovereign merged with the nail stabbed into his third younger brother's forehead. After that, no energy fluctuations emerged whatsoever. There was absolutely no change to the nail. It was as if nothing had happened. Xu Qing sat cross-legged in the distance, looking down at the glacier. After some thought, he slowly got to his feet, then carefully took a step backward to see if it was possible for him to leave. Although he hadn't run into any danger up to this point, that didn't mean things would stay that way. Right now seemed like the perfect time to make an exit. Given the level of his cultivation base, it made sense to not participate in whatever was to come next. However, he'd barely made it 10 paces when the face beneath the nail flickered, and then a growling voice echoed in Xu Qing's mind. "The time hasn't come yet, boy. Wait for me." Xu Qing stopped in place and tried to decide what to do. As he did, the voice continued, "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Right now, I'm not strong enough to. But you're the one who pointed out that you and I have a mutual enemy in Crimson Mother. And right now, I'm planning to do something huge. If you help me, then my chances of success will rise significantly. But even if you don't help me, I'm still going to try. You're standing at a crossroads. You just have to decide which direction you want to go." Without any change in facial expression, Xu Qing looked at the huge figure in the glacier below. A moment passed, and he clasped hands and bowed. Then he turned and sped away as fast as he could. In the silence that followed, a faint sigh echoed out over the glacier. About 8 hours later in the distant darkness, Xu Qing stopped moving. Having confirmed that he really was being allowed to leave, he turned and went back. After arriving, he sat down cross-legged in the same spot as before. "I'll wait for you for a day," he said. "Thank you," the voice replied from beneath the glacier. Xu Qing closed his eyes and waited. Meanwhile, deep below the surface of the glacier, something momentous was playing out. The heir apparent had told the truth to Xu Qing. The Gloomite Patriarch really had been a subordinate of an imperial sovereign, and really had turned traitor when Crimson Mother arrived. Later, he was killed by the imperial sovereign, and his major world was shattered and reduced almost completely to ash. Only a small fragment survived, landing in this location and ending up buried beneath the glacier. That fragment contained countless deceased souls from that rebel major world. There, they milled aimlessly, without any consciousness. In fact, most were asleep. However, because of the services they had performed, the deceased souls in that world fragment were allowed to come out by means of parasitization. And that was how the glumite species came to be. That said, the veil between life and death was not easy to cross. There were also other restrictions in place. As a result, during the countless years that had passed, though a lot of glumites had returned, the vast majority remained in the Moonright region. Some people claimed it was the imperial sovereign's rage, suffused into a heavenly Tao. The vortex at the bottom of that lake was a passage that led to the major world fragment. Though it was only a fragment, being buried beneath the glaciers, it was essentially a minor world. Ghostfire was the only illumination under the surface of the glaciers. Black snowflakes filled the sky, covering all the lands, and a sinister wind blew, weeping like ghosts or wolves. Any mortal who heard that sound would be shaken down to their soul. It sounded like something from the underworld. Even in the darkness, it was possible to see into the Black Glacier and glimpse vast lands and even mountain ranges, filled with deceased souls, wandering aimlessly everywhere. To them, time had no meaning. Everything was a blur except for their hunger. They would instinctively try to attack any living beings they encountered. Right now, on the edge of the world fragment, a different sort of light was glittering. It started out as red, but then blue was added, and yellow, then more, until it was 7-colored light. As the 7-colored light flickered, the countless souls in the world fragment locked onto that area. There were even some souls sleeping beneath the glacier who seemed like they might wake up as a result. Next, strips of light appeared out of the 7-colored vortex, like tentacles that wrapped around the coffins and placed them down on the Black Glacier. After the hundreds of coffins were in place, the 7-colored tentacles retracted into the vortex and disappeared. However, the vortex still remained, waiting. Before long, the wind screamed as the deceased souls floated toward the coffins at high speed, like ravenous wolves. It was as if, to them, the coffins were plump sheep. The life force emanating from the coffins drove the deceased souls toward madness. From a distance, it was possible to see a swarm of souls closing in on the coffins. They were like a black tempest. The coffins were obviously made from special materials, as they kept the disciples sealed within, but didn't stop the deceased souls from entering. In the blink of an eye, well over 10,000 deceased souls had entered the coffins. The bodies had already been prepared fully. They had no souls in them and were only empty husks. That made them much easier to parasitize. That said, because the souls were chaotic and unthinking, they wouldn't immediately parasitize a body. Their first instinct was to eat. That was one of the reasons that not every glumite parasitization attempt worked out. Because of that, a few dozen of the body shells in the coffins began withering up as hundreds of souls fed on them. In a few breaths of time, they became little more than skeletons. After that, the souls would burst out of those coffins and move to new coffins. At the same time, the fragrant aroma coming from the hundreds of coffins was attracting even more sleeping souls. Before long, souls whose auras vastly surpassed those of the ordinary deceased souls were moving through the Black Glacier, pulsing with greed and madness. They fought fiercely to be the first into the various coffins, snipping and biting at each other. Compared to the ordinary souls, the ones that were sleeping in the glacier were much stronger, and therefore, it was easier for them to acquire bodies to parasitize. It didn't take long for the first parasitized body to appear. The coffin exploded with a boom, revealing a person seated there cross-legged. It was a young man whose slack facial expression was only now changing. A vile energy began to pulse off him, and longing appeared in his eyes as he looked toward the 7-colored vortex. Slowly, he rose to his feet, then started walking forward unsteadily. At first he looked like a marionette, struggling to walk smoothly. But he soon got used to the body, and the rigidity faded away. After about 10 breaths of time had passed, he seemed fully acclimated. Running toward the vortex, he leaped in, thus returning to the world of mortals. Before long, another coffin exploded, and a figure stepped out. However, there was yet another coffin that seemed very strange. Lots of deceased souls were pouring into that coffin, yet nothing was coming out. It was almost as if that coffin contained a black hole that swallowed everything up. Within the other coffins, many of the bodies withered up, and the souls within them turned their ravenous attention toward that strange coffin. All of a sudden, about 100 deceased souls entered the coffin, where they saw the captain laying there. They pulsed with greed as they prepared to drop onto him. However, as they neared, a host of mouths suddenly popped into being all over the captain, and simultaneously they inhaled. Instantly, those souls were sucked into the mouths, after which chewing sounds rang out. Then the mouths disappeared, and everything went back to normal. Not long after, another group of souls burst into that same coffin. And thus, time passed. Most of the body husks in the coffin turned into ashes, with only about 10 of them succeeding in waking up and leaving through the vortex. The 7-colored vortex was gradually turning dark, until eventually it vanished. As for that strange coffin, it was the only one present that had life force in it. As a result, the surrounding deceased souls continued to pour into it ravenously. All of a sudden, a terrifying shockwave surged out of the coffin. The souls who had been about to charge inside instantly turned and fled in terror. The captain, still inside the coffin, didn't just produce a host of mouths. Numerous arms also stretched out to grab the deceased souls. However, too many of the souls had entered the coffin, and a lot of them were now trying to flee. Seeing that, the captain took out a mask and put it on his face. A howl echoed out as the illusory image of a massive heavenly dog appeared, which lunged toward the fleeing souls and gobbled them down. A moment later, all of the souls in the surrounding 300-meter area had been devoured, and those beyond that area were like rabbits in the presence of a hungry wolf. They fled in the opposite direction. Ignoring them, the heavenly dog vanished, after which a loud burp echoed out from within the coffin. The captain then sat up, stretched, and glanced around, looking very pleased with himself. "Ha ha ha, using myself as bait is the best way to get nice and full." He waved his hand and proudly continued, "Get out here, both of you. Am I that warm and comfortable? Hurry up. We have a big job to worry about." 2 people flew out from the captain. They started out extremely small, but quickly grew to the size of normal people. They were none other than Ening Yan and Wu Jianwu. They had been accompanying the captain recently on all sorts of fantastic jobs. Wu Jianwu was no longer high-spirited and full of mettle like before. Instead, he looked completely on guard. Ening Yan seemed numb to everything. That said, both of their auras were much stronger than before. Seeing their facial expressions, the captain sighed, clasped his hands behind his back, and started walking. "Keep up and don't be too loud. You don't want to wake up these old souls that are sleeping under this glacier. Though I do have ways of dealing with them, our priority is to reach our destination as quickly as possible." Ening Yan and Wu Jianwu hurried to follow. Wu Jianwu didn't spout any poetry as he glanced around, looking so nervous that the sound of the wind stirring a leaf would make him run in the opposite direction. Ening Yan glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes. Keeping his disdain in his heart, he smacked his own belly, revealing some vines, which he fiddled with as he walked along nonchalantly. After they were some distance away, the captain sighed. "Oh, you too. You're really not on the same level as little Ah Qing. I miss little Ah Qing so much. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. Probably eating poorly and sleeping even more poorly than that." Chapter 569. Imperial Sovereign's God Weapon Suppresses the Northern Plains, Part 2. Not too far away, the very Xu Qing the captain was so worried about was seated cross-legged atop the glacier, looking down into the ice. He had been waiting for quite a while now. Already, about half of the day he'd set as the deadline had passed. As of yet, there was no change to the figure in the glacier below. Xu Qing's facial expression was the same as ever as he retracted his vision and continued to wait. He would do his absolute best to wait for the entire day. Thus time passed. Soon, as the 24th hour neared completion, Xu Qing opened his eyes. Standing, he clasped hands in the direction of the ice. "Time up, senior." Back up by about 3,000 meters, came the faint voice of the heir apparent from beneath the ice. Hearing that, Xu Qing sped away. When he was about 2,400 meters away, a thunderous boom erupted from the glacier behind him. The icy ground quaked, and blue light shot up from the ice below, making everything increasingly bright. Eventually, it became so bright that the area beneath the glacier almost seemed lit by a blue sun. The source of that blue light was the nail in the huge figure's forehead. Quivering, the nail slowly rose, as if there was a massive power inside of it trying to pull it out of the body's forehead. As every successive inch came out into the open, it shone with more scintillating blue light. Gradually, terrifying fluctuations spread out from the glacier. The mere sensation of the fluctuations caused Xu Qing's heart to thump with fear. The sensation he was getting surpassed the taboo treasure of Sealing County. In fact, the difference between the two was like that between a firefly and the sun. There was also something profoundly ancient spreading out. As a result, Xu Qing had no other choice than to back up. After he'd gone another 300 meters, the feeling of fear remained, but wasn't as intense. Meanwhile, the fluctuations had provoked a reaction from the red moon warding spells. From a distance, it looked like the red light of the warding spells was being suppressed by the blue light. As a result, the glacier vibrated, and cracks started spreading out over its surface. All of a sudden, a howling voice echoed in Xu Qing's mind. "Help me suppress them." Xu Qing gritted his teeth. It was obvious that if he stuck around, he would be asked to provide help. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out with his right hand and pushed it down onto the glacier. Violet moon, godly authority, erupted out to interfere with the warding spells. He didn't need to take control of the warding spells to open a passage. He just needed to interfere with the warding spells. As for whether the heir apparent would ultimately make it out, there was no way for Xu Qing to assess. That said, to the heir apparent, Xu Qing's actions were crucial. His interference and influence could very well make the difference between success and failure. Before, all probabilities pointed to failure. But now, things were different. Next, an even more deafening sound erupted from the glacier. Blue light shone brilliantly as the nail continued to rise. Ultimately, it completely emerged from the corpse. When that happened, the northern ice plains turned blue. Various species and sects that called the northern ice plains their home took notice, and many were curious about why things had suddenly turned blue. Though they had no idea what was happening, they all felt fear and pressure as the blue light spread everywhere. Cracking sounds erupted that surpassed the volume of heavenly thunder. In the depths of the glacier, the nail, which was emanating that boundless blue light, pulsed with terrifying energy as it slowly rotated around to point at the red moon warding spells. Light flared as the blue nail then shot upward. It accelerated with boundless courage and unstoppable force as it slammed into the warding spells. Blue and red light flickered together, creating a violet glow. It was a deadlock. God Weapon Qin Yuo, you were born in the dark heaven and tempered in an earth world. Are you really willing to be trapped here? I can help you. Now is the time to unleash your power. The blue nail vibrated, until eventually, the defiant fluctuations of a spirit automaton rolled out of it. They were imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers, and as they gathered at the tip of the nail, it pulsed with the power to crush everything in its path. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth as the nail shot high into the sky. The dome of heaven was now lit by blue light, so that it was no longer dusky. From a distance, the northern ice fields seemed to have been turned into a world of blue. Cracks spread out on the ground, and many places caved in. Glaciers shattered. The entire northern region was starting to sink down. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Whether it was to the living beings of the north or to the Moonlight region in general, it was completely unprecedented. There was no way the Red Moon Cathedral wouldn't investigate something like that, and thus, it was only possible to imagine what explosive developments were just around the corner. EACO. All living beings were shocked. Cries of astonishment rang out everywhere. However, the blue nail in the sky didn't leave. It slowly turned until its tip was pointed at the ice below. Light flickered dazzlingly, making it look like the nail was building up power. Meanwhile, Xu Qing appeared on a distant, shattered glacier, looking around at everything. He had prepared himself mentally, but even still, was nearly bowled over with shock. The heir apparent said that he had a younger brother who died here, and a big sister who was sealed here. Does that mean he's about to? pupils constricting, Xu Qing turned to run. He could tell that things were going to get very dangerous and destructive soon. However, even as he turned, a majestic stream of divine will slammed into his mind like 10,000 sledgehammers. It will be really unlucky for me if you leave now, young friend. Don't you remember how I promised to give you a very mysterious gift? As the heir apparent, my word is my bond, and I promised you something. Xu Qing stopped moving. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at the blue nail, which seemed very close to the point of being fully powered up. What gift? Xu Qing asked. How about the fragment of a smoldering god's major world? There are 3 items sealing my 3rd older sister, and that's one of them. Xu Qing's eyes went wide, and his heart raced. How could he ever have guessed that the mysterious gift which had been offered to him was the fragment of a major world? The identifying mark of a smoldering god was the ability to bring forth a major world. A major world like that would have boundless mysterious abilities, and even a broken fragment of one would still be considered a precious treasure. It was something that would be valuable even to a god. The Red Moon hadn't taken it away, but rather used it as part of a sealing cage. To ordinary cultivators, something like that would be even more incredibly precious. Once again, divine will echoed into his mind. Do you dare come with me to get it? Yes, Xu Qing said, his eyes already bloodshot. A prize like that was enough to cause craziness to bubble up from deep within him. It was like the time he got his first life lamp, his first Imperial class ability, or that experience with the sea zombie divine likenesses. During those escapades, the craziness in his heart rivaled the captain. In response to his words, laughter swept out from the nail. Come here. Blue light shone down, surrounding Xu Qing like a cage, then taking him up into the sky. Eventually, he approached the nail and stood atop it. The blue light connected with the nail. Because the light was from the nail, Xu Qing didn't suffer any of the pressure of being so close to a precious treasure. As he stood there, the heir apparent spoke to him again with divine will. Okay, young friend. Now I'm going to show you exactly how mighty this precious treasure of my father's was. Rumbling sounds erupted from the blue nail as it turned into a streak that shot down toward the ice. Its shocking speed and might caused ripples to spread through the canopy of heaven and resulted in the ground caving in. There wasn't anything that could stand up to it. Meanwhile, inside the major world fragment, atop the highest of the black glaciers, the captain stood, looking around. Of course, he had no idea what was going on outside. This is the place. Little Ning Ning, Big Jian, you two better behave well. In a moment, you both need to unleash your treasures. We need to do the sealing as quickly as possible. Once the sealing is over, we'll get out of here. If we go too slowly, though, well, then I wish all of you good luck. After all, every place that I've raided up to this point ends up becoming a barren wasteland. Wu Jianwu nodded vigorously, though inside, he felt very nervous. Enning Yan was also getting anxious. Seeing their facial expressions, the captain inwardly shook his head. Just not on the same level as little Ah Qing. They clearly lack courage. If little Ah Qing were here, he would just be looking at me calmly. Sighing inwardly, the captain waved his hand, causing a ball of light to shoot up into the dome of heaven. Show yourself, my little roundy. The ball of light suddenly erupted with blinding beams of light that contained seemingly infinite heat. As the light rose high into the canopy of heaven, it turned into a sun. Boundless light and heat spread out, covering all of the black glaciers. Chapter 570, Look, everyone, who's that on the nail? Part 1. There was no true sun in the Moonright region, which existed in year-round dusk. It was only during the 3 months of Heavenfire skycrossing that the region received significant light. What was more, that light represented death. However, not all species were adapted to living in endless darkness. Therefore, after the living beings in the region were culled, and regrowth had begun, there were always certain big species who produced talented and courageous individuals. The artificial sun that was being discussed was the result of a very powerful species who, after generations of replenishment, managed to raise a sun for their own species. That said, the light and heat of suns like that wouldn't travel very far, and generally only illuminated the species in question. They were nowhere near as mighty as the dawning suns. Even still, just being able to do that was enough to guarantee a certain level of protection for their species. Usually, more god heralds came from such species than others. As a result, when Crimson Mother came, though such species would suffer from the fate of extermination like all the others, their sun would remain. And because of that, they could recover more quickly. The cycle would continue for years and years. There were originally 9 species in the Moonlight region who had their own suns. Due to unexpected circumstances, 3 of them ended up being wiped out, leaving 6. The Lone Suns were one of those 6, and they were also the most recent addition. Reportedly, they had mysterious assistance back when they originally created their sun. Months earlier, their sun suddenly vanished, seemingly of its own accord, despite the Lone Suns having extremely strict security. It almost seemed like the sun had intentionally gone into hiding. Right now, that very sun appeared in the sky of the major world fragment. Those old Lone Sun bastards borrowed my things years ago and never gave them back. HMMPHH, little do they know I let them do that on purpose. The captain looked up at the sun, feeling superlatively comfortable. They took good care of it for me. The sun the captain had released into the sky unleashed dazzling, blinding beams of light, as well as intense heat. Instantly, heaven and earth shifted into the warm season. The temperature increased, and was continuing to increase. After only 10 breaths of time had passed, it reached shocking levels. Mist roiled off of the ice, and the seemingly eternal glacier was already showing signs that it might melt. That said, this one sun wasn't enough to melt all the glaciers in the entire major world fragment. That was why the captain had come to this specific ice mountain. I just need this place melted. That'll be enough. The captain's eyes glittered as he lifted both hands into the air. Little Roundy, this is the place to let it shine. The sun in the sky vibrated, causing the light and heat to contract. Wherever it passed, the ice slowly melted, revealing the ruins beneath. Eventually, all of the light and heat was focused on the ice mountain the captain was standing on. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu were fully aware of how mighty this sun was, so they had long since picked a safe spot off in the distance to watch from. Meanwhile, the captain's hair was melting away, leaving him looking very strange. He didn't seem to care. His clothes weren't affected by the heat, and he looked very calm and relaxed. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d4 It was so nippy. Finally, it's warming up a bit. The ice mountain beneath his feet was starting to melt. Rivulets of black water rolled down its side until it eventually evaporated into steam. The mountain was rapidly shrinking, until all that was left was a 300-meter cavern in the ice shelf, out of which emerged steam and an ancient aura. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu watched fearfully, as an intense rumbling sound also emerged from the huge cavern. The melting continued until the bottom of that huge cavern was visible. Now it was possible to see something that had been concealed for countless years, the true surface of the ground. That said, compared to the endless black glaciers in this area, that 300-meter cavern was like the eye of a needle. Though it had been opened, the frigid energy in the area was so strong that the cavern was already showing signs of icing over. The captain didn't care. He just looked down excitedly into the cavern. Thanks to the sunlight, the depths of the cavern were clearly visible. There was black soil there, as well as numerous blood-colored furrows arranged in a very precise fashion. If you took them all in together, you would realize they resembled a huge fingerprint. It was as if some paragonic entity had slammed a palm down onto this area to wipe out all living things, and had left behind a blood-colored palm print. The markings here, though, were just those from a single finger. After confirming this was the right spot, the captain bellowed, "Little Ningning, Big Jianjian, hurry up. Help me handle this treasure." Using his outstretched hands to control the sun, he sent more heat into the area, preventing the cavern from being sealed over again. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu didn't dare to dally. They burst into action, with Enning Yan waving a hand to produce a patch of golden flesh. The patch of flesh was large enough to be able to cover dozens of people at once, and once unfurled, it was obvious that it had actually been stitched together with many smaller pieces. Because of that, it would be very difficult to determine where it came from. Wu Jianwu quickly gripped the side of the flesh opposite of Enning Yan. Then the two of them stretched it out and sent it toward the bottom of the cavern. Ha ha ha, I like this skin patch treasure more and more. Up in midair, the captain's eyebrows danced up and down as his eyes burned with excitement. Enning Yan looked like he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. He glanced at Wu Jianwu. Wu Jianwu kept his mouth shut. Next, the excited captain performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then pointed up into the sky. Let it shine a bit more, little roundy. Help me get a good image of this fingerprint. The sun above seemed to shift in place, and then it erupted with light that was vastly more intense than before. It abruptly stopped, only to reappear a moment later. That happened about a dozen times, so quickly in succession that the entire area was bathed with dazzling light. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu kept a firm grip on the patch of skin, and as the light flared, an image of the fingerprint appeared on the skin. It was a perfect copy of the fingerprint in the cavern, although much smaller. As it became increasingly clear, it emanated an astounding level of pressure. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu were ready for that, but it still caused them to tremble. And as the patch of skin transformed, it seemed to become so heavy that it started to slowly sink down. That was when Enning Yan unleashed the power of his bloodline. At the same time, a host of little animals appeared around Wu Jianwu and released bloodline fluctuations. As a result, they managed to keep the patch of skin from falling. About 10 breaths of time later, the sun darkened, and the fingerprint was clearly visible on the patch of skin. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu struggled to control their trembling as they quickly rolled up the patch of skin. When it was put away, both exhaled sharply in relief, then looked up at the captain. The afterglow of the sun landed on the captain, making him look very imposing, and perfectly highlighting the emotion on his face as he sighed. It's too bad the only people here to witness this majestic event were us three. Little Ah Ching had no way to see it. The captain clasped his hands behind his back and sighed loudly. Later on, when I explain what happened, he'll definitely have mixed emotions. What a pity, what a pity. The captain shook his head and was about to continue speaking when, all of a sudden, something very dramatic happened. The sky in the major world fragment glittered, and wild colors flashed left and right. Then, blue light appeared in the canopy of heaven. It wasn't just a small section of the sky. It filled everything. It was as if the entire dusky sky had turned light blue. What was more, that light grew more intense, all while terrifying ripples spread out. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu were visibly stunned, but the captain was taking it in stride. Presumably we've been discovered. They'll be here soon. But that's fine. This is all within the realm of what I predicted. The two of you can make your escape according to the method I explained earlier. We'll meet back up at Mount Heavenly Ox. Once we're there, I can promise you that even more good fortune will appear. The captain waved his hand to produce a jade slip. Starting now, we just let things play out naturally and... Before he could finish speaking, a heaven-sundering, earth-crushing rumbling sound spread out through the blue-lit sky. The deafening sound stirred the clouds as a massive rift opened up in the icy canopy of heaven. As the fully 5,000-kilometer rift opened, the sound continued to echo out, shaking the lands. There wasn't just one rift. In the blink of an eye, a second opened, then a third and a fourth. Dozens of rifts opened in the icy canopy of heaven. Looking up, the sky almost seemed like a shattering mirror. As rifts continued to open, the rumbling sounds were like thunder. Meanwhile, the blue light continued to shine dazzlingly, and the faint blue in the sky became deeper and deeper. Then light emerged from all of the rifts, in narrow beams that shone onto the glaciers below. The black glaciers couldn't do anything to stop the blue light, and thus, the lands also turned blue. In the blink of an eye, everything in heaven and earth was blue. The terrifying pressure that came from beyond the icy sky grew even more intense. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the canopy of heaven started crumbling. Countless chunks of ice fell like blue meteors. As they slammed into the ground, everything started crumbling. Deafening rumbling rolled out everywhere. As the sky collapsed, the tip of a 30,000-meter nail appeared. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D450, letter 1D630, letter 1D62E. It was only the tip, but it shattered the canopy of heaven around it, with those effects spreading rapidly in all directions. As the sky fell, the huge blue nail descended. The entire major world fragment was shaking violently. Not even the captain had caused something as dramatic as this to happen. The countless deceased souls in the major world fragment, regardless of whether they drifted aimlessly or were sleeping in the ice, all let loose terrified screams. As far as they were concerned, doomsday had come. Enning Yan was completely and utterly stunned, while Wu Jianwu looked like he might start crying. "We're finished. I said before we came in here that I had a bad feeling about this. Why'd you have to drag me along?" "Chen Erniu, what are you doing? What's going on?" The two of them had already crushed their teleportation talismans. Unfortunately, thanks to the dramatic situation, the talismans that the captain had said would never, ever malfunction were somehow not working. Chapter 570, Look, everyone, who's that on the nail? Part 2. The captain inhaled deeply, his eyes wide and somewhat blank. "I have no idea what's going on. Something weird is happening. This is too bizarre. I just came in here to take a picture. I didn't touch anything. I definitely didn't do anything to instigate something like this. How could these gloomites be so unreasonable? We do one tiny thing and they go and destroy everything. What are they doing? This is outrageous." Trembling, the captain looked up at the enormous blue nail, and his blank expression changed into one of shock. "That's freaking the weapon of an imperial sovereign. These gloomites are all psychos. In order to destroy us, they're deploying the weapon of an imperial sovereign. They were never this vicious back in the day. Also, where did they get a weapon like that? Wait, hold on. That's the same nail that's in the forehead of the imperial sovereign's third son. What the hell? That was supposed to be my 6th major heist. Who's taking that thing? Who? Who is the early bird getting that worm?" The captain was both shocked and also a bit defiant. There was no questioning that the aura he felt was from the weapon of an imperial sovereign. The captain quickly snapped a jade slip, but it didn't do anything. After that, all he could do was turn around and run. As he did, he pulled out more teleportation jade slips and snapped them. "Stop standing around shivering, you two. Hurry up and follow me. We have to get out of here. This really isn't my doing." "It's definitely your doing," Wu Jianwu shouted angrily. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to lose his temper. Gritting his teeth, he promised himself that if he survived, he would make sure to stay as far away from this crazy person as possible. The terror in Enning Yan's heart swept away any fear he had of the captain, so he shouted, "This is just like the 10 entrails tree. Chen Erniu, don't you know that you can't die if you don't have a death wish?" Despite those words of fury, he still followed the captain. The three of them were like 3 tiny rabbits fleeing in the face of a landslide. But then, the rumbling sounds in the sky grew louder, and the area of devastation widened. Countless chunks of ice rained down from above as the massive nail pierced down and stabbed directly into the surface of the major world fragment. The descent of the nail sent out terrifying shock waves that obliterated countless deceased souls. Violent winds swept out. All the captain, Enning Yan, and Wu Jianwu could do was huddle together in the patch of skin and flee as fast as they could. The captain was really not inclined to give up so easily and looked back in the direction of the descending nail. When he did, his pupils constricted and he gasped. "What the F? That nail, there's someone standing on it." Hearing that, Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu instinctively looked over their shoulders. Sure enough, they saw that atop that absolutely terrifying nail was a person. The blue light made it hard to see, but that person's robe and hair whipped in the wind, making him look like an immortal. His beautiful facial features and slender frame were completely attractive in every sense of the word. The way he stood atop the nail made it seem like it was his personal weapon that he was controlling. The imposing manner, the grandeur, were enough to deeply shake anyone who could see. The captain suddenly stopped in place. Gaze somewhat blank, he said, "Say, guys, does that fellow look familiar?" Enning Yan stared, his eyes filled with disbelief and his mind a complete blank. Wu Jianwu stood as motionless as a wooden chicken, his eyes numb. Reaching out, the captain pinched Enning Yan very hard. When Enning Yan yelped in rage, the captain knew that he wasn't hallucinating. His eyes began to shine. It really is little Ah Qing. The captain started jumping up and down and waving his hands. Little junior brother, I'm right here. Meanwhile, in the shattered sky, the massive nail continued to descend. The ground was shattered and collapsing in many places. Ice fell out of the icy sky like rain. Atop the nail, Xu Qing was not as calm as his facial expression might indicate. He was actually trembling inwardly and was absolutely shaken to the core. The pressure from the nail really was fearsome. From the moment the nail had stabbed into the glaciers in the world above, it had smashed through all obstacles without a pause. All of the layers of ice had shattered, until the nail pierced all the way to the major world fragment. It had taken him here. Upon looking around, Xu Qing saw the shattered black glaciers, as well as the light source in midair which resembled a sun, except that it was going dark. Xu Qing couldn't help but be curious about why there was a sun here. Then he saw the figures fleeing like rabbits down on the ground below. His expression became one of absent-minded curiosity. It seemed impossible that the captain and the others would be here. After all, they were supposed to be meeting at Mount Heavenly Ox soon. Xu Qing had been hurrying on his way, worried about being late, only to find the captain right here. The feeling of disbelief only lasted a moment before vanishing. It took only that long for him to realize that it actually made sense to find the captain here. After all, given how crazy the captain was, the more unimaginable a place was, the more likely he was to go there. The captain had already traveled far, far down the path of having a death wish. He didn't ever seem to get tired of it, and the only way he would stop would be if he reached the end of the path. Such thoughts only existed in Xu Qing's mind for a moment. Then, it was without hesitation that he jumped off the gigantic blue nail. Given the speed of the nail, the moment Xu Qing left its surface, he was already a great distance away from it. However, blue light still surrounded him protectively as he shot toward the captain and the others. Behind him, the blue nail picked up speed. Surrounded by blue light and whipping winds, as well as by the collapsing heaven and earth, it got closer and closer to the icy surface of the ground. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 6,000 meters between the tip of the nail and the ground. Being that close, the destructive power of the nail could eradicate everything in its path. The layers of ice below shattered, revealing a huge crater. As the 30,000-meter crater opened up, the deceased souls sleeping there didn't have a chance to awaken before being wiped out of existence. Those who did awaken had it worse off, as they were unable to flee, and could only scream as they were ripped to shreds. The distance shrank by 300 meters, 2,400 meters, 1,500 meters. The ground was completely cracked and shattered, and the massive hole was so huge it couldn't be covered back over like the crevice created by the captain's sun. Finally, a massive boom echoed out, and the entire major world fragment shook violently as the Imperial Sovereign's nail stabbed deeply into the depths of the crater. A tempest sprang up, and a violent shock wave spread out. From a distance, it was possible to see the ice layers exploding out from that central area. 50 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. The ice layers erupted in a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering manner. The nail pierced into the crater like a hot knife through butter, crushing everything and piercing into the depths of the soil. As everything collapsed, the nail pierced through the outer layer of the earth. Keeping up its terrifying momentum, it continued stabbing down. Despite Xu Qing being in midair some distance away, the shock waves still slammed into him and sent him tumbling away like a kite with its string cut. Thankfully, he was protected by the blue light, so all that resulted was he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The captain, Wu Jianwu, and Enning Yan had already flown up into the air. With the patch of skin as a shield, they weathered the storm. The captain had already retracted his sun. That said, all three of them were still trembling with fear. As Xu Qing got close to them, he raised his voice and said, Fly up. Something big is about to happen below. Xu Qing knew exactly what the nail was aiming at, and thus he knew that this world fragment was heading toward destruction. After shouting his warning, he turned and fled toward the shattered canopy of heaven. The captain and the others followed at top speed. Everybody knew that now wasn't the time for reunions. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan were rather slow, so the captain grabbed them and then held nothing back to fly high into the sky. As they got farther from the ground and closer to the canopy of heaven, the entire world started shaking. It was far more intense than before. The effects went beyond 5,000 kilometers, filling the entire major world fragment. Because the cause came from above and went down, the effect came from below and went up. Beneath the layers of ice in the major world fragment, there was some colossal entity, and it was emerging from a sealed state of slumber into consciousness. It shivered, and then started rising from beneath the ground. Layers of ice exploded, and ice chunks flew everywhere. A huge bronze coffin broke through the ground, the ice, and the snow to appear right in front of Xu Qing and the others. It looked exactly like the coffin at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea. It was horrendous and stupefying. After having been buried under the ground for countless years, it was finally out in the open. An ancient aura spread out from it, filling the area. In the lid of the coffin was a nail, spreading out from which were numerous tiny cracks. In that shocking moment, the face of the heir apparent appeared in the blue mist surrounding the nail. Looking down at the coffin, he quietly said, "Time to wake up, third sister." Chapter 571. Awake, My Third Sister, Part 1. The world fragment didn't even have a dome of heaven anymore. The sky had previously been made of ice, but now that had mostly been shattered, and the growing rifts were ripping the rest of it apart. The ground was in a similar state, being completely uneven thanks to the destruction that had been wrought on it. All of the layers of ice had been completely thrown to the side by the rise of the massive bronze coffin. The coffin was actually larger than the one Xu Qing had seen at the bottom of the Heavenfire Sea. With most of it exposed, it radiated boundless majesty. It also pulsed with an incredibly ancient aura that spread out to fill the world fragment, as if the coffin was releasing all of the captured time that had remained buried with it through the years. It had been buried for a very, very long time, as was evidenced by its corroded exterior. The Imperial Sovereign's nail had clearly unleashed a very powerful attack. Though it didn't actually pass through the lid of the coffin, there were already numerous cracks spreading out from the point of impact. Meanwhile, some parts of the coffin were bulging outward, making it seem like it was just on the verge of completely exploding. Seeing that, Xu Qing, the captain, Wu Jianwu, and Enning Yan all exchanged glances, and then kept flying higher. Meanwhile, the figure in the blue mist surrounding the nail spoke again. "Third sister, once I was free, I could sense you. The only people who emanated the fluctuations of consciousness from our homeland are me and you. Our other brothers and sisters have all lost consciousness. Their souls are not intact. They were extracted by fourth brother, Li Pan. Therefore, I came here to unseal you. Awake, my third sister." The voice contained grief that filled the entire world. Meanwhile, the bronze coffin trembled. The cracks on the coffin's lid expanded and grew deeper, and an increasingly terrifying aura spread out from inside. Then, the entire world fragment shook as a withered hand smashed through the coffin lid. A smashing boom echoed out as bits of coffin lid sprayed in all directions. It was difficult to identify much about the hand. It wasn't obviously male or female, and it didn't have any skin, only bloody flesh. There were no fingernails on the tips of the fingers, and the entire thing emanated an aura of death. When the figure in the blue mist saw the hand, his sorrow deepened. This was his third sister, beloved by his father the king, and who had been doted on so lovingly. Among all of the siblings, she was the only one who qualified to stand on equal footing with their ninth brother. Her cultivation base had been astonishing, and she had revealed amazing battle prowess when on the campaign trail with their father. Beyond that, she had been famous among a myriad species for her astounding beauty. Countless nobles had admired her, and the emperor had personally bestowed upon her the title Princess Bright Blossom. Back then, it was said that she was like a cloud above the masses, free from even a speck of dust. But then Crimson Mother came and changed everything. The peerlessly magnificent Princess Brightblossom ended up being sealed in a coffin when her father died. Their fourth brother, who was more beastly than most beasts, intentionally tormented her by placing the blood of their third brother in the coffin with her. As she became ravenous, she had no choice but to abandon her principles and humanity, and for the sake of future revenge, absorbed it. 1. A human but not human, a ghost but not a ghost, living but also dead, dead but also alive. The heir apparent's grief grew as he looked at the coffin. The interior was pitch black, making it impossible to see what lay therein. It was only possible to see the hand slowly reaching out from inside. The coffin shivered, then went still. After a moment of silence, the hoarse voice of a woman spoke. Heir apparent. That familiar voice made the heir apparent think back to better times. After that, the figure in the coffin slowly stepped out into the open. She stood tall and straight, so withered that the rusted suit of armor she wore hung emptily on her frame. As the wind blew through the cracks in the armor, it made whimpering sounds. The parts of her body that the armor didn't cover were horrendous. They were covered with wounds infested with countless maggots. What was more, she had almost no skin on her, as if she had been skinned alive. Because of all that, she was horrendously ugly, and in fact, it was hard to tell if she was even male or female. Her face was sunken in. Where the eyes should have been, there were nothing but empty cavities within which burned the fire of the underworld. Given her appearance, it was obvious that she had experienced torment and torture that defied imagination. And yet, she still emanated terrifying fluctuations, and those fluctuations grew stronger as she stepped into the open. The world fragment shook so violently that the effects were already spreading into the world outside. The sky above the northern ice plains flashed, and winds swept back and forth. A huge vortex even appeared in the sky. As the vortex rotated, all of the lands in the north rippled and distorted. It seemed like a god was arriving. All living beings trembled, and off in the distance, a red glow appeared on the horizon. Those were fluctuations from the Red Moon Cathedral. There was no way the cathedral would allow something as dramatic as this to occur without investigating it. What was coming wasn't a god herald. Instead, it was a massive palm. The prints on the palm were like huge canyons, clearly visible as the thing emanated blood-colored light. It got closer and closer until it filled the entire sky, like the boundless hand of a god. After covering the northern ice plains, it pressed down toward the major world fragment. It was obviously going to crush everything here. The air shattered, the ice trembled, snowflakes were sent swirling, and countless living beings were stunned into a daze. Inside the major world fragment, neither the heir apparent nor Princess Brightblossom, who had just emerged from the coffin, seemed to be affected at all. The two of them looked at each other. Given their cultivation level, there were many things which could be communicated with a mere glance. Princess Brightblossom knew what the heir apparent was planning. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice as grating as two chunks of iron being rubbed against each other. "Crimson Mother is asleep, third sister," the figure in blue replied. "It's a rare opportunity. I want to go see our fourth brother and bring an end to the enmity from years back. As for how it will turn out, I'm done contemplating the possibilities. I'd rather fight than continue living like this." Princess Brightblossom didn't say anything. She waved her hand, and the nail of the imperial sovereign vanished from its spot next to the dilapidated coffin. When it reappeared, it was outside of the major world fragment, shooting right up toward the enormous blood-colored hand. It emanated force that could shatter space itself, as well as something profoundly ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed into the hand. A heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom rang out over the northern ice plains. The seemingly unstoppable palm stopped in midair as the nail hit it. Blinding blue light spread out, wrapping around the bright red hand. And as the nail stabbed into the middle of the palm, cracks spread out from that point. As the cracks spread, the hand collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into dozens of fragments. At the same time, numerous beams of blood-colored light shot out over the northern ice plains. The pieces were like crimson shooting stars that slammed into the ground and created bright red craters. The blue nail didn't stop moving. It continued moving until it disappeared over the horizon. Princess Brightblossom looked up. He knows that we're free. That palm strike was actually an invitation. In that case, let's go. It's time to see how this little brother of ours, child of our father and mother, has fared since joining Crimson Mother. She took a step forward and floated up into the air. The heir apparent looked at Xu Qing off in the distance. He completely ignored the captain, Enning Yan, and Wu Jianwu. Many thanks for your help, young friend. With that, he looked at his third sister and nodded. She, in turn, looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing stopped in place, clasped hands, and bowed to the two of them. No facial expression could be seen on her ugly, skeletal face. However, she did reach out with a withered hand and push down toward the ground. The world fragment rumbled. Lands shook and mountains rocked. The ice shattered, creating black snow. It seemed like, going forward, this place would be a land of endless black blizzards. At the same time, creaking sounds could be heard. It was almost as if this imperial sovereign's daughter had somehow taken control of the entire world fragment. As she did, the world fragment started to shrink. In the shortest of moments, it transformed into a palm-sized chunk of stone that looked like black glass. She sent it flying toward Xu Qing. As it neared, flames erupted from its surface, burning it and purifying it. By the time it came to a stop in front of him, it looked like a black crystal, sparkling and translucent. A boundless energy surged within it, and it glittered like the stars in the sky. What was more, thanks to the way it had just been purified, it was masterless. Something like this was indescribably precious. Xu Qing's heart pounded. Though he had been prepared for something like this, he was still deeply moved. After taking the crystal, he looked at Princess Brightblossom as well as the heir apparent, and he bowed deeply. The captain, meanwhile, was breathing heavily, and his eyes shone with deep longing. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu were shaken to the point of madness. The latter seemed to have it better off, because he apparently didn't realize as much as Enning Yan how significant and meaningful the gift of a world fragment was. SS seriously, you can just give those things out as a gift. As Enning Yan reeled, Princess Brightblossom vanished. When she reappeared, she was in the outside world. As for the heir apparent, he nodded at Xu Qing again, then similarly vanished. The two of them stood tall next to each other in the crimson rain of blood. There's no need for such a detestable species to exist in this world. Princess Brightblossom looked down at the mountain headquarters of the Gloomites. Clenching her fist, she punched downward. A massive fist projection appeared right above the Gloomites. The mountain exploded. The lands collapsed. All of the buildings were destroyed. Everything was wiped out. All that was left behind in the city landscape was a huge, blood-colored handprint. With that done, the two figures became prismatic beams of light that shot off into the distance. They carried with them incredible majesty, unstoppable will, and a grudge that had existed for countless years. Their destination, the penitent's steps. That was the place where their father's corpse was, and it was also the headquarters of the Red Moon Cathedral. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D62E. Out over the Heavenfire Sea, the air rippled and distorted as a streak of blue light shot along, piercing through the fire, splitting apart the canopy of heaven, and dazzling the cosmos. Looking closely, it looked like a 30,000-meter-long nail. As it descended from above, its target was clear. It was locked onto a location beneath the surface of the Heavenfire Sea. Its passage caused a deafening roar. Lava sprayed everywhere as the spike shot down toward the bronze coffin. When it comes to all of these siblings, there are a handful of different ways the author refers to them. I will, for the most part, standardize the forms of address to make it easier to keep track of them. Chapter 571, Awake, My Third Sister, Part 2. 3,000-meter tsunami waves spread out in all directions as the nail slammed right into the coffin. The red moon warding spells dimmed, and the coffin started trembling violently. The deafening noise reached a crescendo, and the coffin started crumbling. As debris exploded out, it created numerous huge whirlpools that seemed almost like swirling sparks. Then, a shocking and majestic body akin to Princess Brightblossom emerged from the rubble of the coffin. It was a very emaciated body covered with blue veins that resembled vicious mountain ranges. A brown robe covered most of him. It was covered with blood splatters that had turned its once apricot color into what it was now. His face was emaciated, but that couldn't completely conceal his heroic spirit. His blue eyes were like gemstones that radiated a captivating force. The bloodline of an imperial sovereign caused powerful fluctuations to constantly roll off him. He was completely eye-catching, especially his full head of gray hair that flowed down around him like a cloak, spread out around him, and curled up at the end. Every single strand of hair was a deceased soul that howled to heaven. This was the true form of the heir apparent. He slowly looked up, then started walking. His first step took him out of the heaven-fire sea. He hovered in the dome of heaven, his hair swaying around him like endless clouds. I was born in the golden age of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's rule, and was sealed after the arrival of the false god. Now I reappear in the sorrowful world of revered ancient. In this life, I've experienced glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. I've been the hope of all peoples. My cup did runneth over. His mere murmuring caused thunderous rumblings to spread out. The sky flickered, winds screamed, and the sea of flames seethed. But there are two obsessions of mine that cannot be forgotten. First, destroy the moon and free the people from their curse. Second, to kill my traitorous brother to assuage the hatred in my heart. If Li Pan doesn't die, it will be a betrayal of my father, a betrayal of the people and the region, and a betrayal of my entire existence. The heir apparent looked in the direction of the penitent steps. His eyes were as cold as the netherworld as he took a step forward and vanished into thin air. The heaven-fire sea churned. Ripples spread through the dome of heaven. All living beings in the Moonlight region shivered in fear. The top experts from many species could sense that something was happening. Shocked, they looked in the direction of the penitent steps. Meanwhile, many parts of the northern ice plains were collapsing. An entire minor world fragment had existed beneath them, but now it was gone. So many places were simply crumbling. As rivers became waterfalls tumbling in all directions, 4 figures shot like lighting through the collapsing, icy landscape. They were, of course, Xu Qing, the captain, Enning Yan, and Wu Jianwu. As they fled at top speed, rumbling sounds echoed out behind them like the howling of a god. The icy ground collapsed, becoming like a black hole that sucked everything else toward it. Ahead of them, sections of ice rose up like blades. Frigid winds assailed them. Thankfully, all 4 of them were extraordinary individuals and had plenty of magical techniques to call on. Wu Jianwu was once again surrounded by a host of animals that helped clear a path for him. The captain used Enning Yan like a meteor hammer, allowing him to speed along disdainfully. When adding in the field of pressure put off by the patch of skin, it made things simple. Xu Qing, though, used the simplest method. He used his Gruglum abilities to become semi-transparent, allowing him to disregard anything in his path. And thus, the 4 of them got closer and closer to the surface. A few times, the captain couldn't help but look at Xu Qing and open his mouth as if to say something. He looked depressed. The reality was that he was stupefied. The fact that Xu Qing had suddenly shown up and did what he did left the captain feeling completely robbed by the early bird. My 6th major plan here in the Moonlight region was to get the nail from the forehead of the Imperial Sovereign's 3rd son. The 8th major operation was to free the heir apparent from his imprisonment beneath the Heavenfire Sea. But little Ah Qing obviously went to the Heavenfire Sea, and he already did those things. And he didn't just half-heartedly do them. He couldn't have done everything more perfectly. He even rescued the Imperial Sovereign's 3rd daughter. Something feels really off about this. It should be me taking him to do these things, right? The captain looked at Xu Qing with hidden bitterness. What was even harder for the captain to take was that Xu Qing had somehow acquired a fragment of a major world. When the captain thought about the countless untold hardships he had endured just to get a picture of that fingerprint, all while Xu Qing went and ripped up everything by the roots, well. No, I have to work harder. I'm the eldest brother here. Besides, I'm totally familiar with this area. I have to establish my authority and dignity as the eldest brother. There's one person who pulls off incredible jobs, and that's me." Determination flickered in the captain's eyes as he accelerated. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, the four of them finally burst out from the subterranean world and into the ice plains. Slapping his forehead, the captain shouted, "Little Roundy!" A faintly burning ball of fiery light emerged from the captain's forehead and started flying up into the sky. The captain quickly jumped inside of it. "Hurry up, all of you!" Without a word, Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan flew inside, but they weren't as fast as Xu Qing. The moment Xu Qing saw that sun, he took action. He knew the captain well enough to guess what was coming next, and therefore, almost as soon as the captain was inside the sun, Xu Qing was standing there next to him. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the faintly burning sun as it rumbled into motion, disappearing over the horizon a moment later. With that sun gone, Xu Qing and the others had nothing linking them to the ice plains. Slowly but surely, the day passed. In the dome of heaven above the Moonlight region, a blurry ball of light shot along at top speed. It was cloaked with a concealment power that made it so no one noticed its passage. Looking closely, it was possible to see that the ball of light was actually made of 5 intertwining rings. The 5 rings were covered in magical symbols that pulsed according to some unknown rhythm. Because of the rapid pace of the pulsing, they emitted almost a constant light. In the middle of the 5 rings was a golden asteroid. The light emitted by the asteroid was absorbed by the 5 rings, and then sent out in the form of light and heat. Atop the golden asteroid was a beautiful building. The captain sat on the roof of that building, his expression strange. Occasionally he would sigh, occasionally he would look determined, and occasionally he would grit his teeth. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu had obviously been here before, as they weren't looking around curiously. They were sprawled out on the floor, thinking fearfully back to what happened in the ice plains. The treasured patch of skin had been tossed off to the side. Xu Qing stood off in the distance, examining his surroundings. He already knew the origin of this artificial sun. What he was curious about now was how it had been created. ICOM. Meanwhile, the captain was on the rooftop, secretly passing a message to Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan. "Haven't the two of you rested enough? Pick up that treasured patch of skin. It's going to dry up in the heat." Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan both sighed, crawled to their feet, and went over to roll up the patch of skin. Noticing the movement, Xu Qing walked over. He could sense that something strange was going on with the captain. He had a good idea what it was, but also didn't care. It wasn't his first time dealing with something like this. It was the same back at the supreme beginning Netherflight pillar. That was when Xu Qing had come to realize that the captain sometimes just needed some time to settle his thoughts. 1. After reaching Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu, Xu Qing looked at the patch of skin, as well as the fingerprint on it. "That's what you came for." Wu Jianwu nodded helplessly. Enning Yan, who actually revered Xu Qing, quickly said, "That's right, biggest bro. After we parted ways with you, elder brother Erniu has constantly been pushing us forward." With that, he glanced at the captain out of the corner of his eye. Off in the distance, the captain sighed again. Xu Qing blinked a few times, then quietly said, "This patch of skin is incredible." Enning Yan hesitated, then lowered his voice and said, "It is incredible. You see, it's elder brother Erniu's skin. He had me and Big Jianjian slice a few dozen pieces off him, and then sew them together. I think Big Jianjian is still haunted by all that." Xu Qing didn't respond. He knew the captain was crazy, but he never thought he was this crazy. That said, it made a lot of sense to use one's own body as an asset. Up on the roof, the captain noticed Xu Qing's facial expression, and he suddenly felt very pleased with himself. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when he realized that the patch of skin he had made couldn't possibly compare to a world fragment. He sighed again. It felt like he'd let himself be skinned alive for no reason. A moment passed, and then his eyes shone with determination. Shooting to his feet and looking very serious, he turned to Xu Qing. Little Ah Qing. Xu Qing looked attentively in the captain's direction. Little Ah Qing, this was simply an instance of your eldest brother being the butcher who gives only a small demonstration with his cleaver. We're on our way to Mount Heavenly Ox, which is where I'm really going to open your eyes. I'm going to show you how fucking awesome I was back in the day. Xu Qing immediately donned a look of keen anticipation. Seeing that look on Xu Qing's face made the captain feel a lot better. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked at Wu Jianwu briefly, stared off into heaven and earth, and said, "Gaze not at yesterday's daylilies. Instead, see who will be more awesome tomorrow." Wu Jianwu was completely speechless. 1. The situation at the Supreme Beginning Netherflight Pillar was when Xu Qing collected the battle spirit symbols. That started in Chapter 350. After the initial incident, Xu Qing and the captain didn't actually talk to each other until Chapter 359. Chapter 572, Heavenly Tribulation Tempers the Soul, The Ox Returns, Part 1. If there was one truly holy location in the Moonlight region, it was the Penitent's Steps. It was considered holy in the past because of being the location of the Imperial Sovereign's palace. It was considered holy now because it was the location of the headquarters of the Red Moon Cathedral. Though it might sound like the place was just a sprawling plain, there was more. It was more like an island surrounded by a sea of blood. Towering above the Penitent's Steps was a kneeling statue, taller than any mountain in the Moonlight region. It was as tall as heaven and boundlessly astonishing. It was the Imperial Sovereign who had once ruled this region. Though he had died, he still emanated majestic pressure. What was more astonishing was that on his head was a massive palace complex shaped like a crown. It was crimson and acted like a sealing restraint that forced the Imperial Sovereign statue to stay kneeling. Because of it, the statue sank down a little deeper every year. The palace complex was the headquarters of the Red Moon Cathedral. Sprawled out around the statue on the ground were a host of church buildings. People strolled about in red robes, all of them quiet and peaceful. There was almost no sound. That was because the godchild didn't like a lot of noise. But today, it was going to get noisy. 2 prismatic beams of light shot through the air, one from the north and one from the east. They were like 2 sharp blades slicing the sky, destroying the silence and sending loud rumblings throughout the earth. The beam of light from the north abounded with death energy. Within it was the daughter of the Imperial Sovereign, clad in her suit of armor. From the east came something like a massive tempest in the form of a brown-robed figure. Full of daring, the 2 figures closed in, causing the sky to pulsate because of their passage and shattering the surrounding air. Their arrival caused the sea of blood to churn and the cathedral buildings to tremble. The moment their terrifying, apocalyptic aura descended, a tender voice spoke from the church complex atop the Imperial Sovereign's head. "Well, if it isn't my big brother, the heir apparent, and my beloved third sister is here too. I'm honestly surprised you got free." As the words echoed out, a figure in a red robe walked out of one of the buildings. His mere presence caused the sky to brighten. 1,000 radiant beams of light swayed, sending light out for 30,000 meters, illuminating the world. With a single step, he rose into the air, everything around him pulsating, distorting the air. He headed straight toward his 2 blood relatives. The 3 astounding individuals squared off, then clashed with a boom. Their fight existed on a level that most living beings couldn't even directly perceive. They could just see the sky shaking, heavenly bodies being disturbed, and landscape elements in turmoil. Countless church cultivators bowed their heads and piously offered obeisance, all while chanting together. "The Red Moon, lady to me, revered ancient's true trustee, the living hosts suffer, they have a blissful guarantee." The sound of the lyrics drifted through heaven and earth. As for how the battle ultimately turned out, it was impossible for anyone to say. However, the fighting caused fluctuations that spread through the canopy of heaven over all of the Moonlight region. It was almost like heaven-fire skycrossing was back. Natural laws were influenced, and magical laws were thrown into chaos. During that time, no living being dared to fly high in the sky. Even the sun in which Xu Qing and the others traveled which was far to the south, was forced down to a low elevation. Eventually, the captain put the sun away, and they landed on top of a mountain. Standing on a boulder, the captain and Xu Qing looked off into the distance. Wu Jianwu still seemed to be trembling with fear, and Enning Yan seemed to be thinking deeply about something. A long moment passed, and then Xu Qing and the captain looked at each other. "They're at war," Xu Qing said calmly. "It's too early. It'll be hard to succeed." Shaking his head, the captain produced a peach, took a bite, then continued. "That said, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us. And since we're not exactly in the position to participate directly, we need to just proceed according to plan. Little Ah Ching, going forward, this territory belongs to your eldest brother, me. Are you ready?" To the captain, what was really important wasn't the fight playing out at the cathedral headquarters. No, it was Mount Heavenly Ox. Once there, he planned to give Xu Qing a glimpse into his own former glory and majesty. Xu Qing didn't react visibly. This was at least the 7th or 8th time the captain had said something like this recently. Seeing that Xu Qing wasn't cooperating, the captain tossed him an apple. Xu Qing grabbed it, took a bite, and then plastered a look of anticipation onto his face. The captain immediately looked pleased. Off to the side, Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan exchanged a glance and sighed. Before Xu Qing showed up, neither of them got to eat any of the captain's apples. And after Xu Qing showed up, they still didn't get any apples. "Let's go," the captain said energetically and took a step forward. Xu Qing was also about to take a step forward, but then he stopped in place and looked up into the sky. "Eldest brother, do you think this would be a good spot to provoke heavenly tribulation?" The captain knew what Xu Qing was thinking. Looking back at Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan briefly, he replied, "Your violet moon nascent soul." Xu Qing nodded. After everything that happened in the northern ice plains, his nascent souls were all in the great circle of the one tribulation level. The captain muttered to himself for a moment, scanned the sky, and then chuckled. "It's an interesting idea, little junior brother. Because of the high-level battle going on, the magical laws of heaven and earth are in chaos. Although everything looks normal to the naked eye, if you provoked heavenly tribulation right now, I'd say there are 2 possible outcomes. One is that the heavenly tribulation won't even come. It'll be stuck on the outside, and you'll be able to get your hands on the heaven fate without going through the tribulation. But the second possibility is that the heavenly tribulation will come down with stupefying force, and it might even affect your true soul. Have you put all that into consideration?" The captain looked at Xu Qing. "Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D45A. Xu Qing mulled it over briefly. If it's the latter, it would probably result in even more heaven fate than average, and it would be good soul tempering. The captain's eyes gleamed. Well said, especially the part about soul tempering. Heavenly lightning is great for that. Xu Qing thought about it some more, then calmly said, "Let me give it a shot." The captain licked his lips. He found this idea of Xu Qing's very amusing. You know, there's another possibility. You could always hide out in your minor world as well. Realizing that what the captain said made sense, Xu Qing discussed a few particulars, then found a valley to start making preparations. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. And once they were in the valley, they couldn't hold back from talking about what was going on. Why does it feel like they're once again feeling suicidal? You should trust yourself more, Enning Yan said with a sigh. Just take out the part about why does it feel like, and you're on the money. As a very bad premonition built in Enning Yan, he turned to flee. Unfortunately, before he could get very far, his premonition became a reality. A massive gravitational force erupted from the valley, grabbed Enning Yan, and pulled him back inside. We still have tools at our disposal, right, little junior brother? With the right tools, we'll have a much better chance at success. As the captain's words rang out in the valley, Wu Jianwu shivered and accelerated. About 3,000 meters away, he quickly hid in a ditch. Peeking back at the valley, he heard intense rumbling in the sky. The thunderous booms were like the enraged roars of a god. Wu Jianwu inhaled sharply and fled another 3,000 meters. Only then did he start to feel a bit more at ease. The transformations up above became more terrifying. A massive vortex appeared, within which crackled endless bolts of lightning, which gradually converged into a massive lightning dragon. To the astonishment of Wu Jianwu, the lightning dragon roared and then shot toward the valley. The ground shook violently as the lightning dragon smashed into the valley. Boulders shattered as an infinitude of sparks showered out, creating a lake of lightning. It was just barely possible to make out the screams of Enning Yan. So terrified his scalp was tingling, Wu Jianwu fell back even further. The vortex above grew larger, and a second convergence of lightning tribulation descended. At the same time, the lightning from the lake below shot upward, connecting to the sky. From a distance, all of the lightning seemed to converge, then form one solid mass that smashed into the valley. Soil exploded in all directions. The shock wave sent Wu Jianwu's hair into disarray as he fled for his life. Lightning fell over and over again, the range widening, sending out deafening noise everywhere. It lasted for 7 days. Eventually, everything for 500 kilometers became scorched earth. The final round of lightning was immensely terrifying. A huge spear formed of lightning pierced through the dome of heaven and toward the earth below. Lands shook, and mountains were rocked. 500 kilometers away, Wu Jianwu trembled as he observed. As of now, he came to the firm conclusion that Xu Qing was just as crazy as Chen Erniu, even more so in some ways. No, I have to get out of here. Traveling with Chen Erniu feels like walking constantly on the edge of death. And then if you add Xu Qing, it's like strolling in the middle of death. I'm freaking walking directly down a path of death. Eyes shining with determination, Wu Jianwu turned and fled. He shifted directions back and forth numerous times in order to avoid detection. After running for a few days, though, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice behind him. Don't run, big Jianjian. Fear not, ha, it's over now. Howling inwardly with grief, Wu Jianwu pretended not to hear and just started running away faster. But he couldn't outpace the captain. About 4 or 5 breaths of time later, the captain whizzed past him and grabbed him by the shoulder. Scowling on the verge of tears, Wu Jianwu looked up at the captain's wickedly smiling face. Ignoring the look on Wu Jianwu's face, the captain amiably wrapped his arm around his neck. What are you running for, big Jianjian? I thought the two of us were good friends. This is a dangerous place, and though we're strangers in a strange land, we're not strangers to each other. Sticking with me will be the safest thing to do. If it weren't for little Ningning being able to track you down, you might have ended up wandering around all alone. Hearing that, Wu Jianwu glared at Enning Yan. The captain had Enning Yan in his other hand. Enning Yan was smiling at Wu Jianwu in a way that said, "Don't even think of trying to leave me behind." As Wu Jianwu fumed, he suddenly realized that Xu Qing was behind the captain, looking pale and quite weak. Though his clothes were in tatters and his hair was disheveled, he seemed to be in good spirits. Also, his aura was much stronger than before. However, he trembled as he walked, and he occasionally let off small bursts of sparks. The tribulation lightning had been so formidable that, thinking back on it, Xu Qing trembled in fear. Thankfully, he had a minor world, so when things got really bad, he went inside to recover briefly before going back out to face the lightning. What was more, he had the captain there to provide assistance. Despite all that, Xu Qing had been pushed to his limits several times. Although it was pure torment, he eventually passed the unusually intense heaven fate tribulation. As a result, he acquired more heaven fate than was normal. Most importantly, his soul had been baptized by the lightning and was now a lot stronger. Xu Qing steeled himself mentally. If things keep going like this, then when I finally pass the 5th heaven fate tribulation, my soul will no longer be so weak and feeble. Chapter 572, Heavenly Tribulation Tempers the Soul, The Ox Returns, Part 2. With Wu Jianwu back with the group, they were whole again, and could start moving in the direction of Mount Heavenly Ox. It was hard to say how the captain did it, but thanks to his endless cajoling, he finally won over Wu Jianwu again. Once Wu Jianwu was smiling again, he started spouting poetry. That said, he was so furious with Enning Yan that he didn't speak one word to him the entire trip. Xu Qing ignored their antics. As they traveled, he stimulated the violet crystal to heal himself as quickly as possible. The lightning tribulation had been so powerful that he ended up with a lot of deep flesh wounds. Of course, that meant that the recovery process was a big transformation for his physical body. In this manner, half a month passed. The restrictions on movement in the air became less severe, and eventually, they started traveling in the artificial sun. About half a month later, they finally caught sight of Mount Heavenly Ox. Mount Heavenly Ox was located in the unfinished mountains. Those mountains formed an extensive forested mountain chain, inhabited by many small sects and species. The climate was very different from either the north or the east. There was lush vegetation everywhere, making the mountain range as a whole seem emerald in color. The sky overhead seemed clearer as well. There was abundant life force in this location. "See that?" the captain said proudly. "The tallest mountain there is Mount Heavenly Ox. All of you, listen to me. Back in the day, Mount Heavenly Ox was a holy land here. It occupied the highest position possible. But let's not bring up history. All of those things are past glories. Now there are all sorts of sects here, and they're organized into an alliance. And that alliance is named, well, they clearly feel sentimental about the legends associated with this place, because they're called the Heavenly Ox Alliance." The captain seemed very happy to speak those words. In fact, back in Sealing County, when he received the intelligence reports that explained all of these things, he had been elated for days. 1. Hearing all of that, Xu Qing made sure to look very impressed. Then he looked up into the sky. "Seems brighter than everywhere else, right?" the captain said, grinning. "That's because the canopy of heaven here was once split open. Also, the mountains are special. They actually produce their own light. Because of that, the unfinished mountains are quite famous throughout the Moonlight region. Now, let's get moving. I'll take you to the main city at the bottom of the mountain. Because there are so many cultivators here, the city formed naturally there, and it's a very bustling place." Clasping his hands behind his back, the captain led the way. It almost seemed like he was arriving back at his own home. Before long, a huge city appeared up ahead. Even from a distance, it was possible to hear the hustle and bustle. There were local cultivators from a number of species present, as well as lots of mortals. Standing outside the city gate, the captain cleared his throat loudly, stuck his chin up, and intentionally studied the placard with the city's name printed on it. Ox Receiving City. The name seemed bold and also ancient, as if it had existed for countless years of time. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan looked at the name of the city, then reflexively looked at the captain. Beaming with joy, the captain turned to Xu Qing. Xu Qing studied the name of the city, and his expression flickered. The captain roared with happy laughter. Leading them forward, he said, "You saw that, huh? This city was built for the specific purpose of welcoming me. Coming back to this place really is coming home." The captain strode forward jauntily. However, when they actually went through the gate, a little incident occurred. As it turned out, entering the city required a hefty spirit stone fee. The captain had just finished explaining that this was his home, so he obviously wasn't very thrilled at having to pay money to get in. Enning Yan averted his gaze. Wu Jianwu looked around blankly. Neither of them had any money. Xu Qing blinked a few times. Noting how dismal the captain looked, he quietly offered some words of comfort. "It's fine, eldest brother. They don't know who you are or that this place actually belongs to you. And if you think about it, the spirit stones being paid are actually yours anyway, right?" The captain's eyes beamed with admiration. Little Ah Qing really is so considerate. With that, he happily paid the spirit stone fee out of pocket. And so they entered the bustling city. There were species and sects of all sorts represented, and there were lots of shops. The place was clearly very prosperous. As they walked through the city, the captain looked around and sighed contentedly. At one point, he spotted a spirit spring facility, and he stopped in place, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. There's a spirit river that snakes through the unfinished mountains, and it forms plenty of spirit springs. Even after all the years that have passed, the springs are still there. Back in the day, I used to love having a soak here. And of course, having some of the female cultivators join me. Come, let's go relax in the water. After you're all feeling comfortable, I'll take you to my home." And thus the captain led them inside. The proprietor of the Spirit Spring facility was a cultivator. After nodding in greeting, he accepted the payment and then led them inside. The pools were large, and there were lots of customers present. Though the pools were separated to allow for private bathing, it still felt like a bustling place, filled with the sound of chatting and laughter. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu each got a separate pool. Doffing their outer garments, they slipped into the water and sighed contentedly. Wu Jianwu paid extra so that he could be joined by all of his children. The captain had his own pool, where he spread out his arms and let loose a long sigh. Once Xu Qing was in his own pool, Linger came out and took human form. Blushing a bit, she scooted close to Xu Qing and smiled so broadly her eyes became thin crescent moons. Xu Qing smiled, closed his eyes, and felt his mood improving as he relaxed. After all, the exhausting travel, plus the physical transformation he went through, had left him so worn out that soaking in the spring just felt extremely rejuvenating and comfortable. As they acclimated to the surroundings, the laughing and chatter wasn't just random noise. After getting used to it, it seemed like part of the experience. There were some conversations that caught Xu Qing's attention. "What a pity. Next month, all of the spirit springs on the mountain are going to be closed. Supposedly the Spirit River is going to be completely diverted and sent to the local branch of the Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers sect. It is what it is. Immortal Fairy Sweetfrost is getting married, and she has to go through a 1-month baptism first. Everyone in the Unfinished Mountains has to give her some face. The Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers sect even agreed to host her baptism, right? Isn't that just because of her fiancé, Master Darkfate? Considering he's the top expert in the Unfinished Mountains, people basically have no choice but to cooperate. Maybe Immortal Fairy Sweetfrost really is a stunning beauty. I happened to catch a glimpse of her last year, and she's really a looker, completely incomparable. I heard Immortal Fairy Sweetfrost isn't actually from the Unfinished Mountains. She just showed up a while ago when she was passing through. For Master Darkfate, though, it was love at first sight." Those were some of the things Xu Qing heard, mixed in with the regular chatting and laughter. It was very thought-provoking to Xu Qing. This was his custom. Whenever he was in a new location, he would take time to learn more about the place, including the current gossip. The latter was especially important, considering what happened in the Heavenfire Sea and how a lack of information had proved to be very troublesome. He had come to value that sort of thing more than ever. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan weren't thinking about such things. However, the captain was keeping his ears open. Eventually, he looked over at Xu Qing, smiled, and said, "That's not important to us. This is our house, and they're like little house sparrows." In response to the captain's confident words, Xu Qing nodded, then closed his eyes and sank down a bit in the water. 2 hours passed. When they left the Spirit Spring facility, they all felt revitalized. Although Xu Qing was in disguise, his tall, slender frame still attracted a lot of attention when they left. So did rosy-cheeked Linger. Now that she was back in human form, she was exquisitely beautiful, and as she accompanied Xu Qing, quite a few people glanced at her. Wu Jianwu was feeling great. Any sense of depression he had felt was long gone, and as he walked the streets along with Xu Qing and the others, he gracefully fanned himself with a fan. Floating clouds are mountains, halos. In my heart a field of boulders glows. A feather from spirit to mortal will grow. Its beauty is naught but apropos. Wu Jianwu usually stuck to a single line of poetry at a time. But this time, he spoke 2 lines with 2 sections each, for a total of 4 rhyming sections. After finishing with the poem, he looked very pleased. Enning Yan took a few steps away from Wu Jianwu, while the captain seemed confused about the meaning of the poem. Xu Qing kept looking straight ahead. Other pedestrians who heard Wu Jianwu's poetry looked over curiously. It wasn't common to hear poetry like that on the street. Wu Jianwu snorted coldly in his heart. Simpletons. How can they not understand the deeper meaning of my poetry? Feeling more highbrow than ever, Wu Jianwu shook his head and strolled after Xu Qing and the others. Unbeknownst to him, two women were looking down at the street from the second floor of a nearby building. One of them was younger and had her head bowed as she said something to the other woman, who was good-looking and middle-aged. The latter looked surprised. However, it wasn't because of what her subordinate was telling her. Standing, she pushed aside the curtain and looked out to see Wu Jianwu walking away in the opposite direction. Her eyes filled with admiration and praise. What an extraordinary individual. He's using mountains and boulders as a metaphor for inner will, and spirit to describe mortality. He's giving voice to his true inner ambitions in the same manner as ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Given the times we live in, romantics like this aren't very common. The woman's subordinate was visibly taken aback by her words and stepped up to the window to take a look for herself. She was aware that her sect leader had always been enamored with ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, and for someone to become a sect leader with such public adoration was something only an extraordinary individual could accomplish. Sect leader, should I do some digging and find out who the young gentleman is? There's no need, the middle-aged woman said softly. Our yin-yang betwixt flowers sect values predestined affinity. Besides, romantics such as him probably wouldn't appreciate people prying into his personal affairs. Eyes glittering, she turned to look at her subordinate. Did you dig up any information about fellow Taoist Sweetfrost? Her subordinate ducked her head and respectfully replied, I got some. She was originally in the first stage of void returning. However, after sustaining a serious injury, her cultivation base dropped below void returning. She's probably using a fake name, as her background story is completely fabricated. She does have some of the curse in her, but not much, which seems to indicate she's an out-of-region cultivator. What's more, her spiritual souls and physical souls are incomplete. Given the location where she first appeared, it seems unlikely that she's a Fire Moon Darkheaven. She probably isn't a Nightshade either. The most likely possibility is that she snuck in from Holotide territory. It's impossible to say what she's doing here. However, we do know that she only met Master Darkfate a year ago. With that, the subordinate stopped speaking, so the middle-aged woman waved her hand. The subordinate quickly took her leave. Once alone, the middle-aged woman looked off into the distance. In that case, why does this Sweetfrost have the aura of a smoldering god on her? By way of reminder, the captain's name Chen Erniu has the character Niu, or ox cow, in it. So all of the ox-related things are sort of inherently funny because of that. Chapter 573, Opening a Tomb on a Moonless Night, Part 1. As Wu Jianwu followed Xu Qing, and the captain, slowly shaking his head, he had no idea that, at long last, someone had appeared who could not only understand his poetry, but appreciate it. The crumbling leaves are lonely and scattered. A bird missing feathers cannot fly high. Wu Jianwu sighed. Off to the side, Enning Yan's lips twitched with disgust. As far as he was concerned, Wu Jianwu was off in the head. In fact, Enning Yan had decided that if he ever reached the pinnacle of all heaven and earth, he would definitely issue orders to have Wu Jianwu's head opened up to see what host of demonic beings had possessed him. Sensing that something was off about the way Enning Yan was looking at him, Wu Jianwu looked at him and snorted coldly. Shameless but seemingly a decent chap. Look close, you'll realize he's a piece of crap. The infuriated Enning Yan looked like he was about ready to start an argument. But then he thought about all of those random animals Wu Jianwu had and decided not to. Around then, the captain said, Would you two cool it? It's getting late, so the time has come to show all of you my home. You will now see splendorous architecture and overflowing wealth. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that went into the construction of my mausoleum. And there was amazing treasure left inside as well. Big Jianjian, you like to collect the ancient emperor's calligraphy. I have 5 scrolls in there. Little Ningning, remember those things you need for your ancestral bloodline awakening. I have 7 of them. Just follow me. And as for you, little junior brother, believe me, you're the main foundation of all of our big jobs, and also the main reason the Red Moon Cathedral is going to topple soon. Remember, all of you, keep a firm grip on your jaw. Otherwise, it might drop so low it falls off your face. The captain's eyes shone with lofty pride, and he kept his chin stuck up as he led them forward. The captain's confident words and his look of longing got Xu Qing thinking. He was increasingly curious about this past life of the captain, and though he had some speculations, there was no evidence to give him any solid clues. That said, from all the captain's descriptions, it must have been a very extraordinary life. Thus, Xu Qing's eyes glittered with anticipation. Wu Jianwu had stopped his poetry and walked a bit faster to keep up. Enning Yan was looking increasingly excited, and Linger's eyes shone with deep curiosity. As night fell, the 5 of them left Ox Receiving City and entered the unfinished mountains. The captain led the way. He hadn't been here for a very long time, but it was where he had lived a previous life. Therefore, all it took was to note a few landmarks, and he had no trouble leading. 4 hours later, the 5 of them were deep in the unfinished mountains. They had made their way past quite a few mountain peaks, and every time they did, the captain would wax reminiscent. In the past, that was Pure Girl's Summit, which was the location of a sect that one of my old flames called home. Ah, what a pity. She's nothing but bleached bones now. She won't be chasing me anymore. 1. This is where the 3 Cauldrons sect once stood. It was also where one of my best friends was born. Oh, how I miss him. As a member of the weaponoid species, he was much stronger than our little Ning Ning. He could take the form of any kind of weapon. There's one constant in the vicissitudes of time. Things change, but people stay the same. The captain continued to sigh. Eventually, when the sky was completely dark, he led Xu Qing and the others to the foot of a barren mountain. Along the way, they stopped at 7 different locations, where the captain would perform an incantation gesture. It seemed like he was dispelling sealing marks. There are 8 steps involved in opening this tomb from my previous life. All the seals have to be opened in the correct order within 6 hours. Make even one mistake and it won't work. The most important thing is to space out the timing correctly. You can't go too fast or too slow. And now, we've reached the 8th and final spot. The captain looked up at the barren mountain. There didn't seem to be anything unusual about this location. It looked completely average. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D44E, letter 1D5C7T. But after looking around and calculating the time, the captain performed a right-handed incantation gesture, then pushed his hand out in front of him. A tremor passed through the ground, and many boulders seemed to shift in place. Upon sensing that, the captain grinned. Then he smacked himself in the chest, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. As it landed on the ground, the blood seeped down and disappeared. The captain wasn't done with his work, though. He began speeding circles around the barren mountain. To the shock of Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu, as the captain ran, he pummeled himself viciously, until he had coughed up so many mouthfuls of blood it was hard to keep track of. The blood all disappeared into the soil, leaving no trace of itself behind. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the captain returned to them, huffing and puffing, his face pale. He was clearly very weak, but also visibly excited. If you mess up even one step of the process, the tomb won't open. Other than me, nobody could possibly do this. After some quick calculations, Xu Qing determined that the captain had coughed up enough blood to fill the bodies of 200 ordinary people. It really did seem reasonable to say that the captain was the only person who could do this. And now, polish your eyeballs and get ready to see something amazing. Laughing heartily, the captain slapped the ground. The soil beneath his feet sank down, creating a vortex that instantly sucked the captain inside. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Qing led Linger forward. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu followed. They all entered the vortex. A moment later, the vortex vanished, and everything went back to normal. The warding spells here had obviously been designed to mask fluctuations. During the entire time, almost no noise or vibrations escaped out to be detected by anyone. Xu Qing had no idea where the vortex was taking them. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw that the 5 of them were in a subterranean cave temple. It was quite large. The temple layout was oval, and it had a ceiling some several hundred meters high. Against the walls were 12 enormous statues. Some were humans, some were non-humans. All of them had weapons in hand and fierce eyes that seemed to see back into ancient times. They were so enormous that Xu Qing and the others felt like they were in a kingdom of giants. In the temple's position of honor was a huge throne. It was empty save for an imperial crown made of stone. Though the stony cavern was simplistic in nature, it abounded with a straightforward and even overbearing air. When Enning Yan was able to see everything clearly, he inhaled sharply. 12 imperial sovereigns, each of them 299 meters tall. And they're bowing to a throne that's 300 meters tall. It conforms to the pattern of a grand emperor. Wu Jianwu didn't know about such things, but he was nonetheless struck with an indescribable sensation that caused him to look at the captain with a bewildered look in his eyes. Xu Qing was similarly astonished. Based on all of this, it was obvious that the captain had been an extraordinary person in this previous life of his. Even Linger's eyes were wide with incredulity. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces caused the captain to sigh softly. The sound of his sigh carried a sensation of reminiscence and melancholy throughout the stony cavern as the captain slowly started walking forward. As everyone watched, he strode toward the front until he reached the 300-meter-tall throne, growing larger and larger as he did. Sitting on the throne, he looked out at everything. The height and the gaze, as well as the grandeur because of the surroundings, made it seem like the captain really was a grand emperor returned, imbued with a spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers. Wu Jianwu shivered instinctively. Ducking his head, he clasped hands and bowed. Enning Yan felt himself going a bit weak at the knees. Only Xu Qing managed to keep himself calm and collected. He looked around suspiciously at the cave, and then at the enormous projected version of the captain on the throne. Everything here is fake, isn't it, eldest brother? Xu Qing's words caused the eyes of Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu to go wide. The captain, however, maintained the same dignified facial expression as he looked back at Xu Qing. Xu Qing turned to the left, toward what seemed like nothing but thin air. Face completely expressionless, he said, "Stop fooling around, eldest brother." Laughter suddenly erupted from the spot Xu Qing was looking at, and the captain materialized. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu looked at that spot, then back at the throne. The huge projected figure on the throne was obviously an illusion, not the real captain. The captain ignored Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu. Chuckling, he looked at Xu Qing. "Nobody understands me better than you, little junior brother. Well done. This place is actually intended to deter tomb raiders. Although the method to open the entrance here is complicated, and only I know how to do it, I still wanted to play things very safe. So I made this area. Any tomb raider who managed to make it this far would surely be fooled by the illusion, and then stumble into the deadly traps. I've engaged in a lifetime of tomb raiding myself, so I understand all such things very deeply." Xu Qing nodded. All of this really did conform to the captain's style. "Come, I'll take you in further," the captain said. "After this are 8 similar locations set up to guard against tomb raiders." Grinning craftily, the captain led them up to the throne. There, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, and another vortex appeared that they jumped into. They passed through 6 of the areas the captain had mentioned earlier. All of them were constructed to look inimitably realistic. Also, each one was bigger and more magnificent than the one before it. In the 6th location, they felt like they were floating amongst the clouds. When Enning Yan looked around at what scenery was visible through the clouds, he was yet again dumbstruck. Everything conformed exactly to the pattern of the ancient emperors. They didn't continue any further. In the 6th location, the captain harvested a bit of a cloud, coughed up some blood to mix with it, and subsequently created an enormous door made of mist. Looking as proud as a peacock, the captain stood in front of the door and said, "Normally speaking, anyone who reached this point would believe that there were more spots to visit. And that's why I did things contrary to logic and hid the real entrance right here. This door leads to the 1st floor of my residence from this past life." Everything Wu Jianwu had seen had left him shaken to the core. The fact that so many facade tombs had been built to guard against tomb raiders begged the question of how amazing the real tomb was going to be. Enning Yan's thoughts were focused in a different direction. What do the last two facade tombs look like? The captain laughed but didn't answer the question. Waving his hand, he summoned the Lone Sun's artificial sun and had it shine a burst of light on the door. He did that 9 times. After the 9th burst of light, the door rumbled open. I'm finally home. AI, it's been such a long time, I really miss this place. The captain could already imagine Xu Qing's stunned reaction upon seeing how skilled he was at hiding treasure. Trying to look like the epitome of casualness, the captain beckoned at them to enter the door. Xu Qing actually was looking forward to seeing what lay beyond the door, so he strode forward. Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu followed. Once they were in, the captain smiled proudly and stepped in the door. On the other side was a very large mansion grotto. And this is, wait, what? As the captain looked around, his jaw slowly dropped. The pure girl mentioned here is a reference to Sunu, an ancient Chinese goddess associated with music and sexuality. For more info about this, here's the Wikipedia article. Chapter 573, Opening a Tomb on a Moonless Night, Part 2. The place was completely and utterly empty. There was nothing present, not even a chair. It was absolutely bare to the point where it looked like someone had cleaned the place. There wasn't even any dust in the corners. A strange expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face. Enning Yan blinked a few times. Wu Jianwu's eyebrows danced up and down. Linger leaned over to Xu Qing and loudly whispered, "It's so clean." The captain spun to look left and right, feeling increasingly flustered. Something was definitely not right here. However, he managed to maintain superior control over his facial expression and continued to talk in a very relaxed and casual manner. There was never anything on the first floor. Considering how many years have passed, you would expect things to look a bit weathered. In any case, my really good stuff is all on the 2nd floor. I put special protections in place there. The captain hurried to the opposite wall, where he flicked his sleeve. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a stone door appeared. Seeing that the door was undamaged, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. Placing his hand in front of his mouth, he started licking it to cover it in saliva. At the same time, he provided an explanation for Xu Qing and the others. This door can only be opened with my saliva and palm print. Without those 2 things, nobody can open the door. The captain put his hand directly on the door. Open. The door vibrated a few times, but in the end it didn't open. Xu Qing blinked a few times. Linger looked at the captain. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan were also looking at the captain. Surprised, the captain retracted his right hand. After giving his left hand a thorough licking, he tried again. The door vibrated even more dramatically, but it didn't open. Beads of sweat were now visible on the captain's forehead. Aware that everyone was looking at him, he cleared his throat. It's been a really long time. I guess some parts have broken over the years. It's fine. It's totally fine. I have other ways of getting inside. The captain put both hands on the door and pushed, and though the door vibrated even more dramatically than before, it still didn't open. The captain's eyes went wide. Biting his tongue, he spat out some blood. The blood made the door shake violently, but it didn't open. Eyes glittering, Xu Qing took a step forward, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched the door. It shook even more violently. The captain inhaled sharply. He was starting to get anxious. What are you people standing around for? Help me. Something is freaking wrong here. Somebody changed the lock on my house. Wu Jianwu muttered to himself apprehensively, but in the end, still summoned some of his children. A bear appeared, as did a parrot, as well as a host of other strange-looking animals. They charged toward the door. Enning Yan was starting to get a very bad feeling and started to back away. But then the captain reached out, grabbed the vines growing out of his belly, and yanked Enning Yan through the air to slam into the door. A boom rang out. Enning Yan had very thick skin, so he wasn't hurt. And thanks to the force being focused on it, it finally opened a tiny crack. Looking very nervous, the captain started spitting out mouthful after mouthful of blood onto the opened part of the door. His blood was apparently an all-purpose tool in dealing with things he had set up in a previous life. Thanks to the blood, the crack grew wider. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the door eventually swung open, revealing a cave temple beyond. It was a complete mess. A thief had clearly been here. There was junk tossed around everywhere, including broken medicinal pill bottles and overturned bookcases. There was also a faint scent of decay. The captain looked around, flabbergasted. Xu Qing's eyes shone as he stepped into the cave temple and looked at the chaos. Wu Jianwu sighed. Given what he was seeing, he couldn't hold back from reciting some poetry. The delighted ox took the long path back, only to find a home bare and miserable. "What Big Jianjian means, elder brother Erniu," Enning Yan said quietly, "is that your home got robbed." The captain turned to look at the two of them, and he seemed so furious that he looked like he might eat them. They quickly shut their mouths. That said, the captain wasn't in the mood to deal with the two morons. Looking at the devastation in the cave temple, anger began to bubble within him. That was especially true when he thought back to all the expensive things he had stored here in his past life. Finally, he sighed and pretended to be very relaxed. "I predicted years ago that something like this could happen," he said loftily. "After all, a lot of time has passed. It's normal for unexpected things to happen, and that's why I made sure all the best stuff was actually on the next floor by the coffin. This is the second floor, and what's gone is gone. My coffin, on the other hand, is on the third floor. It's definitely going to be untouched. Other than me, no one in heaven and earth exists who could open the third floor, not even a god." With that, he strolled to the middle of the stony cavern, where he performed an incantation gesture. The cavern trembled, and then a circular door appeared. Some of what the captain said, Xu Qing believed, but he didn't believe the part about gods being unable to open the door. However, he didn't say anything. He scanned the floor, then looked at the door thoughtfully. He was about to say something, but before he could, the captain suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and staggered to the side. Snarling viciously, he said, "Very interesting. Someone actually altered this warding spell." Xu Qing prepared to step over and help, but the captain waved him away. "I don't need any of your help. I refuse to believe I can't handle this alone." Everything he'd said on the way here now seemed like slaps on the face. With his self-esteem crashing and burning, the captain gritted his teeth. Gruish faces appeared in his pupils, and the pupils also had faces in them. Apparently, that pattern went on forever. The area was now surrounded with blue light, as well as an explosively frigid coldness. Approaching the door, he lifted his right hand and then shoved it out. His chest suddenly ripped open as a blue hand with bone spurs jutting off it emerged. There wasn't just one. A total of 8 hands burst out from inside him, along with terrifying fluctuations. Wu Jianwu and his animal children trembled. Enning Yan was stunned, and the 8 vicious blue hands shoved at the door. Rumbling sounds echoed out. The captain had set up the warding spells here, and though they had been altered, he still had a higher level of command over them than any other person. The door trembled as glowing cracks spread out over its surface to form a magical symbol. The magical symbol flickered a few times, and then a loud cracking sound could be heard. The door collapsed, revealing a roughly 30-meter cave temple. RACO. Without the slightest hesitation, the captain flew inside. A moment later, a howl of grief rang out. It was an intense cry that prompted Xu Qing to rush into the cave temple. Once inside, he gasped. The mess on the third floor surpassed that on the second floor. If the second floor had been ransacked by a thief, then the third floor had been cleared out by a gang of thieves. Everything was in complete disorder. Worst of all, there were some dried-up piles of excrement in a few places. There was a tall plinth in the middle of the cave, atop which the coffin would normally rest. The coffin had been smashed to pieces, although there was one small part of it still intact, laying off to the side. It was empty. There was no corpse. The captain sat down on one of the pieces of the coffin and looked around. He seemed numb. Seeing that, Xu Qing sighed, walked over and clasped the captain's shoulder. The captain looked at him with grief and indignation in his eyes. "Little junior brother, my past life, has been stolen. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan entered, and they looked around, shocked. Eldest brother, Xu Qing whispered, just calm down. Are you completely sure that your past life body was actually dead? He had no idea what it would be like to have your corpse from a previous life stolen. After all, not many people could experience something like that, but he could guess what the captain was feeling. Hearing Xu Qing's question caused the captain's eyes to harden. He was a shrewd person, and though it had been a big shock to find that his past life body was gone, after Xu Qing's question, he started noticing things. His expression turned cold. Do you mean that my body might have woken up and done all this? But if I didn't die in that previous life, then how could I be here in this life? It doesn't seem to me that your suggestion is very realistic. Unless some unclean thing came and possessed your body, Xu Qing said calmly. That's right, the captain said, standing. Terrifying fluctuations rolled off him. I'm the one who usually pulls a fast one on other people. This is the first time someone else has pulled a fast one on me. The chaos on the second floor spread from one spot, so it seems likely it was caused by a single person. And then this third floor, Xu Qing said, looking at the captain. A crazy look appeared in the captain's eyes. Everything on the third floor is focused on the center of the cave. Given the damage here, it seems that the coffin exploded, creating a big shockwave. Only after the dust settled did someone search the place. For this unclean thing to open the doors and change everything shows that they must understand me very well. That lets us narrow things down a lot. It seems extremely unlikely that someone broke in from the outside. Instead, an unclean spirit that originated here seems like the most likely culprit. I had a lot of funerary objects in here. Maybe after all the years that passed, one of those objects had some sort of destined opportunity and ended up producing a spirit automaton. The more the captain voiced things out loud, the more everything made sense. A cold light flickered in his eyes. That said, this unclean thing really should not have possessed my old body. I ensorcelled that body starting from when it was just born. What's more, it's linked to this specific location. Without interference from me, if it leaves the unfinished mountains, it'll collapse into ash. And that means, if it's still alive, it can't be very far away. The captain's cold voice thrummed with killing intent. Xu Qing nodded, looked at the cave walls around them, and opened his mouth to speak. The captain beat him to it. We need to determine if this thing sensed that we were coming. The captain performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing streams of light to spring up everywhere, allowing him to connect to the warding spells. A moment later, he gave a cold harumph. There are no signs of any fluctuations leaving this place. This unclean thing might have some control over things here, but in the end, this is my tomb. The captain spat up another mouthful of blood, then lifted his right hand and snapped his finger. The blood he had just coughed up turned into a geomantic compass. The needle on the compass spun, then pointed it in one specific direction. Anything connected to my blood can be tracked using this bloodline compass. All of a sudden, the needle shifted to point at Enning Yan. Enning Yan's face fell. Read latest chapters at Only. Chapter 574, Predestined Relationship, Too Wonderful for Words, Part 1. It's not me, Enning Yan blurted anxiously. It's obviously pointing at something behind me. That's got to be it. Enning Yan quickly hurried over to Wu Jianwu's side. However, as he did, the blood needle on the captain's geomantic compass swiveled to follow him. The captain's expression turned very serious as he stared deeply at Enning Yan. Get over here. Wu Jianwu's expression flickered as he turned to look at Enning Yan, and without even thinking about it, said, A barren tree blooms, making new generations. The glimmering light points to distant relations. Trembling with terror, Enning Yan ignored Wu Jianwu. He looked confused, and at the same time, his heart was pounding so hard it could dry up rivers and drain seas. He really had thought that he was just standing in between the geomantic compass and the Tomb Raider. But now it was clear that the needle really was pointing at him. When he thought about what that signified given the circumstances, he started to get panicky. Elder B-brother Erniu, he stammered. "This doesn't have anything to do with me, really. I don't even know what's going on." Xu Qing looked on curiously, but didn't say anything. Eyebrows dancing up and down, the captain said, "Hurry up and give it to me." "Give you what?" Enning Yan said, grimacing. "You and I definitely aren't blood-related." The captain frowned in disdain. "I know this has nothing to do with you. How could I possibly have a descendant like you? I want you to give me that treasured patch of skin." Shivering, Enning Yan quickly took the patch of skin out of his bag of holding and threw it to the captain. The needle followed it. Seeing that, Enning Yan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd been scared nearly to death just now. Wu Jianwu sighed inwardly and murmured, "The world collapses, the bird pees in fright. Fate comes and goes for this troglodyte." Enning Yan didn't understand the poetry, but he could sense that it was somehow making fun of him. He glared at Wu Jianwu. Wu Jianwu glared back, and the numerous animals surrounding him joined him. Enning Yan kept his mouth shut. The captain was already ignoring their mutual animosity. Picking up the patch of skin and storing it in his own bag of holding, he once again consulted his geomantic compass. It was now pointing in a specific direction. "That's the way. Let's go. I'm very curious to see who the hell went so far as to possess my past life body." Bristling with anger, the captain hurried back toward the entrance of the tomb. Xu Qing hurried along. As he did, he checked the shadow beneath his feet and also sent his senses into his bag of holding to make sure the spike of misfortune was ready to use. He was now more determined than ever to stay on guard against them. The captain's current situation had made it obvious how important that was. When the shadow sensed Xu Qing's divine will, it trembled. Inside the spike of misfortune, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior shivered. Both tried to exude overt subservience. Xu Qing's facial expression remained unchanging. Inside, he was thinking that he should probably learn some more about warding spells and consider using some to make sure he was fully prepared to deal with any issues with the Shadow or Patriarch. He didn't want to hurt their feelings, but also didn't want to make the same mistake the captain had made. As he was wrapped up in such thoughts, he followed the captain out of the tomb and into the morning outside. Off in the distance, an artificial sun cast out its first morning rays, driving away the darkness. The lush mountain vegetation became clearly visible. Given the bitterness of the world they lived in, the life pulsing through the plants and vegetation almost seemed like an illusion to Xu Qing. But as the day grew brighter, things seemed to turn normal, and the mountain boulders looked less like demonic monsters and more like ordinary rocks. The small group of 4 was wrapped up in all sorts of emotions. The captain was anxious. Wu Jianwu was sighing regretfully. Enning Yan was still a bit frightened. Xu Qing was completely on guard, as he was convinced that this incident wasn't going to wrap up as smoothly as the captain had claimed it would. Xu Qing had no idea how many years had passed since this previous life of the captain. And if the culprit was still in the unfinished mountains, it seemed likely they would be very well prepared. In all likelihood, whoever we're dealing with knows that eldest brother can transmigrate. In other words, he would be able to guess that eldest brother would eventually come back. And that means this guy is definitely extremely cautious. Xu Qing hurried to catch up with the captain, and then shared some of his thoughts. The captain nodded. He had considered such things as well. However, he still felt confident. Clasping Xu Qing's shoulder, he lowered his voice and said, "Whoever the hell did all this, little junior brother, you can rest assured that there's one thing he didn't think of. And that is, all I have to do is touch him, and I have my ways of taking control. You see, whenever I transmigrate, I always ensorcel my new body as soon as possible after being born. That way, the body is ready to be used as a weapon at any moment. Because of that, this past life body really can't escape me." Xu Qing looked the captain up and down. "You did the same thing with your current body." "Of course, little Ah Qing," the captain said, looking down his nose. "On that fateful day back in the county capital, I was ready to open all my seals and call all of my past life bodies to me. That's no exaggeration. If I called all my past life bodies together, then even gods would have to call me Big Bro. 1. Xu Qing chuckled. He had long since grown used to the captain's bragging. However, considering that the incident related to Xu Qing himself, it had a different level of meaning. He nodded earnestly. 7 days passed. During that time, they followed the captain's geomantic compass deep into the unfinished mountains. The mountain peaks were tall and forbidding, the vegetation was dense, and they saw lots of wild animals. Similar to both cultivators and mortals, the animals in the Moonlight region were also cursed. Because of that, they had all changed, and were much fiercer than their out-of-region counterparts. Just now, a swarm of tiger-headed butterflies was flying past, their wingspans nearly 2 meters. As they flew along, they scattered extremely poisonous powder. Xu Qing captured a few of them, whereupon his eyes glittered with curiosity. He looked in the direction they were flying. The powder has the red moon curse in it, but it's very active, like it was just created. Though his curiosity had been aroused, he decided to think about such matters later, and instead followed the captain. At a certain point deep in the mountains, the sensation the captain was getting from his blood prompted him to mask his presence. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan also used similar methods to conceal their auras. Xu Qing took out the mask his master had given him, then went into his Gruglum state, making him virtually invisible. In a small valley, the captain squatted on the branch of a tree, then turned to what seemed to be empty air next to him and said, "Little Ah Qing, about a day ahead of us is where my bloodline power is strongest. However, only scraps are left behind. The origin isn't there. Instead of running around after him, I want to lay in wait until he returns. Incidentally, because of various reasons, this old body of mine likely doesn't have void returning battle prowess. It should be in Spirit Trove. Spirit Trove fleshly body battle prowess." "Okay," Xu Qing replied from a different direction. The captain blinked a few times. Little Ah Qing's concealment abilities have really improved. I need to pick up the pace." However, now wasn't the time to put a lot of thought into such things, so he just squatted there unmoving. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan were nearby, hardly daring to breathe. After all, no one knew who exactly had taken over the captain's previous life body, and in terms of this person's cultivation base, the captain might seem relaxed, but if they were dealing with a Spirit Trove cultivator, they might as well be up against a colossal monster. Everyone was being very cautious. Time passed. 4 days later, the captain suddenly transmitted a message to everyone. "He's here." Xu Qing looked, not up into the sky, but at a spot in front of the captain. There was an eyeball there which was projecting an image of the area. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan retracted every scrap of their auras. At first, they looked up into the sky, but then quickly shifted their attention to the eyeball in front of the captain. About a day's journey from where they were, something dramatic happened in the canopy of heaven. A group of people flew over the horizon. Along with them came music spreading out in all directions. There were over 100 people in the group, and all of them were playing flutes. The music was beautiful and energetic. There were handmaidens flying alongside them, scattering flower petals that caused a fragrant aroma to surround them. The group wore colorful clothing that made them look like beautiful flowers flying through the sky. The flowers swirled around an enormous marriage sedan crafted from a gigantic skull. It was being carried through the air by 32 burly men who weren't human at all. They were lion folk. The way their golden fur shone in the sunlight made them seem like celestial soldiers. 2. In Sealing County, this type of ostentatious show wouldn't be very unusual. But in the Moonlight region, and especially the unfinished mountains, it was dramatic to the point of being a bit ridiculous. Inside the marriage sedan sat a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be about 27 or 28 years old. Clad in a beautiful gown embroidered with a cloud-studded red sunset, she was petite, with skin as fair as snow, and eye-catchingly attractive. She was currently leaning up against the man and had pulled his arm around her. From the gentle way she stared at him, it was as if he was the only person that existed in her world. Beneath her slender neck was a milky-colored chest that was only half covered by her garment. The silk band around her waist accentuated her long, shapely legs, which ended in feet as dainty as lotus blossoms. Altogether, she was incredibly enticing and could definitely be described as a consummate beauty. 3. The man was tall and muscular, with rather crude facial features and grayish skin that seemed devoid of life force. He had one large eye and one small eye that didn't seem to match. When he breathed, he exhaled dark, turbid energy. Even the whites of his eyes seemed strange. They were yellow as if with sickness. Some patches of skin on him seemed to be decaying, and he even oozed necrotic corpse fluids in some places, making it hard for anyone to look at him for long. This man hardly seemed a good compliment for the young woman. That said, he was also impressive in his own way, with a strong, baleful aura. What was more, his strangely mismatched eyes contained an inherent apathy toward life. All in all, he had his own type of dignity that few people would dare to underestimate. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. There the man stood, and the woman rose with him. They looked at each other. One pair of eyes was cold, the other abounded with emotion. They kissed, and it was hard to imagine how the woman could stand the dark energy he exhaled. And when their tongues touched each other, it was appalling to say the least. If nothing else, it seemed to show that these two loved each other very deeply. Eventually, the man stepped away and flew to the nearby mountaintop. The surrounding cultivators bowed respectfully, and then left with the sedan chair. Meanwhile, on a plant leaf below, there was an eye that slowly closed and then dissolved into liquid. In a nearby valley, Xu Qing looked at the image being projected by the eyeball. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan didn't seem very surprised by what they had just seen. After all, they didn't recognize either of the people. However, the captain turned to Xu Qing, his gaze somewhat vacant. "Little Ah Qing, did that girl look familiar to you?" Xu Qing almost couldn't believe what he had just seen. From what he remembered, that woman was completely obsessed with the pursuit of beauty. Yet now she was apparently on intimate terms with a person who oozed necrotic fluids. Though it seemed unbelievable to Xu Qing, when he heard the captain's words, he nodded. "She looks just like the same person whose house you ruthlessly plundered. The same person who hates you to the core of her being. Nether Sprite. 4. Xu Qing stopped talking, but then added one further thought. "Captain, any chance you still have some of her clothes?" 1. Although it's not specifically explained, the fateful day mentioned by the captain is presumably the day of the lieutenant governor's coup. In Chapter 533.1 and 533.2, the captain was preparing to interfere, but never went all out. The last time a sedan chair was mentioned was in Chapter 468.2. The Chinese word used there is slightly different than in this chapter, but refers to the same thing. In this chapter, the specific word for a marriage sedan is used. The word in 468 could be for a marriage sedan or sedan chair used for other purposes. Here's a link to the same picture gallery as before to show what they look like. 3. The description of her feet uses the term lotus feet, which often refers to feet altered by the traditional practice of footbinding. From what I've seen nowadays, this term also gets used simply to describe beautiful feet, so I don't think the implication is that this woman actually has bound feet. That said, it's not impossible. If you're unfamiliar with footbinding, you can find more info in the Wikipedia article. 4. Nether Sprite was first introduced in Chapter 273. The Nether Sprite heist arc, in which we met the grown-up Qing Qiu, was from roughly Chapter 328-338. Nether Sprite was mentioned in other chapters. She appeared briefly in Chapter 501.2 and 501.3. In Chapter 509, we learned that she escaped captivity during the war. And in Chapter 513, we got the Grand Elder's perspective, as well as a theory from Xu Qing that Nether Sprite wasn't even missing. Chapter 574, Predestined Relationship, Too Wonderful for Words, Part 2. The look on the captain's face was strange. It flitted back and forth between ferocity and incredulity. Xu Qing could understand his reaction. "The man with her," Xu Qing said hesitantly. The captain sighed bitterly. "That guy, well, it's highly likely that he is my body from that previous life." Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan didn't know who Nether Sprite was, but after hearing the conversation between Xu Qing and the captain, they could guess at what was going on. Both of them inhaled sharply. Enning Yan hesitated, then quietly said, "Congratulations on your big day." Wu Jianwu was deeply moved. Thinking back to stories he'd heard about matters related to predestined relationships, he couldn't help but get excited and say, "The situation causes shock and confusion. The ox wonders if his life's a delusion. In the past, they were nothing but foes and aggressors. In the present, they've chosen to grow old together." Xu Qing sat there quietly. The captain sat there even more quietly. There was no way Enning Yan was going to let an opportunity like this slip away, so he asked, "If the two of them have children, elder brother Ernyu, what will the kids call you?" Veins bulged on the captain's forehead. Seeing that, Wu Jianwu decided that he could temporarily forget his revulsion for Enning Yan. After a moment of thought, he looked meaningfully at the captain and said, "My son's dad is not his dad. My son's mom is not his mom. Ask my son what he calls me and he'll say, biological dads and stepdads are all still dads." The moment Wu Jianwu finished with his poem, the captain clenched his hand into a fist and punched him in the face. With a howl in grief, Wu Jianwu was sent flying backward 300 meters. Enning Yan was about to turn and run when the captain launched a kick and sent him flying over to join Wu Jianwu. Eyes bloodshot, the captain then looked up into the sky. Xu Qing looked sympathetic. He could imagine what complex emotions the captain was dealing with. Reaching out, he clasped the captain's shoulder. A long moment passed. "What the heck is going on here? Why did Nethersprite fall for my past life body?" The captain's complex feelings were reflected in his facial expression. There was really too much to put into words. "Don't be too upset, eldest brother," Xu Qing said. "If Nethersprite knew the truth, she'd probably have mixed feelings as well." His words seemed to have a positive effect. After a moment of looking surprised, the captain gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter. All it took was a single glance, and I could tell that my past life body was actually possessed by the spirit automaton of one of the funerary objects in the tomb. As for which exact funerary object it was, I can't tell at the moment. But that doesn't matter. I'm taking my body back. All I have to do is touch it." A crazy light flashed in the captain's eyes as he pulled Xu Qing closer to discuss the details. It was going to be a difficult job. For one thing, Nethersprite's aura made it clear she was in the great circle of spirit trove. Based on what Xu Qing remembered from various war reports, that was likely a result of how Nethersprite had severely injured herself on the battlefield to make her escape. "Her escape was a tactic," Xu Qing said, "used by the Swordsage Grand Elder of Emperor Receiving Prefecture to keep 7th Prince in check. But I always assumed the Grand Elder had her held captive secretly somewhere. As it turns out, he really did set her free. That said, I'm sure the Grand Elder has other contingencies in place. Unfortunately, we're too far away from Sealing County to ask him for details." Eyes narrowing, the captain said, "My past life body has a very strong aura of death, and no fluctuations of any magical techniques. That's as I expected. That body has been dead for long enough that whatever damned thing possessed him only has access to the shell. That said, that fleshly body power is comparable to the great circle of spirit trove." The captain frowned. The past life body alone would have been too much for him to deal with, and now Nethersprite was in the picture. For all intents and purposes, getting close enough to his past life body to touch it was going to be impossible. Considering how intimate Nethersprite was with him, eldest brother, it seems to me that your past life body must be the #1 expert in the unfinished mountains that we heard about, Master Darkfate. But I'm really curious as to how Nethersprite ended up here. And how could she really fall in love so deeply at first sight? Xu Qing got the feeling something suspicious was going on. He looked at the captain. "We need some intelligence reports about this Master Darkfate." "I have some," the captain said. "Before, I didn't pay much attention to the small fries around here, but I did get some basic information." The captain rummaged through his bag of holding and eventually produced a jade slip that had some information about Master Darkfate. He had founded a sect in the unfinished mountains, its name being the Darkfate sect. Master Darkfate himself spent most of his time in seclusion in his sect. He rarely made public appearances. It went without saying that his secluded meditation facilities had very tight security. Infiltrating them would be very risky, and they would only have one chance to do it. If they were discovered, all of them would be in incredible danger. After Xu Qing and the captain discussed matters at length, they decided that they had no choice but to cut a few corners. "Eldest brother," Xu Qing said thoughtfully, "your past life body and nether sprite are supposed to be getting married soon." A plan was already starting to form in his mind. Hearing that, the captain got a very bad premonition. "Eldest brother, didn't we hear that nether sprite is going for a month-long baptism at the spirit spring in the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect? If we could think of some way of capturing her there, then she wouldn't be able to go through with the wedding. And then, eldest brother, you could disguise yourself as nether sprite." The captain's eyes went wide. Around that time, Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan had just run back. Hearing the last bit of dialogue caused both of their eyes to shine. That was especially true of Enning Yan, who couldn't stop a grin from spreading out on his face. But then, fearful of being whacked again, he wiped the grin away. "Eldest brother," Xu Qing continued, "you know your past life body better than anyone, and you know Nether Sprite fairly well too. After all, you've been in her house before. What's more, you're really an expert in dressing up like the opposite sex. You have experience, remember? You know that sea zombie princess? Back then, your disguise was remarkably true to life, incomparably realistic." 1. Keeping his eyes on the captain, Xu Qing slowly took out an apple and handed it to him. "And that's why I think," he went on, "that you should disguise yourself as Nether Sprite and go to the wedding with your past self body. That would be the perfect way for you to lay hands on him, right? Of course, it's all based on the presumption that we can figure out how to restrain Nether Sprite and also pull the wool over the eyes of your past self body." The captain reflexively took the apple. His expression was one of hesitation. On the one hand, he had to admit that Xu Qing's plan seemed feasible. On the other hand, the idea of getting married to his past self body seemed patently absurd. The end result was that he wasn't sure what to think. Sighing, Xu Qing squeezed the captain's shoulder. "Eldest brother, this is the only plan I can come up with right now, but it's pretty crazy. I understand if you can't do it." Gritting his teeth viciously, the captain started breathing heavily. Then he looked at Xu Qing with a crazy look in his eye. "I can do it. However, we have a lot to prepare before we go through with it. Little Ah Qing, can you lend me that world fragment of yours? That's going to be how we restrain her. Ordinary methods won't work if we want to capture Nether Sprite. I'm going to set up a grand spell formation in that world fragment. Then I'm going to have to undo some of my seals. We'll add in my treasured skin patch, plus the might of my son and right, your ghost emperor nascent soul. We'll need that as well. We'll combine all of those things and then trap her inside the world fragment. In terms of tricking my past self body, I have my ways." The captain's eyes were bloodshot. He was clearly willing to go all out to retrieve the body that had once been his. With that, he and Xu Qing went on to discuss more details about the setup, including ways to avoid attracting the attention of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. One suspicion Xu Qing brought up was the possibility that this entire thing was a big trap, like a fishing expedition. Xu Qing knew from experience that traps like that weren't obvious from the outside. The captain nodded and looked at Xu Qing with a strange look in his eyes. However, only a moment later, he brimmed with confidence as he explained that he had everything under control. Xu Qing looked at the captain. Ever since coming to the unfinished mountains, it seemed like the captain's confidence levels were different than before. That said, Xu Qing was used to his overconfident words. A few days later, they had hashed out all the details and had a plan in place. With that, they headed toward a branch of the southern yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, located in the unfinished mountains. The yin-yang betwixt flowers sect was a very large organization in the Moonright region. Because they worked with the Red Moon Cathedral to provide sacrificial dances, they had a good amount of authority. Also, they were so large that they had eastern, western, southern, and northern branches. Among their disciples were people both righteous and wicked, and as a result, it wasn't hard to infiltrate them. That was one of the reasons that the captain, during his initial preparations, had arranged secret identities in that sect. Their destination was one of a number of branches of the southern yin-yang betwixt flowers sect in these mountains. Its patriarch was in void returning, and he spent most of his time on the penitent steps in the headquarters of the Red Moon Cathedral. The sect leader was his heir, who had a spirit trove cultivation base. Because there were so many branches of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, it wasn't possible for all of them to get along. Though there were some dealings between the various branches, most stuck to themselves and even guarded against the others. As a result, even though the captain and Xu Qing had identity medallions from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, when they presented their identification, they were refused entry. The headquarters of this branch was located on a tall mountain with twin peaks. It featured carved jade railings and extravagant decorations. On the backside of the mountain was a spirit lake formed because of how the local spirit rivers converged in the area. Because of that, the place was well known. At the foot of the twin peaks, a blur of light appeared in front of Xu Qing and the captain, blocking their path. 3 sect disciples walked out of the light. The leader of this group of 3 was a middle-aged cultivator with his hands clasped behind his back. Your identity medallions aren't from the southern branch here in the unfinished mountains. In accordance with our rules, we can't just let you inside. Go back to wherever you came from. Of course, they had already planned how to deal with this exact situation. Smiling, the captain took a few steps forward and put his hand on his bag of holding to take something out. Before anything else could happen, spirit trove fluctuations rolled down from above, followed by a light sigh. Xu Qing's gaze hardened, and the captain froze in place. Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan both had uneasy feelings. A figure appeared in the sky, floating down to hover above them. It was a good-looking, middle-aged woman in a Taoist robe. The moment she appeared, the disciples on guard duty dropped to their knees to kowtow. Greetings, sect leader. Xu Qing and the captain quickly clasped hands respectfully. However, even as Xu Qing bowed, he pondered how odd it was that this person showed up at this exact moment. The middle-aged woman wasn't looking at Xu Qing or the captain. The moment she appeared, she smiled, looked at Wu Jianwu, and softly said, "This is our second meeting, young sir, yet your poetry is still fresh in my mind from our first meeting." 1. How could any of us forget the time the captain disguised himself as a sea zombie princess in Chapter 183? Chapter 575. It's all Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's fault, Part 1. The gentle voice spoke from above, almost chanting. Floating clouds are the mountains' halos, in my heart a field of boulders glows. Xu Qing was shocked, and the captain was clearly taken aback. Wu Jianwu looked up at the woman in the sky. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "The mountains ask not the depths of the gloom, only heaven knows of the setting of the moon." The woman clearly understood what Wu Jianwu meant, as she softly replied, "Forgive me for being rude. You can call me Mistress Rosaclouds." This time, it was Wu Jianwu's turn to be stunned. A gentle afternoon breeze swayed the plants and vegetation on the mountain and sent clouds drifting lazily through the sky. It stirred the hair of everyone present and also brushed against Wu Jianwu's heartstrings. How could he have guessed that there would actually be a person in existence who could understand his poetry and appreciate the emotion it contained? The fact that such a person had suddenly appeared was nothing short of a surprise. Ever since he started imitating Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, nobody ever understood him properly, not even his own master. Yet he never gave up on his ideals and never forgot about that ancient emperor's unique style. From early on, he became used to the crude and tasteless response of people who didn't understand him, and had long since stopped hopping to have his poetry acknowledged. Yet now, a fierce light shone in Wu Jianwu's eyes as he clasped his hands behind his back. The breeze picked up slightly, stirring his hair and causing his robes to ripple. At the moment, his attention was completely focused on the woman. The world, society, and the universe dominate. Will the mist obscuring the bridge evaporate? Visibly moved, the woman landed on the ground in front of Wu Jianwu. The sunlight shone down onto her simple Taoist robe, causing it to glimmer as if with 7 beautiful colors. The way that light shone in her eyes made her attractive features even more beautiful, like that of an immortal fairy. She nodded slightly. You guessed correctly, young sir. I am indeed the sect leader of the Southern Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers sect. Eyes glittering, Wu Jianwu said. Yesterday the starry wind blew early. Might cats and dogs fall from the sky? The woman laughed. I understand. Turning, she waved her hand, causing the sect's defensive shield to open slightly. At the same time, bells tolled thrice. It was nothing insignificant in terms of ceremony. Meanwhile, Xu Qing and the captain were dumbfounded, and Enning Yan stood there with a blank look in eyes. Enning Yan looked at Wu Jianwu, then the sect leader, and could reach no other conclusion than that both of them were off in the head. Enning Yan wasn't the only one to be thinking that. The 3 sect disciples on guard duty were all reeling mentally. They literally couldn't understand one bit of Wu Jianwu's poetry, yet their sect leader seemed to understand it down to the core. It made them think of the stories they had heard about their sect leader. Supposedly, she had absolutely adored ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, who was a human. She was also very fond of literary and artistic talents, and was even known to compose poetry of her own. That said, the details didn't matter. The 3 guards were extremely respectful as they stepped aside to clear the path. They were especially careful to give Wu Jianwu lots of room. Please, come with me, young sir, the woman said softly. Clearly, she wasn't worried about the vast difference between her cultivation base and Wu Jianwu. In fact, in her experience, the higher someone's cultivation base, the less likely that they could be a literary or artistic genius. As far as she was concerned, Xu Qing and the captain were nothing more than foils to Wu Jianwu's superiority. Wu Jianwu looked very enlivened as he stuck out his chest and courteously walked along with Rosiclouds. Xu Qing and the captain exchanged a glance, then followed politely behind. Enning Yan hurried to do the same, but before he could get inside the sect, Wu Jianwu stopped in mid-stride. Half a piece, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3. The squat little dog ought bow its head to me. Upon hearing that, Mistress Rosiclouds turned to look at Enning Yan. He shivered, and before he could say anything, the sect's defensive shield slammed shut in front of him. Hey, what's going on? I don't even understand what he just said. You can't do this. Enning Yan knew that Wu Jianwu was petty. But despite Enning Yan's fury, he didn't dare do anything but meekly watch Xu Qing and the others walking away. Thus, they entered the Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers sect. They saw large groups of tiger-headed butterflies everywhere, far more than they'd ever seen in the wild. From a distance, they looked like multicolored clouds swirling around the mountains. Xu Qing was surprised. He had seen these types of butterflies a few times in his recent travels, but he had never seen as many as this. Then, as he continued after Wu Jianwu and simultaneously looked at the distant butterflies, his vision suddenly swam. He stopped in place. A moment later, everything went back to normal. A few paces ahead, the captain stopped and looked back questioningly. Xu Qing shook his head. He looked just the same as before, but now he was far more on guard. He knew that he was hale and healthy from head to toe, which meant that the unusual sensation from moments ago was the result of something gruish. However, now wasn't the time for discussion about it. Lowering his gaze, he continued following Wu Jianwu. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the sect leader had led them to the sect's guest housing area, which was where they were to stay. RANT. The sect leader watched them enter the guest houses, then turned and left. As she walked through the sect, a host of butterflies swept toward her, then swirled into the shape of 2 illusory figures that walked by her side. One of them leaned over and spoke in a low voice. Sect leader, this group showed up out of nowhere in Ox Receiving City about 10 days ago. They've never been around here before. The first thing they did in the city was go to a spirit spring facility. Nothing out of the ordinary happened there. Later, they left and went into the unfinished mountains. After that, their trail went cold. We have no idea why they're here. Their disciple identities check out. They're really from the eastern branch of the sect. The other figure then said, the talented young poet doesn't have a high ranking in their group. That said, he doesn't seem to be with them under duress. He's traveling with them of his own accord. All of them have signs of the curse on them, which means it's unlikely they're from out of the region. That's especially true of one member of their group, who has very strong curse levels. In fact, they're so strong they could erupt at any moment. Hearing all of this, Mistress Rosaclouds nodded. Just keep an eye on them. If they're really just here for lodgings, and they don't reveal any malicious intentions toward our sect, then you don't need to do anything. But if, one of the figures said hesitantly. But if they do have malicious intentions, Mistress Rosaclouds said, stopping in place, then chop them up and feed them to the butterflies. Except for the poet. You can give him a proper burial. Yes, sir. The two figures blurred, then vanished into thin air. 7 days had passed. Xu Qing, the captain, and Wu Jianwu settled in and didn't do anything to overstep their bounds. Though they did leave their residence a few times, they didn't pry into any secrets of the sect. They knew full well that since they had shown up out of nowhere, the sect would be watching them. Though the unexpected development with Wu Jianwu ensured a quick and easy entry, in the end, they were not disciples of this branch of the sect. Therefore, they were confined to the lower half of the sect's first mountain peak. The deeper parts of the sect were closed to them. Although the sect leader obviously liked Wu Jianwu a lot, she wasn't going to break the sect rules casually. In the end, just being able to stay in the sect was enough to fulfill the first part of the plan. That was because the spirit spring in the back of the sect was open to all disciples as long as you had the spirit stones to pay for entry. Xu Qing and the captain had gone twice already. By soaking in the spirit spring and doing breathing exercises, they were able to keep the curse within them under control. The curse was the excuse they had come up with on the way to the sect. If you wanted to sell a lie, you needed to have some realistic bits of evidence to go along with it. By mixing the false and the true, you were much more likely to succeed. Although the spirit spring wouldn't directly affect the power of the curse, it could nourish the fleshly body and thus provide indirect benefits. There were a lot of places like this scattered throughout the Moonlight region, and they were one of the big reasons there was even a Heavenly Ox alliance to begin with. There was one other occasion in which Xu Qing experienced that same blurred vision and strange sensation as before. It was always when the tiger-faced butterflies were around. As he had come to learn, the butterflies had a specific name. They were dancing butterflies, and they were a unique life form that was crucial to the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect's sacrificial dance. Xu Qing secretly consulted with the captain about why he was experiencing those strange episodes. The captain took it very seriously and analyzed it from a lot of angles. However, not even he could come up with an explanation. There was definitely something suspicious going on, but since empty speculation wasn't going to do any good, Xu Qing decided to pay closer attention going forward. During the 7 days that passed, Xu Qing and the captain had to deal with unexpected circumstances affecting their plan. For one thing, the sect leader Mistress Rosaclouds frequently visited the spirit spring. Considering that, it didn't matter how careful they were in making preparations to deal with Nether Sprite, they had to hold back, otherwise Mistress Rosaclouds would definitely notice what was going on. It was now less than a month until Nether Sprite would come for her baptism. The captain was starting to get very anxious. Even though he and Xu Qing had come up with a very comprehensive plan, given the circumstances, it reached the point where they knew they needed help from Wu Jianwu. Therefore, on the 8th day, the captain found Wu Jianwu, threw his arm over his shoulder and quietly said, "This isn't going to work, brother Jianjian." Wu Jianwu looked at the captain out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything. The past few days had been wonderful, and he had already mentally composed several volumes of poetry that were now waiting at the ready. Clearing his throat, the captain continued, "Big Jianjian, I need you to seduce the sect leader. Just a bit. Get her away from the spirit springs." Chapter 575. It's all ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's fault, Part 2. Wu Jianwu sneered. Now that they were in this sect, his status among the three of them had changed. Arrogantly waving his hand, he summoned one of his children, the parrot, who perched on his head. Wu Jianwu didn't say a word after that. Instead, His parrot stuck his chin up and spoke for his father. What kind of immature bullshit plan is that? You think Mistress Rosiclouds is an idiot or something. If my dad tries to seduce her, she'll definitely get suspicious. Then all she'll have to do is scan the spirit spring, and she'll know exactly what you two are up to. If you want to court death, that's fine, but leave my dad out of it. He refuses to go along. Xu Qing looked at the parrot and noted the way it held its head arrogantly and looked down its beak at them. The captain, meanwhile, looked visibly surprised. I never said that we would set stuff up in the spirit spring after your dad seduced her. It's the opposite. Of course she'll get suspicious when your dad seduces her. And then when she checks the spirit spring, she'll find that there's nothing out of the ordinary there. It'll be the same way every time. After that happens a few dozen times, then her suspicions will naturally fade away. Am I right or am I right? The parrot was stunned, and Wu Jianwu's expression seemed a bit more solemn than before. It will take time to set things up in the world fragment, the captain continued. But as far as the spirit spring goes, getting the spell formation ready will only take about 6 hours. The parrot surreptitiously looked down at his father. Wu Jianwu, meanwhile, looked a bit hesitant. The captain, who knew Wu Jianwu very well, went on to make some more persuasive arguments. Toward the end, as Wu Jianwu finally seemed to be wavering, the captain made his final move. Worst case scenario, we can forget about my past life body. I have other alternatives ready. It's just sad that I won't be able to get those 5 volumes of ancient records left behind by ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. AI. There are just so many descriptions of the ancient emperor in there, such as his ambitions when he was young, all of which were recorded in the form of poetry. You know, I actually remember one poem from in there. I can even recite it for you. Heavenly Tao's bend the knee, sun and moon shine so clear, purge the imperial lands and bring order to the frontier. The captain spoke in a soft voice, but there was something magnificently powerful about his words. 1. Wu Jianwu shivered from head to toe, and he suddenly looked fascinated. Quickly putting away the parrot, he took a deep breath and nodded. I'm in. The determination in his eyes, and the forcefulness with which he spoke those 2 words, made it clear that he had made a firm decision. The captain's eyes glittered with approval as he stepped over to start discussing some details with Wu Jianwu. Off to the side, Xu Qing sighed inwardly and went over to the door to stand guard. Normally the nights were dark, but right now there were countless shimmering lights in the air. They were the yin-yang betwixt flowers sex special dancing butterflies, which not only pulsed with curse power and dangerous poison, but also shone brightly at night. Disciples in this sect are good with dangerous poisons, so they aren't bothered by the dancing butterfly's poison. But what exactly caused me to feel that strange sensation? And not once, but twice. After some thought, Xu Qing reached out to the god's finger in D132 inside of him. He found that it was sleeping soundly. Don't tell me that provoking that heaven-fate tribulation created some potential calamity. Xu Qing frowned as he analyzed the situation. The night passed. The next morning, the captain's new plan was carried out. As the sun climbed over the horizon, Wu Jianwu strolled out of their guest accommodations, a placid look on his face. He was on his way to carry out the mission as devised by the captain, to seduce Mistress Rosiclouds. It was obviously a very formidable task, and succeeding at it related directly to Wu Jianwu's personal dreams. Therefore, he took the mission as something sacred. As he walked out of the door, the sunlight illuminated him, and he turned to look at the captain and Xu Qing. The captain clenched his hand into a fist and pumped it in the air encouragingly. You've got this. Wu Jianwu stuck his chin up and nodded slightly, then turned and walked off into the distance. The captain watched him go. After a few breaths of time passed, and Wu Jianwu was definitely out of sight, the captain took out an eyeball and then squatted off to the side, where he beckoned at Xu Qing. Xu Qing wasn't surprised at all by this. There was no way the captain would ignore his own curiosity and refrain from spying. In fact, it seemed entirely likely that he was recording everything. Ha ha ha, Big Jianjian has his uses after all. Looking very pleased, the captain took out a recording jade slip, which he used to record everything the eyeball was showing. Xu Qing said nothing. He just looked at the image of Wu Jianwu as projected by the eyeball. As Wu Jianwu walked through the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, he was actually quite nervous and had to keep saying encouraging things to himself. Eventually, he stopped by a small pavilion. After taking a deep breath, he took out a jade slip to send a voice message to Mistress Rosaclouds. Back when she first escorted them into the sect, they had exchanged jade slip information. The birds are nowhere to be seen in the firmament. O immortal, this pavilion can make destiny permanent. After sending the message, Wu Jianwu clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. The wind blew, stirring his long hair. Shortly after, he heard a kind, smiling voice from behind him. "Did you call for me, young sir?" Wu Jianwu didn't turn around. Instead, he proudly said, "In heaven, glowing clouds meander and flow. On earth, the minstrel is joined by the rosy glow." Mistress Rosacloud's eyes shone as she walked up to Wu Jianwu. Looking at him from the side, she said, "The royal spring basks in the light of the moon. In this life, cleanse the heart to bring a boon." Wu Jianwu shivered and turned to look at Mistress Rosaclouds, his eyes glowing. He previously had assumed that there was little more to the situation than Mistress Rosaclouds understanding his poetry. Because of that, the poem he had sent as a voice message was something he casually composed on the fly. Little did he know that Mistress Rosaclouds was also adept at speaking in poetry. Getting even more excited, he quietly said, "With no dark gales who can speak in verse, the green waters' ripples will never disperse." As the sun shone onto Mistress Rosacloud's face, she seemed to flush slightly. Looking off at the horizon, she replied, "Heaven trembles but green mountains stand. In this dream of life, what can be planned?" Wu Jianwu thought for a moment. Not being ready to give up, he continued, "The unripe plums have a violet glow. Brew them into wine and toward home we go." Mistress Rosaclouds hesitated. Emotions rising and falling, she quietly said, "We met by chance and follow the wind, yet we can still discuss the principles of Zen." Wu Jianwu's mood sank slightly, but he forced himself to smile brightly. Mistress Rosaclouds also smiled. Then the two of them walked off together. The wind accompanied them, and the sun lit their path. Dancing butterflies swirled in the air. Altogether, it was a dazzling and beautiful scene that defied description. And yet, despite the beauty of the scene, it still resonated with a feeling of heartbreak. "What were they saying to each other?" the captain said. Looking blankly at Xu Qing, he continued, "Why did it seem like they were passing secret messages?" Xu Qing's eyes looked just as blank as the captain. Up to now, there was only one person they knew of who could understand Wu Jianwu's poetry, and that was Mistress Rosaclouds. A moment passed. Xu Qing and the captain exchanged a glance, and then went back to spying on Wu Jianwu. The day passed and evening approached. That was when Wu Jianwu returned. His expression was one of pain and grief. He didn't say anything once he was back. He just sat in a chair and stared blankly at nothing. Seeing that, the captain went over to offer some encouraging words. Wu Jianwu just shook his head and sighed. Some time passed. Finally, Wu Jianwu said, "No flower blooms for 100 years. The stars before Paramita shed gauzy tears." The captain frowned and looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing's eyes turned cold. "Speak like a normal person." As Wu Jianwu just sat there scowling on the verge of tears, his parrot flew out and landed on his head. Sighing, the parrot said, "My dad got rejected." "That's fine," the captain said, sliding his arm around Wu Jianwu's shoulders. "That's just how women are. Look, Big Jian, the trick is to play hard to get. I can teach you a few things that will definitely secure you the victory." With that, the captain went on to discuss some strategies. By dawn, Wu Jianwu was completely enlivened and hurried out to ask for another date. Slowly but surely, 12 days passed. It was now less than a week until Nethersprite was supposed to show up. Xu Qing and the captain would occasionally visit the spirit spring, but still hadn't done any work toward their plan. As for Wu Jianwu, he had made some progress. On just about a daily basis, he would ask Mistress Rosaclouds out on a date. The two of them would go for outings or recite poetry together. And a few times, they had long, intimate talks in which they praised ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's literary and artistic talents. In that manner, the two of them unwittingly got closer to each other. Mistress Rosiclouds would get daily reports about what Xu Qing and the captain were up to. And as time passed without anything unusual happening, she slowly started to get less suspicious of them. 3 days before Nethersprite was supposed to show up, Xu Qing and the captain finally took action. As usual, they went to the spirit spring for a soak. After settling down cross-legged, the captain snapped off one of his fingers and sent it wriggling through the water like a caterpillar. After quietly circling the spirit spring once, it went to the middle, settled down, and transformed into what looked like a little clump of mud. Xu Qing's eyes were closed as he absorbed the nourishing power of the spirit spring and didn't give off even the slightest suspicious feeling. However, just when the captain finished with his work, a group of dancing butterflies flew in their direction. Xu Qing's heart flip-flopped, and as he looked over at the approaching butterflies, he yet again felt a strange sensation sweep over him. His vision blurred. The world seemed like it was superimposed over itself, including the rocks, terrain features, and even the spirit spring itself. It was the same with the people present as well. Only the captain remained clear. His head suddenly throbbed, and at the same time felt like he had become the center of the world, and everything else was spinning around him. The sensation prompted him to close his eyes again and try to get rid of the feeling. Waves of weakness and revulsion swept through him, and without him even realizing it, sweat started dripping down his forehead. Not even soaking in the warm spring water could get rid of the coldness within him. The sounds that reached his ears were faint, to the point where he almost couldn't hear them. The sensation lasted for longer than before. It was a full 10 breaths of time before he recovered. Eyes snapping open, he breathed heavily as he looked around. His face was ashen, and he found himself leaning up against the stones that lined the spring. The captain was there, supporting him. "What's wrong?" "Eldest brother, is there something you're hiding from me?" Xu Qing said quietly, looking at the captain. The captain didn't answer the question. Smiling sincerely, he said, "Just trust me, little Ah Qing." Xu Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Shortly after, they got out of the spirit spring and went back to their room. Nothing unusual happened the entire time. In fact, Xu Qing felt like things went too smoothly. It was as if every single element of their plan was succeeding perfectly. Wu Jianwu had established a close relationship with Mistress Rosiclouds, ensuring that she didn't notice anything suspicious about them. With all the preparations made, all they needed to do now was wait for Nethersprite to show up. Xu Qing didn't give voice to any of his misgivings. The next day, it was time for them to leave the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. Wu Jianwu was clearly reluctant to part with Mistress Rosiclouds, but for the sake of the greater good, he gritted his teeth and left, not even looking over his shoulder as she saw them off. Asterisk. 3 days after they left, Nethersprite appeared. From a distance, it was possible to see the grand procession escorting her, including handmaidens dancing and scattering flowers. No one seemed to notice that, as she neared, a pair of ancient eyes opened on the twin peaks. There was deep meaning in those eyes as they looked out. How amusing. 1. In Chinese poetry, fixed-line poetry is fairly common among poems. In other words, each line will have the same number of Chinese characters. Wu Jianwu's poetry always contains 2 lines that are 7 characters each. The poem recited by the captain has 2 lines that are 8 characters each. I'm by no means an expert in Chinese poetry, so I'm not really sure if that's supposed to be significant. I did some cursory brushing up on Chinese poetry and couldn't find anything to provide insight in that regard. As far as I know, it's common historically for poems to have either 7 or 8 characters. If any of you have insights, feel free to share them in the comments. Chapter 576, A Big Show, Part 1. A melodious, joyous song filled the air. Nethersprite was incomparably beautiful and elegant. Anyone who even merely caught sight of her would feel like they were smelling the sweet fragrance of flowers. Bells tolled thrice in the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. It was a sign of courtesy for visitors, and a sign of deep respect toward Master Darkfate. Mistress Rosiclouds personally went out to meet Nethersprite, a smile on her face. "I hope all is well, fellow Taoist Sweetfrost," she said. "Well met, sect leader Rosiclouds," Nethersprite replied. She hurried forward, a smile on her flawless face. Also visible was a prominent birthmark on her neck, which would leave such a deep impression on anyone who saw it that they would never forget it. "The spirit spring is ready for you. Please follow me." Smiling, Mistress Rosiclouds gestured, whereupon the entrance to the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect opened. With that, she led the way to the spirit spring. They soon reached the back part of the mountain, where the spirit spring had been prepared for her. For the next month, no sect outsiders would be allowed inside while Nethersprite received her baptism in preparation for her wedding. The only people who came with Nethersprite were some handmaidens. Generally speaking, there wasn't any way something could go wrong. For one thing, it wasn't as if her cultivation base was weak. What was more, Master Darkfate's name was always there, keeping her safe. All the arrangements seemed very reasonable. Upon arriving at the spirit spring, Nethersprite noted the water vapor languidly drifting in the air, and she could sense the spirit resonance in the area. She was clearly pleased. For the next month, all of the spirit ponds in the unfinished mountains would be redirected to this spot. Master Darkfate had specially arranged for that just for her, as an expression of his love. When Nethersprite thought about what Master Darkfate had done for her heart raced, and she found herself subconsciously smiling in the direction of the Darkfate sect. Hubby Darkfate really does treat me well. Nethersprite's eyes glittered with anticipation for the future. After Mistress Rosiclouds bid farewell, Nethersprite knelt, revealing even more of her curves as she tested the temperature of the water. Then she slowly entered the spring. The warm water caressed her skin as it wrapped around her, creating an image that would cause anyone to see her to palpitate with eagerness. After wading to the very center of the pond, she settled down. Dozens of handmaidens sat around the edges of the spring. Some played music, some scattered flower petals, others used magical techniques to stir the water, creating numerous tiny hands that gently scrubbed Nethersprite. Nethersprite felt so comfortable that she immediately closed her eyes contentedly. Unbeknownst to her, there was a little bit of mud not too far away from her. Before long, a crack spread out over the surface of that mud, opening to reveal an eye. What was more, a spell formation hidden in the bottom of the spring surreptitiously activated. It was impossible to say how the captain did it, but he successfully masked the fluctuations so they weren't noticeable. In a valley not too far away from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, the captain and Xu Qing had both put on masks to disguise themselves. "Big Jianjian, you go find Enning Yan," the captain said, sounding very serious. "That little brat obviously ran off somewhere. We can't have him out there alone and starving. We're all friends, right? We should stick together, just like those years ago when he went looking for you. Little junior brother, you need to take care of all the handmaidens there at the spirit spring. Don't kill them, obviously. Just knock them out. As for Nethersprite, I'll drag her into the world fragment. You don't need to worry about that, though. Just wait until she comes out. At that point, she won't be Nethersprite anymore." Everything about their plan had been going smoothly so far, but now they were reaching the most critical part. Success was going to come down to whether or not the captain really could trap Nethersprite. If it didn't work, then they would have to come up with a good way to flee the area. Wu Jianwu was starting to feel nervous. After hearing all of the captain's arrangements, he nodded. If these two fail, and I don't manage to escape, I should plan now what to say to prove my innocence. With such thoughts on his mind, Wu Jianwu hurried away and had his various children use all of their abilities to try to find Enning Yan. Xu Qing didn't speak the entire time. He just looked the captain in the eyes and tried to figure out why the entire situation seemed so strange to him. "Just trust me, little junior brother," the captain said, giving Xu Qing a meaningful look. Chuckling, he produced an eyeball which he looked at closely. Only a moment later, his eyebrows shot up as he caught sight of something unexpected on the other side. His eyes even lit up. As Xu Qing looked on, surprised, the captain cleared his throat and quickly crushed the eyeball. A moment later, a vortex sprang up in front of him, which he entered. Without pausing for a moment, Xu Qing followed. He was still suspicious, but he also trusted the captain. After both of them entered the vortex, it vanished. Next, both of them appeared in the spirit spring. The moment they were there, the spell formation the captain had set up in the spirit spring activated, creating a force of concealment that covered the entire area. At the same time, the clump of mud at the bottom of the spring transformed into a vortex with a shockingly powerful gravitational force. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing and the captain shot forward. Xu Qing was to target the handmaidens, while the captain would handle Nether Sprite. As water sprayed everywhere, the handmaidens reacted with astonishment. Nether Sprite's expression flickered wildly. Despite the mask the captain was wearing, she still recognized him. "It's you." The captain didn't say a word. His entire person shone with blue light, and countless eyes popped open all over him. Within the pupils of each was a face. And each of those faces had pupils with faces in them. He looked incredibly gruish, almost like a gigantic bat, dripping with fluid as he closed in on Nether Sprite. Xu Qing had no time to check on what the captain was doing. As soon as he burst out of the water, he locked onto the nearest handmaiden. As he did, the countless droplets of water in the area swept together to form a sphere that shot toward the handmaiden. It happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her. She tried to back up, but didn't move quickly enough. Xu Qing swept his hand through the air, and then blood sprayed out of the handmaiden's mouth as she tumbled backward, unconscious. Xu Qing wasn't landing fatal blows. His shadow spread out from his feet, creating a pitch-black canopy of heaven as he accelerated to the next handmaiden. The handmaidens were all in gold core, except for two of them who were in nascent soul. Because they were so much weaker than Xu Qing, he was able to get instant results when he attacked. Of the dozens of handmaidens, not a single one escaped. All were rendered unconscious and were soon laying around haphazardly. Once they were all out of commission, Xu Qing turned to check on the captain. What he saw was Nether Sprite snorting coldly and waving her hand, which caused the captain's entire body to collapse. He instantly turned into countless blue bugs which swept through the air toward Nether Sprite. There were tens of thousands of them, and when Nether Sprite waved her hand again, they collapsed, turning into even smaller bugs. In the blink of an eye, the number of bugs went from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. They became like a sky-obfuscating, land-enshrouding vortex spreading out over Nether Sprite and sinking down to connect to the water. A moment later, the vortex vanished. Nether Sprite was nowhere to be seen. Ripples spread out over the water, and water droplets gently drifted down. After about a dozen breaths of time passed, everything was completely silent. Xu Qing stood at the edge of the spring, studying the area. Things seemed even more unusual at this point, but all he could do was scan the area to make sure no signs of the brief struggle had reached the outside. This was too easy. Nether Sprite was a void-returning expert. Even if she has slipped down to the great circle of Spirit Trove, things shouldn't have gone this smoothly. As he pondered the situation, a thought occurred to him. The captain has all sorts of mysterious, gruish assets, and he went all out in preparing for this. I guess it's possible things have just gone really well. Maybe that's why he's been so confident. After some further thought, Xu Qing figured it made sense. Thus, he kept his eyes on the concealment magics and also paid attention to the water as well as the world fragment. Because of everything the captain had set up, it wasn't possible to tell what was happening inside. There were only terrifying fluctuations that rolled out occasionally. Time passed. Xu Qing waited quietly for about 10 hours. The more time that went by, the more likely something could go wrong. But though Xu Qing knew the captain was crazy, he also didn't have any reason to think the captain would make simple mistakes. Another 2 hours went by, and then waves suddenly rolled out over the surface of the water. Xu Qing backed up a few paces, keeping his disguise up. He was ready to flee at any moment if necessary. The water roiled, sending ripples out everywhere as a head slowly rose up from the water. It was the head of a woman, bewitchingly charming with extremely fair skin. It was none other than Nether Sprite. After floating up, she looked at Xu Qing, then slowly stood, revealing clothing plastered tightly against her beautiful body. She had half a head in her hands. It was the captain's head. Fluctuations rolled off of her that were clearly the great circle of spirit trove. Looking coldly at Xu Qing, she tossed the half-head over. It landed on the ground and rolled to a stop at his feet. "That elder brother of yours is useless," she said. The captain wasn't dead. Eyes full of bitterness, he weakly said, "Run, little junior brother, it was a traps." Chapter 576, A Big Show, Part 2. Xu Qing looked down, his face completely expressionless. "Stop fooling around, eldest brother." "I'm not fooling around," the captain's half-head said urgently. "You have to run, this is no joke. Master Darkfate is on the way. He planned this whole thing to target me." Xu Qing looked at Nether Sprite and sighed. "You should have shaved your legs. That's the same mistake you made with that sea zombie princess. It's a big hole in your story." Nether Sprite stopped walking and looked down at the shapely legs beneath her garment. Sure enough, they were as hairy as if she were wearing fur leggings. Even with the clothes atop them, it was very obvious. Nether Sprite cleared her throat, then looked venomously at Xu Qing. That look was enough to cause Xu Qing to take a few steps back. Meanwhile, Linger poked her head out of his sleeve and looked in amazement at Nether Sprite. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking around." It was the captain's voice that came out of Nether Sprite's mouth. Meanwhile, the half-head at Xu Qing's feet melted, turning into a handful of blue bugs that jumped back into the water and returned to the captain. "How, Nether Sprite?" Xu Qing said calmly. "Her," the captain said, plopping down and starting to shave his legs. "Oh, she's fine. After I explained the whole situation to her, she had very mixed feelings. And then we engaged in some very friendly discussion and negotiation." The image of the captain, casually shaving his legs, while speaking so complacently, was very jarring. Long story short, I resolved any potential misunderstandings. She was very grateful to know the truth and agreed to cooperate. In fact, she took the initiative to seal herself. See, I always said I'm a very reasonable person. The captain finished with one leg and moved on to the next, allowing the hair he shaved off to dissipate in the wind. Xu Qing said nothing. He just rolled his eyes and sat down cross-legged. In response to Xu Qing ignoring him, the captain chuckled, produced an apple, and took a bite. Then he took out a second apple and tossed it to Xu Qing. Xu Qing caught it, looked closely at the apple, then shifted his gaze to the captain. The captain smiled. Xu Qing closed his eyes and focused on keeping the concealment magics working. Days passed, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. When the handmaidens regained consciousness, they were confused and suspicious. But seeing that Nether Sprite seemed fine, they didn't dare to ask any questions. The captain's disguise was perfect. Apparently, he really did manage to get a lot of details out of Nether Sprite, because whenever he talked, there was no hint that he was an imposter. Eventually, even Xu Qing wasn't sure how to tell if he was really dealing with the captain. And thus, the month passed. Soon, it was time for Nether Sprite to complete her session of baptism. Brightly colored fabric and dazzling lights appeared in the sky as the bridal procession arrived to receive her. Yet again, the sedan chair was made from a huge skull. 32 lionfolk cultivators in red robes carried the sedan, and there were countless servants in the procession, playing rousing music. The group of hundreds of people came to a stop outside the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. They were there to pick up Nether Sprite and escort her to the Darkfate sect. The wedding day had arrived. 1. Mistress Rosiclouds hadn't made any appearances for a while, but she waited outside the spirit spring with a smile when Nether Sprite emerged. After the month-long baptism, Nether Sprite's skin looked healthier than before. She had also changed into a new outfit that made her look even more alluring than usual. She wore a long red gown and had her hair bound in a phoenix crown, which somehow made her seem unusually flirtatious. In fact, she drew the attention of countless eyes in the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. After bidding farewell to Mistress Rosiclouds, she let the handmaidens and guards cluster around her as she left the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect and stepped into the skull sedan. The burly sedan bearers let loose loud growls as they hoisted up the sedan and strode up into the air. Music surrounded the procession, and flower petals rained down. As they disappeared over the horizon, countless cultivators in the unfinished mountains looked up in surprise. All of the major sects in the unfinished mountains had been given invitations to come to the Dark Fate sect to bear witness to the ceremony. Neither the departing bridal procession nor the disciples in the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect noticed that a very meaningful chuckle echoed out from the twin peaks on the mountain. Specifically, that chuckle came from a cave temple near the Twin Peaks. The temple was large enough that it essentially occupied the entire interior of the mountain. Inside was an old man with disheveled hair and a 5-colored robe, hovering in a cross-legged position near the entrance. He was so emaciated he almost looked skeletal. However, he did not emanate any aura of death, but instead, a profound life force. He was also surrounded by void-returning fluctuations, although it wasn't possible to glean any details of his cultivation beyond that. Directly beneath him was something profoundly shocking and simultaneously horrid. It was a 3-dimensional map. Most people wouldn't know what it depicted, but any locals who saw it would know it instantly. It depicted the unfinished mountains, other than the difference in size. It was exactly the same as the real mountains. Every single plant, tree, ridge, and rock was extremely realistic. There were birds flying in the sky, cities at the bases of the mountains, and sects here and there. Even the living beings who occupied the unfinished mountains were in the projection. It contained all living things in the area. That included both mortals and cultivators. Everything was in motion, making it seem like this protection was a real-time depiction of the unfinished mountains. Xu Qing and the others were present, and the bridal procession leaving the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect was plainly visible. Even more spectacular was that every living being in the projection had something like a thread attached to it. They were like threads of fate or destiny that swirled within the cave temple. The countless threads were gruish enough, but what was even more gruish was the old man in the 5-colored robe, who had thrown out his arms and was gesticulating wildly. His movements caused the threads from the countless living beings to sway back and forth and occasionally touch each other. Because of that, situations where predestined affinities shouldn't exist were created. Emotions that shouldn't have been displayed were displayed. Interconnected relationships which should not have been inexplicably formed. The fates of countless living beings and their path in life were being changed. And it was all happening in accordance with the thoughts of that old man. It was as if everything happening in the unfinished mountains were part of a big show. And this old man was in charge of that show. Everything that happened in that show was because of him. Although they retained their memories and personalities, everything they did was according to the old man's script. Sparks of life were generated in that way, like the light of fireworks, and they transformed into dancing butterflies which flew this way and that. Some flew within the cave temple in that mountain, others flew out of the mountain and into the outside world. The dancing butterflies emanated strange powers wherever they went, and the powder that drifted off of them as they flew spread to fill the mountains. Occasionally, outsiders would appear. However, once they stepped into the unfinished mountains, they would appear in the projection, and threads would form, connecting them to the old man's show. Their fates would then be transformed, and they would be given a new mission. Sometimes the old man would stand up and move around bizarrely. When he flailed his arms and limbs, the threads connecting to the people in the projection would vibrate. As his facial expression flitted between various emotions, the people in the projection would become embroiled in various instances of love, hatred, passion, and revenge. He had created this show, and yet he was also part of it, as he had inserted himself into it, and used his own life force to carry out a performative dance. On the one hand, it was incredibly gruish, but at the same time imparted a sense of holy piety. That was because this was the sacrificial dance of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. The sacrificial dance wasn't for the benefit of the members of the church. It was a dance of offering to a god, and was for the benefit of a god. Many regions that had gods in them had similar arrangements. One reason was that many gods had the custom of sleeping. Crimson Mother was no exception. That said, while she would normally be able to awaken at any time, right now, she was in a state in which awakening couldn't be accomplished quickly. Regardless, when gods slept, it resulted in the power of dreams seeping out. The dreams of gods were the real reason why sacrificial dances had become common. The dancers could use the god's dream to influence an entire region. Everything within that region would be affected. Fate, life, people's minds could be made blank, and then their thoughts could be rewoven by means of the sacrificial dance. And then it would turn into a dazzling, five-colored dream reality. The god in question wouldn't be able to sense that dream when sleeping, only upon awakening. If the god was happy, it would give out blessings. That was one reason why there were so many subsidiary branches of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. Every single branch had one of their sacrificial dancers. The blessings they could bring varied based on their cultivation bases, as did the range of their power. As for the dream playing out in the unfinished mountains, the creator, that old man, was convinced that the god would definitely like this particular sacrificial dance. Then the old man spoke, all while hovering in the air cross-legged, his eyes gleaming profoundly. Those outsiders make this dream a lot more interesting. Strangely, the exact same words were coming out of the captain's mouth in the sedan chair. He also had a very profound look in his eyes. Stretching, he looked around until his gaze came to rest on one particular guard. That guard was none other than Xu Qing in disguise. Xu Qing's mind was in a fair amount of chaos, as he was still convinced that something unusual was going on. Everything was playing out too smoothly. For example, he had just looked up into the sky and noticed a bird. The bird had been flying, but then it stopped in place for several breaths of time. It just remained in place, unmoving. Xu Qing was suddenly overwhelmed with a sensation of vertigo, and his vision swam. When everything returned to normal, the bird was flying along as if it had never stopped. Xu Qing narrowed his eyes, reached out, and made a grasping gesture. His goal was to see if the bird was real or not. The bird shivered, then started tumbling through the air toward him. As soon as the bird landed in his hand, his vision swam even more dramatically, and he felt extremely dizzy. This time, the sensation was even more intense and shocking than before. Everyone in the bridal procession stopped in place, and then all of them turned to look mutely at Xu Qing. Xu Qing shivered. Considering how he was gripping the bird, it seemed real. He could even feel its heartbeat and body warmth. As everyone turned to look at him, his scalp went numb. He stood in place quietly for 2 breaths of time, then opened his hand and let the bird fly up into the air. It flew right back to where it had originally been flying and started moving along the same path. It was almost as if its fate had already been determined. Everyone in the bridal procession looked away. It was almost as if nothing had just happened. Expressions the same as before, they continued joyfully on their way. The music continued. Flower petals drifted through the air. Fear lingered in Xu Qing's heart as he turned to look at the captain. The captain looked back with a profound gleam in his eyes. That look caused Xu Qing to think back to what the captain had told him multiple times already. Just trust me, little Ah Qing. 1. Traditional Chinese wedding ceremonies are different from the typical Western version. There are many variations regionally and historically, but the general idea is that the bride travels in some sort of procession to the groom's house. Upon arrival, there are usually some formalities such as serving tea, bowing, etc. Of course, there are also things like wedding receptions banquets. Chapter 577. Life is a show. It all depends on your acting ability. The wind from heaven blows, bringing a fragrance like a bouquet. Lovely music plays, bringing happy guests to the wedding day. Xu Qing's heart raced as he kept pace with the bridal procession. He was no longer looking at the captain. Xu Qing had witnessed strange behavior from the captain ever since they arrived in the unfinished mountains, and he had done some experiments. Whether it was by means of conversation or the action of giving him an apple, Xu Qing had confirmed that there was something unusual going on with the captain, and it wasn't something he was doing subconsciously. He was intentionally doing things to attract Xu Qing's attention. He's warning me. His senses were telling him that the captain wasn't doing anything to harm him. That was evident based on everything that had happened so far. The two of them had done so many big jobs together that Xu Qing had long since grown used to the captain's general style. It's not a cry for help. More like he had some things to say, but it's not convenient to say them. So he's sending a message this way. Xu Qing pondered the situation, especially what happened with that bird. When he grabbed the bird, everyone in the bridal procession had turned to look at him. That bird was a real, living being. Living beings are unpredictable, yet it flew right back to where I'd taken it from, then continued on its way. It almost seemed like it wasn't in control, as if its actions had been predetermined. Xu Qing frowned and checked D-132. The god's finger was sleeping as usual, which seemed to indicate it hadn't noticed anything unusual. And why did everyone look at me just now? Is it that my action broke the coordination of the group? Or is it that the person I'm disguised as just wouldn't do something like that normally? Everything had gone so smoothly after entering the unfinished mountains that, if he hadn't specifically thought about it in that way, everything would have seemed completely normal. It's the normality that's the most gruish. His eyes narrowed as he continued moving with the procession and prepared to see how the wedding ceremony would play out. Time passed as the procession flew through the sky. About 2 hours later, they were nearing the Dark Fate sect. Even from a distance, it was possible to see that the place was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Magical techniques had been used to decorate the mountains. The trees were festooned with red lanterns, and magic was also used to send fireworks shooting up into the sky. Representatives of sects and clans from throughout the unfinished mountains had responded to the invitation and were gathering outside the sect. There were men, women, young and old, and everyone was smiling. The sound of happy conversation rose into the air, filling the area with the clamor of activity. Laughter and chatting could be heard everywhere. It was a very joyous atmosphere. As the bridal procession neared, the buzz grew louder, creating sound waves that spread through the clouds. Dark Fate sect was clearly prepared for a special event. The main headquarters glowed with 7-colored light, and atop the highest mountain, the sect's grand hall had been turned into a wedding chapel. Countless red lanterns were hung everywhere, and there was even more sunlight in the sky than normal. The disciples of the Dark Fate sect were all very excited, and were out in full force to welcome the wedding guests. A colorful band of silk had been laid on the stairs from the top of the mountain to the bottom. As the wedding sedan approached, bells tolled in the Dark Fate sect, and a solemn atmosphere spread out. People stopped talking, and all eyes came to focus on the sedan. "Immortal Fairy Sweetfrost, please come in." "Yes," a melodious voice responded, and the captain, looking eager with his cheeks flushed, stepped out of the sedan and onto the stairs leading up into the sect. Looking elegant and charming, she started walking. Most of the members of the bridal procession dropped to their knees to kowtow. Only Nether Sprite's personal handmaidens and a few special guards followed along. Xu Qing was one of them. As he watched the captain swaying along, he sighed inwardly at how amazing the captain's acting abilities were. If Xu Qing hadn't personally seen the captain's hairy legs, he would never have guessed that he wasn't in the presence of the real Nether Sprite. As the bells tolled and the sound of singing filled the sect, the captain slowly walked up to the summit. It was his big day. Everything was about him. All the Dark Fate sect disciples that he passed dropped to their knees to kowtow. As Xu Qing watched all of that, some of the joyous spirit started to infect him a bit. After the bells rang for the 21st time, the captain reached the top of the stairs. The captain's past life body stepped out of the grand hall. He looked different than the last time Xu Qing saw him. He was dressed in all red and looked very festive. That said, the noxious odor and rotting bits of flesh were just the same as before, and the black energy he exhaled was downright ghastly. He's marrying his past self. Xu Qing was slightly disappointed that Wu Jianwu wasn't around. If he was, he would definitely have come up with some amazing poetry. With that, the formalities began. As cultivators, heaven bears witness to us, while earth solemnly observes. We are joined as one by means of the Tao, and now the couple will pay respects to each other. The captain bashfully ducked his head down and bowed to the groom. The groom also bowed his head and clasped hands. After bowing to each other, to heaven, and to earth, the crowd roared its approval. Colorful fireworks exploded, the sky shivered, and the lands shook. Amidst the joyous uproar, the captain was led to the bridal chamber. That was where the bride would burn incense while waiting for the groom. It was also time for the banquet to begin. All the important people from the big sects and organizations gathered in the main square of the Dark Fate sect. Only these people who had been specially invited had that privilege. That said, the lower-ranking members of those organizations weren't treated poorly. There was an even larger banquet underway outside the sect where the other guests were entertained. Before long, the sounds of rejoicing filled the air. As one of Nethersprite's guards, Xu Qing didn't qualify to join the banquet. Instead, he was assigned to work with Dark Fate sect guards to keep the banquet orderly. As he watched the guests toasting each other and laughing, he thought back to the blank expressions on the faces that had looked at him when he grabbed that bird. It was quite a contrast to what he was seeing right now, and it made the strange sensation in him grow even more intense. There's another way I could try to figure out what's going on in the unfinished mountains. He looked at the bridal chamber off in the distance. As of this point, the entire plan came down to what the captain did. Xu Qing looked away and focused on the crowd. What if all the people here are like that bird? Eyes narrowing, he reached out to the shadow and told it to try to take control of one of the cultivators. A moment later, his shadow stretched out across the floor toward a gold core cultivator. The possession was complete in an instant. However, the cultivator in question continued to behave as before, eating, drinking, and chatting. Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he sensed the intense emotional fluctuations coming from the shadow. Can't interfere. Forcing would be fatal, weird. Xu Qing told the shadow to try again with someone else, and it did. Every single time, the result was exactly the same. Xu Qing was starting to come to an understanding of what was going on. He wasn't done testing things out, though. Next, he told the shadow to try to forcefully take control. Shortly after, the shadow possessed a foundation establishment cultivator and tried hard to do just that. The cultivator shivered as, instead of reaching out to grab his drinking vessel, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of food. The laughter and chatting nearby stopped as countless guests turned to look at that cultivator. Xu Qing's pupils constricted, and he instantly told the shadow to relinquish control. The cultivator in question didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. He put the piece of food back in exactly the same spot, returned his chopsticks, and then picked up his drinking vessel. After he took a drink, everyone in the area went back to talking as if nothing had happened. Xu Qing closed his eyes. Now he understood. Everyone is on a fixed track. It's just like that bird. They have to follow the set arrangement, and if anything interferes with that, they'll correct their own course and go back to what they were supposed to do. All of this Gruish phenomena started when we entered the unfinished mountains. It seems all the living beings in these mountains have had their fates tampered with. Someone else is pulling the strings. It's like a big show, and I'm stuck in it. Without even realizing what happened, my thinking and actions have made me part of the show. I suppose that's even more the case with Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan. And that's why I've been having those strange episodes. There are things inside me such as the god's finger or the violet moon that are rejecting the force of influence. That's why I was able to see what happened with that bird, and it's also why I can sense that something unusual is going on. But the captain, he looked up toward the mountain summit. He probably knows what's going on. He joined the show intentionally. Xu Qing looked down and waited. Time slipped by slowly but surely. The banquet began to wrap up, and as evening fell, guests began leaving. But then, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the bridal chamber at the summit of the mountain. The scream caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. Letter 1D456, letter 1D633, letter 1D44E. Letter 1D4B8, letter 2134, letter 1D6 2E. What was more, Xu Qing experienced that sensation of vertigo again. At the same time, all of the guests turned and looked woodenly toward the top of the mountain. Apparently, something was happening there that did not conform to the script. Meanwhile, all living things in or near the Dark Fate sect, whether it was birds, blades of grass, or anything else, all turned in the direction of the mountain summit. The screaming ended, to be followed by the sound of footsteps. Then the captain walked out, still clad in red. He was leading his past life body behind him by the hand. Stopping outside the hall, he looked around. Ignoring the blank expressions on the faces of everyone looking at him, he found Xu Qing in the crowd and smiled. "Did you figure it out, little junior brother?" As the words left his mouth, a peach appeared in his free hand. He took a bite. Chapter 578. Dance for a God. The skilled are praised, the unskilled die. Xu Qing's sense of vertigo grew more intense. However, after experiencing it so many times, he was getting used to it. He glanced around, then focused on the peach in the captain's hand. He laughed. "I figured out some," he said. "Everything in the unfinished mountains is part of a show." The captain's eyes gleamed with admiration. He laughed heartily. "Yes, definitely a show. Little junior brother, all of this is a show put on for Crimson Mother. The two of us are lucky to be able to perform." Xu Qing nodded. He had taken special note of what the captain said about the show being put on for Crimson Mother. "In the Moonlight region," the captain continued, "locations where yin-yang betwixt flowers sects exist are places where the dream power of Crimson Mother is strong. The sect scripts out dramas there that serve as the dream of a god." He grinned. "This is the sacrificial dance of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect." In all of Xu Qing's speculations, he hadn't thought to connect any recent events with the sacrificial dance that he had heard about before. "The dancing butterflies?" Xu Qing asked, looking at the captain. "The dancing butterflies," the captain replied. "When the dancers use the dream power of a god to affect other living beings, the resulting friction brings dream animals to life." The captain continued to eat his peach as he dragged his past life body toward Xu Qing one step at a time. "The butterflies are illusory, as they're part of the dream power. They record the story of what's happening, and when the god awakens, they're like mediums to transfer that information." Xu Qing inhaled sharply. What the captain was saying seemed absolutely outrageous, and yet it did make sense. Before the god awakens, the dancing butterflies cannot return to whence they came. They have no way to relate the events of the show. I knew all of this, yet still chose to come here. Do you know why, little junior brother? The captain was looking very pleased as he came to a stop in front of Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked at the captain's past life body, and the answer occurred to him. "You never lost your past life body. That tomb we went to wasn't even real. As you yourself said, eldest brother, in order to stave off tomb raiders, you set up a number of facade tombs. The place we went to was actually one of the facade tombs. Eningyan even asked you about what the final 2 facade tombs were like. You just laughed and didn't answer the question, the reason being that the tomb we went to was the 8th facade tomb. The reality is that the unfinished mountains are the 9th facade tomb. How many people have you offended, eldest brother, and how many big jobs have you done that you're so worried about people stealing your past life body?" The captain was initially surprised by Xu Qing's assessment, but toward the end he started laughing. "Just what I would expect of my little junior brother. Ha ha ha, you're right. That tomb we went into was the 8th facade tomb, and the unfinished mountains are the 9th. Xu Qing frowned. "Eldest brother, you picked up some bad habits from Bai Xiaochun. It's bad form to give the answer ahead of time." The captain chuckled darkly. The truth was that he had learned this little trick from Bai Xiaochun. It seemed really badass to be able to reveal your plans secretly ahead of time. 1. "Want to know where the real tomb is?" the captain said, his eyebrows dancing up and down enticingly. Seeing that familiar facial expression, familiar attitude, and familiar style made Xu Qing feel a bit more relaxed. Looking expressionlessly at the captain, he said, "It's the dream." He wasn't interested in playing along with the captain's games. The captain's eyes went wide. This whole reveal wasn't exactly going as he had planned. You used to be a lot more charming than this, little Ah Qing. Noting that Xu Qing seemed to actually be getting angry, the captain laughed heartily, threw his arm around Xu Qing's neck, and then lowered his voice. You're incredible, little junior brother. I can't believe you even guessed the part about the dream. You see, there was a very mysterious high god years ago who took my past life body and put it into Crimson Mother's dream, and even destroyed some of the dancing butterflies in that dream. Xu Qing's gaze sharpened. He was particularly interested in this high god that had been mentioned. Meanwhile, everything around them was changing. The guests' facial expressions were turning from blank to vicious. Even the plants, rocks, and other terrain features seemed to radiate a sense of malice. That malice seemed to grow stronger and stronger, emanating from the unfinished mountains until it formed a voice. Get the hell out of here. The sound of it shook the unfinished mountains, causing the ground to quake and rocking the cities at the bases of the mountains. The captain chuckled. He didn't go into an explanation of the mysterious high god he'd mentioned, nor did he seem worried about what was happening around them. Instead, he went into some more detail about his past life body. Getting inside is easy. You just have to join the dream. That's why I didn't say anything to you in the beginning. Everything was for the sake of conforming to the requirements of the dream. That's the only way I could truly be a part of the show. That said, I did give you a warning earlier, right, little junior brother? So, calm down and don't get mad. Smiling ingratiatingly, he held up the hand of his past life body. See, he really was my goal all along. He's the key to unlocking my real past life body. Now, I bet you can't guess what this fellow really is. With that, the captain waved his hand, and his past life body melted into a puddle of black liquid. And right in the middle of that liquid was a rotting butterfly. It emanated a sense of ancient time, making it clear it was very old. It also seemed to have a very high level of personhood hidden so deeply in it that Crimson Mother had overlooked it. This was the key. The moment it appeared, screaming winds swept through the unfinished mountains, and everything shook violently. Looks of ferocity and pain appeared on the faces of all living beings. Boulders cracked, and plants wilted. At the same time, shocking fluctuations rolled out from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, along with a furious shout. Awaken, awaken. The living beings in the area began to tremble. From the look of it, the sacrificial dancer that had created this show was ready to end the dream to stop the captain's plan. Too late. The captain laughed heartily as he picked up the key and then waved his hand toward the sky. Open. Thunderous rumbling sounds filled the dome of heaven. The clouds seethed. And it seemed like the cosmos itself was being split open. Then a rift appeared overhead. It didn't start out very large, but it rapidly expanded, accompanied by deafening ripping sounds. It looked extremely ghastly. A sense of decay emerged from the rift, filled with ancient time. The sky changed color, and the lands seemed like they might shatter, as a blue coffin emerged from the rift. It was a coffin made, not from wood or metal, but rather blue ice. Inside the ice coffin was a body wearing an extravagant blue robe embroidered with golden thread. He emanated terrifying pressure, but at the same time seemed incredibly majestic. In his hand was a scepter. The sky seemed to explode, and the land quaked violently. At the same time, a howl of grief erupted from within the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. The original scepter of the sacrificial dance. You used to be the grand dancer. As those words rang out, the old man in the five-colored robe in the cave temple had a look of abject terror in his eyes. With almost frantic anxiety, he was severing all of the threads connecting himself to the projected image of the unfinished mountains. He knew full well that, as a sacrificial dancer, he looked strong, but was actually weak. The strength came because of the power to create dreams for a god, but that was also a source of weakness. If the created dream ended normally, it counted as the conclusion of the sacrificial dance. But if the process was interrupted, it would result in a backlash. The so-called sacrificial dance was actually a very unique ceremony. There was a massive difference between that ceremony being interrupted actively versus being interrupted passively. He was actively interrupting it to awaken everyone in the dream. Although there was a backlash, it wasn't too much for him to deal with. That was why, when he realized something unusual was going on, he had taken the initiative to call out to all the living beings and prematurely end the creation of the dream. For the dream to have been passively interrupted would be a totally different matter. He would have been affected by the decay of all living beings, the karma of all entities, and also the backlash of a god's dream power. Not even someone in void returning could survive that. It wasn't something that any person could easily do. The moment he spotted the scepter that represented the Grand Dancer, he was struck with absolute terror. Sadly for him, he didn't have the time to fully interrupt the dream. The moment the coffin appeared, the captain's eyes shone with a strange light, and he shouted, "Show how strong you are, little junior brother. Send your power into that scepter. Awake all the living beings here whose fates have been transformed." The captain didn't explain anything else. Xu Qing knew what he meant. The captain wanted him to use the power of the violet moon. Fighting against the vertigo, Xu Qing walked over to the coffin. He reached out in the direction of the scepter. The power of the violet moon erupted within him, causing the ice to start turning the same violet color. At the same time, the captain performed an incantation gesture, using the power of the coffin to guide the violet light into the scepter. A tremor passed through Xu Qing as he sensed a majestic power bolstering his soul. The vertigo vanished, and his mind cleared. Everything around him suddenly seemed like it was covered with a gauzy veil. He saw threads rising up from everyone present, and those threads connected to the mountains of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. On each thread was an illusory butterfly. Some were large and some were small, but all of them were growing. "Wake up," Xu Qing said calmly, his eyes glowing violet. Those two words were like 10 million lightning bolts, all exploding at the same time. The threads were all severed, as the words echoed in the minds of the living beings in the unfinished mountains. Countless cultivators and mortals shivered as they woke up. They looked around blankly for a moment before starting to subconsciously edge backward. Taoist partners looked at each other in terror, not even recognizing each other. Close friends shivered as they suddenly realized they actually hated each other. Entire families, including parents and children, all of a sudden came to the realization that they weren't related. There were also some people who went back to what they were doing before. They were now awake and remembered everything. It was the same with all the sects. Not even the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect could escape the effects of the show. There were some disciples in the sect who weren't even from the unfinished mountains. They had just been passing through, and the next thing they knew, they were disciples. Mistress Rosiclouds shivered, her hair in complete disarray as she looked up at the mountain summit. In reality, she wasn't the sect leader, and she wasn't the daughter of the sect's patriarch. It was actually the opposite. He was her mortal enemy. As the living beings in the unfinished mountains woke up, and the threads were severed, the dream came to an end. All the karma that resulted from severing the dream of a god, all of the backlash and the malice, converged back on the sacrificial dancer. A miserable, agonized shriek echoed into the sky. The old man in the cave had a look of despair on his face. He struggled, all in vain. As the threads snapped and turned into butterflies, they lunged toward him ravenously. They seemed to flit back and forth between illusory and corporeal as they covered him and started eating him. He began to rot out of existence. To his utter despair, it was simply impossible to resist the backlash of the severed dream of a god. As he was being devoured, the curse within him erupted, filling his body and soul with agony and driving him into madness. Even if he dropped to his knees and begged the god for help, it wouldn't do any good. After a few breaths of time passed, the dancing butterflies and the power of the severed dream had reduced him to a pool of blood on the floor of the cave temple. When dancing for an emperor, the skilled are praised and the unskilled die. That's even truer with gods. Just in case anyone forgot, Bai Xiaochun is the old lieutenant governor of Xianxia, and before that, the actual governor of Xianxia, also a torchlight agent. He revealed his entire plan in his lecture to the new sword sages in Chapter 401. Chapter 579, The Wind Picks Up in Moonlight, Spark Seek to Start a Wildfire, Part 1. Gods have dreams, sacrifice to them with dance. The living are paper cutouts, all beings are art. The skilled please gods and are blessed forever. The unskilled are hated by the gods and are destroyed eternally. That was the sacrificial dance. As the old man in the Twin Peaks was destroyed via backlash, he faded from existence along with all of the failed dancing butterflies. After eating their fill of his flesh, they merged back into heaven and earth, leaving behind no trace of their existence. As a result, all living beings were able to see clearly again. That said, to the beings in the unfinished mountains, being awake wasn't necessarily a blessing. Those for whom no special arrangements were made ended up extremely confused. The confusion started in the cities and the foothills and spread rapidly from there. Mortals and cultivators alike suddenly regained clarity and then looked around silently. Husbands and wives, friends, loved ones, masters and apprentices. In many cases, mixed emotions replaced the confusion on their faces as they struggled to reconcile the mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. The unfamiliarity came because they didn't know the other person. They had been assigned these roles regardless of their real identity. The familiarity came because they still had all their recent memories. Upon awakening, such people weren't sure what to do with their lives. The cities were like that, and it was the same with the sects and clans. A storm of confusion swept through the unfinished mountains, filling them completely. Some people chose to leave and never return to a place they now viewed with terror and incredulity. Most of those were outsiders. However, the majority of people in the unfinished mountains had been born and raised there. From the moment they were born, their fates could be altered on a whim. In fact, if you went back in history, all of their ancestors had lived like this. Their lives were arranged for them. The tracks were all laid out. And thus, living in that manner had become an instinct for most such people. After all, before they woke up, they had no idea what was really happening. In that state, everything looked exactly the same as it always had to them. Normal. They were like pets in a cage. Even if that cage was somehow opened one day, they would still choose to live in the cage. Many of them, deep in their hearts, would foster the suspicion that the talk about the dream was a sham. By doing that, they could reinforce the belief that they were always awake. It was part blessing, part sorrow. Xu Qing stood there in silence. With the help of the ice coffin occupied by the captain's past life body, plus the scepter, he was able to send his divine will throughout the unfinished mountains. As a result, he could sense what the living beings there were thinking. In the end, Xu Qing and the captain chose to leave. Before departing, the captain sensed everything inside. For the people who have lived here from generation to generation, is there really a difference between being in the dream and being awake? They'll keep on living, and things won't be much different than before. Let's go, little Ah Ching. Perhaps to them, our presence really is an interruption. Shaking his head, he collected the ice coffin, then floated up into the air. A moment later, he stopped and looked back down at Xu Qing. Xu Qing took a deep breath, retracted his senses, and then followed the captain. As they flew through the sky, they stopped to look down at the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. Wu Jianwu was there. The sect was largely empty. Many of the mountains in the sect had collapsed, and the spirit spring was choked with dust and sludge. More than half of the disciples had departed upon awakening. Local cultivators who had been born in the area sat around looking at the chaos and rubble, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Wu Jianwu stood at the base of the mountain, as Mistress Rosaclouds slowly walked away from him. The evening glow weighed down with oppressive weight that rivaled their heavy hearts. Mistress Rosaclouds obviously had some very conflicted emotions. Datem. Wu Jianwu stared at her blankly, not quite sure what he should say. The moment he sensed the change, he had raced back here and seen the dilapidated state of the sect. And he had spotted Mistress Rosaclouds almost immediately. A moment ago, he had spoken a few lines of poetry, only to find that she didn't understand any of it. In fact, she'd hardly looked at him. It filled Wu Jianwu's heart with bitter pain. As he looked at her walking away from him, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "The dark wind blows the mountain wasteland. Though rain falls, I have an umbrella in hand." His words reached Mistress Rosacloud's, but she didn't stop walking. She didn't even turn around. She just kept going until she disappeared. Dazed, Wu Jianwu took a few steps back and then sat down on the ground. Xu Qing and the captain approached silently. When Xu Qing saw the blank look on Wu Jianwu's face, he held out a flagon of alcohol. It looked like Wu Jianwu needed a drink. Wu Jianwu reached out with a trembling hand to take the flagon. He drank deeply. Eyes bloodshot, he murmured. She never understood. It was all fake. The captain sighed and clasped Wu Jianwu's shoulder. He said nothing. Eventually, Wu Jianwu seemed to get his emotions under control, and they left together. The entire time, Wu Jianwu didn't say anything. At a certain point, the captain dragged Enning Yan out of a ravine where he'd been hiding. Enning Yan was still scared witless. What he had seen had left him with a feeling of extreme danger. After he saw Xu Qing and the others, his spirits lifted. Glaring at Wu Jianwu, he prepared to say something, only to notice that Wu Jianwu seemed to be in a very unusual state. Confused, Enning Yan thought to ask about what was going on. But in the end, he decided it didn't seem like the right time, so he buried his curiosity. And thus, they left the unfinished mountains. Eventually, the captain brought out his artificial sun, and they entered it. It shot over the horizon. 7 days passed. Rumors began to spread about what had played out in the unfinished mountains. What was more, the death of the sacrificial dancer caused some waves in the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. The sect relied on the help of the Dorites to send top experts into the mountains to investigate. Eventually, wanted posters from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect started spreading through the Moonlight region. A bounty was being offered for a group of heathen blasphemers, led by Master Unfinished and Master Heavengreen. Anyone who offered useful tips or clues would earn the friendship of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. And anyone who brought in the heads or souls of the culprit would be rewarded with a Panquilling lozenge. The bounty caused a big stir in the Moonlight region. One reason was the general momentous nature of the event. The other reason was the Panquilling lozenge. Such pills had only one use. They could relieve some of the bitter pain that resulted from the Moonlight region curse. All cultivators in the Moonlight region had to deal with the curse of the Red Moon. As their cultivation base improved and they grew stronger, the curse would inflict increasingly intense pain on their bodies and souls. That pain would eventually become pure torment. Few cultivators were willing to deal with such pain, and the only way to get rid of it was by using Panquilling lozenges. However, there were far too few pills to supply all living beings with them. As a result, they were exceedingly precious, to the point where you usually couldn't even buy them with spirit stones. Even just one such pill could be considered a rare commodity worth hoarding. After all, the patriarchs of the Twofold Alliance had been hopping to turn Xu Qing over to the Red Moon Cathedral and get a reward of a Panquilling lozenge. From that alone, it was possible to imagine how enticing a bounty reward with Panquilling lozenges could be. 1. Meanwhile, Xu Qing and the others were long gone from the unfinished mountains and were now nearing the western part of the region. The captain planned to lie low there until the fuss died down, and he had some work to do in that area anyway. Xu Qing wasn't planning to go with him. There was something else he needed to work on. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about Duanmu Zhang and his city of fireflies. There were over 100,000 humans from that city who were affected by the curse. He wanted to help them. However, it was going to take a lot of research, study, and hard work to figure out how to dispel the curse. And that meant he needed a quiet and peaceful location to work for a while. Given the captain's frisky personality, it seemed better to part ways. What was more, there was a specific location that Xu Qing wanted to investigate. Eventually, he explained his plan to the captain. "You want to study the curse?" The captain's eyes lit up. Producing a peach, he took a bite. "Ha ha ha, this idea of yours is actually 8th on my list of tasks to handle. If you want to get to work now, it'll save me a lot of time and effort down the road. I think that's a great idea." Eyes shining with determination, the captain handed Xu Qing an apple, then threw his arm around his neck and lowered his voice. "If you're going to go off alone, little Ah Qing, just keep in mind to avoid the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. As for me, I have a small job to handle that shouldn't take me more than about half a year. Xu Qing looked at the captain. What do you mean by small job? How small? Ha ha ha, very small. Very, very small. He put his thumb and index finger very close together to illustrate how small of a job he was talking about. Xu Qing smiled. In that case, take care of yourself. He wasn't inclined to press for details. The captain laughed again and then looked off into the distance. All right then, we'll part here and meet back up in half a year in the Bitter Life Mountains. Sound good? You listen to me, little Ah Ching. Don't be late. In fact, it would be better to show up early. In half a year, your eldest brother is going to introduce you to a very badass organization. And that organization is going to play a very important role in dealing with the Red Moon. Xu Qing's eyes glittered. He had first heard of the Bitter Life Mountains from Duan Muzang, which was also when he learned that those mountains were related to the Moon Rebel congregation. 2. Xu Qing didn't know much beyond that, but he had planned to go there at some point. As Duan Muzang had mentioned, the Moon Rebel congregation had done a lot of research into the curse. If he could get some good information from them, it might save a lot of time in his own study. Or he might even be able to take existing ideas and expand them in different directions. Nodding, he discussed a few more details with the captain. Then he stood to leave. 1. The patriarchs of the Twofold Alliance pondered the reward of a painquilling lozenge in Chapter 565.2. 2. Duan Muzang told Xu Qing about the Bitter Life Mountains and the Moon Rebel congregation in Chapter 567.1. Chapter 579. The Wind Picks Up in Moonlight. Sparks Seek to Start a Wildfire, Part 2. Before departing, the captain had Wu Jianwu give a seed to Xu Qing. Little junior brother, if you get to the Bitter Life Mountains before me, plant this seed somewhere. That way, if I need to find you urgently, I can have Big Jianjian send his children to find you by tracking down the scent of the seed. Either way, after my current task, I can use the seed to find you. Xu Qing accepted the seed curiously. He knew that Wu Jianwu's children were very special. In fact, it made him think back to years ago when Wu Jianwu opened that wish box. 1. Wu Jianwu looked just as despondent as before. He just lay there listlessly, occasionally sighing. Don't worry about him, the captain said. This is just what happens with a bad breakup. He'll be fine in a few days. He took a deep breath and looked at Xu Qing with encouragement in his eyes. Well, little junior brother, time to see what fate has in store. You take care of yourself and I'll do the same. RCO. Xu Qing nodded. Off to the side, Enning Yan's ears perked up as he eavesdropped, especially when he heard the word breakup. That was when everything clicked, and he realized why Wu Jianwu was acting unusual. Feeling more than a little disdainful, he thought, that's it. Seeing that Xu Qing was about to leave, Enning Yan got to his feet and hurried over with a hopeful look on his face. He obviously wanted Xu Qing to take him along. Xu Qing ignored him. He left the artificial sun, then flew up into the sky and disappeared. He's so grown up he doesn't want to hang out with his elder brother anymore. The captain sighed as he watched Xu Qing leave. Then he performed an incantation gesture, and the artificial sun rumbled to life and continued on its way. Half a month flew by. The bounty from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect was still active, but no one had dug up any traces of the people on the wanted posters. They had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. And then something happened that caused most people to forget all about the bounty. In fact, it was such a momentous and astonishing development that it shook all of the Moonlight region. The godchild of the Red Moon Cathedral had been grievously injured. At first, the details were kept under wraps. Only the high-ranking members of the Red Moon Cathedral had any idea what happened. But stories spread about some sort of dramatic event in the northern ice plains, as well as supernatural phenomena at the Heavenfire Sea. For more than a month, lingering fluctuations had continued to spread out through heaven and earth. There was a lot of speculation about what happened, but no solid facts emerged. After a few months passed, the truth about the event started to spread. Of course, the word was spread, not by the Red Moon Cathedral, but rather by members of the Moon Rebel congregation. According to the stories being spread, the supernatural phenomena at the Heavenfire Sea were the result of the heir apparent of the imperial sovereign being freed from captivity. The dramatic events in the northern ice plains resulted when the heir apparent rescued Princess Brightblossom, who was the daughter of that same imperial sovereign. When those two shocking individuals were freed, the first thing they did was attack the headquarters of the Red Moon Cathedral. What played out was an incredibly shocking battle. In fact, that battle was the source of the lingering fluctuations that had been present for a whole month. The battle ended with the heir apparent and Princess Brightblossom going missing, and the Red Moon Cathedral's godchild seriously injured. Most relevant of all was the fact that Crimson Mother of the Red Moon never showed up. It didn't make sense. If the godchild ended up injured, he would surely have unleashed some powerful god magic during the fighting. But based on the fluctuations, it didn't seem that happened. Before long, two rumors were spreading. The first rumor was related to the godchild's true identity. What was more, according to this rumor, the godly souls he had collected from his imprisoned brothers and sisters ended up being taken during the fighting. Those souls were the reason that the imprisoned descendants of the imperial sovereigns lost their minds when in captivity. The moment they were seized, countless howls of grief erupted from inside the Red Moon Cathedral. It was a shocking development. What was more, after analyzing the events, some people came to the conclusion that the heir apparent hadn't been interested in fighting a battle to the death with the godchild. There was deeper meaning, and apparently the godly souls were one of his main targets. No one knew any more than that. The second rumor was more momentous, and had a much bigger practical effect. Crimson Mother of the Red Moon is sleeping in an outside region. For the time being, she can't wake up. This rumor was incredibly astonishing, and led some people to wonder if leadership was going to change in the Moonlight region. Some people believed the rumors, others didn't. But either way, all of the Moonlight region was shaken to the core by the various developments. The region was like a pool of still water that was suddenly disturbed by rolling waves. Almost overnight, secret societies sprang up in prefectures and counties all over the region. They preached about rebelling against the moon and urged the commoners to defy the leaders of the region. They were hoping to spark a wildfire. However, the Red Moon Cathedral sent all of its affiliate organizations out to crush such movements, and they were joined by large numbers of god-slaves, god-servants, and god-heralds. After the godchild was injured, the cathedral's pontiff awoke from slumber to take charge. He was the type of person who controlled things with an iron fist, and almost immediately, blood was being spilled through the Moonlight region. At long last, the wind was blowing in Moonlight. In the west of Moonlight region was Greensand County. At the moment, a green sandstorm filled that area, stretching from the ground all the way to the Dome of Heaven. Greensand County was one of the 7 counties in the western part of the Moonlight region. It was located near the center of the region. The reason for the name was that the entire county was a desert with very unique sand. It wasn't yellow sand. It was green, and green sandstorms covered the place year-round. The people who lived there had long since grown used to the local climate and could not only survive, but also flourish amidst the endless green sandstorms. There were a lot of legends related to the sandstorms, but there was only one that the majority of people believed to be true. According to the legend, long ago, this place wasn't home to a desert. Instead, it was an enormous basin filled with countless towering mountains. Back then, the soil was black, and the place was so full of mist that it was said to be home to a sea of mist. One day, a strand of green hair fell from the sky, which transformed into sand that filled the basin and gave it its green color. After that, the place was a desert. The once towering mountains had been mostly covered in sand, but the exposed parts were still connected into a rough collection of mountain ranges. The largest of those mountain ranges was called the Bitter Life Mountains. As for the desert, it was called the Greenhair Badlands. Because of the horrific climate, the population in the Greenhair Badlands wasn't very large. However, because of the place's unique qualities, there was no shortage of visitors. 2. And over the years, mud brick cities had sprung up in numerous places. The cities were all built on the mountains, not the sand. Of course, the Red Moon Cathedral also had territory staked out in the area. As the green sandstorms blew, it was just possible to see a figure moving through the haze. The wind blew strong and loud. It felt like a host of hands pushing against whoever it touched, blocking forward progress and making one's clothing whip wildly. However, the wind couldn't stop this figure from moving. He seemed to be moving at a leisurely pace, yet each step propelled him dozens of meters forward. Occasionally, he would stop in place and take out a jade slip to check his position and course. "It's just up ahead," Xu Qing murmured. After parting ways with the captain, he had thought for a time about how exactly he wanted to proceed. Eventually, he decided to fix his sights on the Bitter Life Mountains. He was planning to try to make contact with the Moon Rebel congregation and hopefully identify a good path to follow in his curse research. This was his third day in the Greenhair Badlands. He no longer wore a Taoist robe. Instead, he wore local attire. He had a cloth scarf wrapping up his head and face, leaving only his eyes visible, as well as wide-legged trousers, knee-length animal hide boots, and a voluminous gray cloak that he could wrap around his entire body. The cloak also served to keep Linger safe. The wind here could be painful even to cultivators, and it had to be defended against using one's cultivation base. For short periods of time, it wasn't anything worth worrying about, but if you were exposed for long periods, you could easily exhaust yourself. Thanks to the endless wind, the spirit power in this desert was scattered and weak. There was also something desolate in the wind, something that would slowly eat away at life force, until the victim was left as nothing but a skeleton pulsing with death energy. Of course, there were some unique life forms who, like fish in water, thrived in this environment. At the moment, Xu Qing was eyeing a green scorpion that was about as big as a child. The scorpion had just burst out of the sand behind him and was racing toward him at top speed. As it neared, its tail glittered with cold light. Just when it seemed like it was about to stab Xu Qing, his shadow swept out. The scorpion vanished. The shadow returned. Xu Qing didn't bother checking into what happened. After arriving here, he had run into quite a few beasts like this. All of them had a lot of curse power in them, so he welcomed them. He had already told the shadow to capture them alive and keep them around for later study. After confirming his current position, he put away the jade slip with the map in it and proceeded on his way. The intelligence reports the captain had given him about the Moonlight region weren't very detailed. Therefore, he had spent some of his own money to buy some more information about Greensand County. That was how he knew some of the local legends, as well as the general location of the Bitter Life Mountains. He continued traveling for 7 days, getting deeper and deeper into the desert. During his travels, he saw all sorts of gruish beings in the green sand. For instance, he noticed some roughly 30-meter-tall mushrooms. They looked almost like huge houses standing in the middle of the desert. They were very colorful and would be very attractive to anyone who spotted them from a distance. Xu Qing didn't get close to them. After scanning them briefly, he decided to avoid the area. He didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary trouble. He would occasionally run into mirages in the desert. The sandstorms would create images of men and women, laughing with each other as they walked along. Their voices contained alluring power, and wherever they passed, they left behind long streaks in the sand. The streaks looked like evidence of the passage of huge worms, crawling beneath the surface of the desert. Xu Qing also spotted pillars. Corpses were strapped to the pillars like warning messages. He took note of them and kept traveling. A few days later, he saw a group of huge animals with bells hanging around their necks. They vaguely resembled rhinoceroses. Wherever they went, the sound of tinkling bells followed them. Mounted on the backs of the huge beasts were wizened non-humans who were wrapped up in so much cloth all you could see were their pure white eyes surveying their surroundings. Upon noticing Xu Qing, the huge beasts stopped short, and the non-humans atop them looked at him vigilantly. Xu Qing clasped hands respectfully and backed up a bit. They nodded at him and continued on their way without causing any trouble. In that manner, days passed. Eventually, a month had gone by. The Bitter Life Mountains were now visible in the distance. The sky was dusky, and in the haze, the Bitter Life Mountains looked like a dragon sleeping in the desert. One mountain after another stretched up, going from west to east, spanning more than 4,500 kilometers. How could we forget the amazing chapter when Wu Jianwu opened the wish box? It was in chapter 147. I didn't mention it at the time, but the message in the wish box was extremely difficult to translate, and I'm quite proud of how it turned out. 2. Quick heads up that the author actually refers to this place with a few different names and goes back and forth between them. For the sake of continuity, I'm going to generally standardize the name to Greenhair Badlands. Chapter 580, The Consequences of Attempted Lasciviousness and Robbery, Part 1. Xu Qing wasn't exactly sure how to become part of the Moon Rebel congregation. Duanmu Zhang hadn't provided any details about that. He had only explained where to find it. The greater part of a year had passed since then. Surrounded by the endless green desert sand, Xu Qing looked at the Bitter Life Mountains off in the distance and thought back to what he had learned of this area, thanks to the intelligence reports he'd purchased. Unlike the unfinished mountains, the Bitter Life Mountains had no plant life. Endless sandy winds whimpered through the mountains, leading to a very desolate and oppressive sensation. Xu Qing tightened his clothing a bit. He could feel Linger nestling against his neck, leading him to feel warmth at heart. Walking through the wind, he entered the Bitter Life Mountains and began looking for clues leading to the Moon Rebel congregation. 10 days later, Xu Qing found himself on a towering peak in the Bitter Life Mountains, frowning as he studied his surroundings. During the days that had passed, he had searched the mountains but hadn't found any clues pointing him toward the Moon Rebel congregation. One thing he had come to realize was that a lot of people lived in these mountains. There were all sorts of species, most of them congregating in mud brick cities. Mortals were rare. Most local denizens had cultivation bases, although there were some exceptions. On a few occasions, Xu Qing sensed from afar the hostility in the gazes of the cultivators in the cities. Duanmu Zhang said that the way to join the Moon Rebel congregation is to come to the Bitter Life Mountains. In the distance was one of the tallest peaks in the Bitter Life Mountains, and it pulsed with fluctuations from Red Moon Cathedral warding spells. The Red Moon Cathedral doesn't just randomly set up church temples, but there's one there. It goes to show that this place is unique, probably because of being linked to the Moon Rebel congregation. But it's strange. If it's fairly common knowledge that the Bitter Life Mountains are key to joining the Moon Rebel congregation, then why wouldn't the Red Moon Cathedral seal this place, or at least prevent people from coming in and out? Xu Qing looked down the mountain, his expression thoughtful. From his vantage point, the green desert and the endless gritty winds made it seem like the entire world was covered in green fog. Maybe ceilings or lockdowns won't work here for some reason. He was about to continue his search when he heard a cry carried to him through the wind, along with the fluctuations of magical techniques. At first, he planned to simply ignore them. He had encountered similar situations elsewhere in the Bitter Life Mountains, as there were always local cultivators fighting and killing each other. However, most such situations involved Foundation establishment cultivators, and maybe a few in Gold Core. But after taking only a few steps, Xu Qing stopped in place and looked in the direction the fluctuations were coming from. Nascent soul fluctuations, and they're strong, seems like the 2 or 3 tribulation level. It was the first time Xu Qing had encountered any nascent soul fighting. And since he hadn't made much headway in joining the Moon Rebel congregation, maybe it warranted an adjustment in his search methods. Wrapping himself up in concealing invisibility, he became one with the wind as he headed toward the fighting. Before long, he found the field of battle. There was a ravine through which swept the green desert wind. 2 cultivators hovered in midair exchanging attacks with all sorts of magical techniques and weapons. Their clashes caused shockwaves to roll out in every direction. Both of the combatants were middle-aged and wore clothing similar to Xu Qing. Being completely wrapped up, the only thing visible about them were their eyes. They both attacked with ruthless ferocity and were just as willing to sustain injuries as they were to inflict them. One of them had suffered some severe injuries already. He had a huge gash in his abdomen, and one of his arms flopped uselessly at his side. His opponent had been blinded in one eye. Blood flowed out of the ruined eye socket, while the other eye glittered with ruthlessness. The fight hadn't just started. It seemed that there had actually been a chase that led to this spot. When Xu Qing arrived, he saw one of the cultivators exhale a black mist. His opponent was so weak and injured that he couldn't dodge out of the way and was hit in the face by the mist. He screamed shrilly as he backed away. However, he didn't move fast enough. The one-eyed cultivator laughed maniacally as he lunged forward and shoved his hands into his opponent's torso, crushing his 5 yin organs and shattering his 6 yang organs. It was hard to say what technique he was using, but it resulted in his opponent rapidly withering into a desiccated corpse. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D624, letter 1D45C, letter 1D62E. Xu Qing watched as that cultivator's nascent souls tried to escape, but failed, as they were now sealed inside the desiccated corpse. Having accomplished that, the one-eyed cultivator collected the corpse, then spun to look at Xu Qing. Shockingly, a sealing mark flickered in his pupil, which imparted a very Gruish feeling. Grinning, he said, "Another one? You think you're going to rob me, fool?" He was looking right at Xu Qing, despite his cloak of invisibility. Xu Qing had not put on a mask of concealment, but his concealment abilities were extraordinary to begin with. Only someone with special abilities would be able to see him, and apparently, this cultivator was just such a person. After some thought, Xu Qing emerged from his concealment of invisibility. After taking a few steps back to indicate that he had no hostile intentions, he spoke in a very sincere manner. "Fellow Taoist, I have nothing to do with the person you just killed. I just noticed the fluctuations of the magical techniques and followed them here. A friend of mine went missing in these mountains about a month ago, and I'm looking for him. Is there any chance you saw?" The cultivator interrupted with a cold laugh. Backing away in the opposite direction, he said, "A lot of people go missing here. I haven't seen any damned friend of yours." The one-eyed cultivator then turned and sped off into the distance. Xu Qing watched him go. He had been hopping to use his cover story to get some information from this cultivator. Sadly, the cultivator was too wary. It wasn't a big deal to Xu Qing. Turning, he started moving in a different direction. However, before he got more than a few paces, his eyes glittered coldly as he realized the wind was bringing poison with it. It was cleverly concealed, odorless, and colorless. And considering it was being carried on the wind, most people would fall victim to it before even noticing it. The ingredients are mixed clumsily. There's blurry strawgrass, 100-leaf deadwood, 9-merit slag, and also some corpse blooms. It's a catalytic poison, so it needs another poison to become active. After his initial analysis, he kept moving. Enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, whereupon he heard a whistling sound behind him and turned to look expressionlessly over his shoulder. The one-eyed cultivator was back. He was about 30 meters back, an expression of surprise on his face as he looked Xu Qing up and down. Then he sniffed the air. "Something's strange about you. You smell good." The one-eyed cultivator's gaze then stopped at Xu Qing's neck. Eyes glittering, he pointed. "That thing you have there looks delicious. Give it to me and I'll tell you what you want to know." Linger shivered. The cultivator had just pointed directly at her. When Xu Qing felt Linger shivering, his eyes turned cold. He had noticed that when the one-eyed cultivator pointed at him, the poison around him grew more intense, as if it was about to detonate. He looked calmly at the one-eyed cultivator. Meanwhile, the one-eyed cultivator's heart sank. The poison in the area was his, and after sensing something on this person's neck, he had come to the conclusion it was some sort of treasure. Because he feared his battle prowess, he had resorted to using poisons. Upon returning to the scene, he had found that the poison was in place and ready to activate. However, even after using the activation item, nothing happened. The one-eyed cultivator was getting the feeling something about the situation was off. Eyes darting back and forth to study his surroundings, he backed up and said, "Given your reaction, I can only guess that the thing around your neck is important to you. In that case, forget about it. I've never been in the practice of taking things that people love. However, if you want answers to your questions, you're going to have to pay." Xu Qing nodded and took a step forward. As he did, his cultivation base erupted with power. 13 two-tribulation nascent souls surged with a total of 39 soul battle prowess. Even nascent soul cultivators who had 6 heavenly palaces with nascent souls in them and had passed 5 heaven fate tribulations still couldn't match up to something like that. Their mere existence caused a terrifying tempest to spring up in the area. The one-eyed cultivator's mind spun, and he began to breathe heavily. Why you? What kind of battle prowess is that?" He could sense that Xu Qing was in the 2 tribulation level, and that he had a number of nascent souls. However, being in the 3 tribulation level, he hadn't felt completely terrified of Xu Qing. When his poison was defeated, he started getting a bit worried. And then Xu Qing's cultivation base erupted like a slap to the face. Now he was shivering, and his eyes shone with utter incredulity. In fact, he almost felt like he might pass out at any moment. As a rogue cultivator, he had never encountered a 2 tribulation opponent who was as terrifying as this. There's no way this freak is in the 2 tribulation level. He's on a fishing expedition. The one-eyed cultivator trembled as he backed up, his mind spinning as he tried to come up with a plan to get out of this situation alive. Waving his hand, he used a magical technique to summon a host of brown worms with wings. There were roughly 10,000 of them, filling both land and sky. And all of them spat out strands of silk that combined into a large net that spread out over Xu Qing. Magical devices flew out as well, sending defensive fluctuations out to surround the one-eyed cultivator. There were also flying swords, a variety of pill bottles and spears. There were a lot of things, but they didn't seem to conform to any specific collection or package. They had obviously been taken as loot from different opponents. And though they looked impressive on the surface, they actually weren't as mighty as they seemed. When he tossed out the medicinal pill bottles, they exploded, causing a corrosive poison powder to spread out and block Xu Qing's path. As the cultivator shot backward across the ground, a vortex sprang into being, out of which emerged a host of brown vines that sought to constrain Xu Qing. All of these things together were indeed extraordinary, but they weren't enough. Xu Qing was like a shocking beast who commanded a never-ending tempest that could shred everything in its path. The vines couldn't even get close to Xu Qing before they collapsed into pieces. The mere fluctuations coming off of him were too powerful for it. The same thing happened with the worms and the net. Xu Qing's aura formed an image of a golden crow and raging flames. The fire immediately swept over the worms. The worms screeched as they collapsed, becoming a rain of fire that landed on the ground below. The one-eyed cultivator was coughing up blood like mad, and his expression was one of pure terror. "Forgive me, Senior, I'm at fault." As he fell back, he howled in grief as he realized how perilous of a situation he was in. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that a simple outing like this would result in him encountering a terrifying monster like this. What was even more unbelievable was that someone so strong would have been so courteous earlier. The fact that he had been keeping his cultivation base hidden left the one-eyed cultivator feeling full of despair. As he fell back, the magical devices he had thrown out all exploded and scattered more poison powder.